I'm here with Team Tism.
Are we live now?
Yeah, we are live now.
Oh, good. Okay, good. I was going to say my social security number on live stream to tell you all. I'm so glad that we're not live, so I can tell you the number is 555-555-5.
Yes.
Yes,
All
thank
right.
you, Anthony.
I believe you had a prepared speech, Krim.
I don't have a prepared speech. I just want to discuss this little this little opening screen. What happened? Like, there's no sauce. Like, okay, can we talk about like what is this like sort of mix between like her sprites, but also like just PNGs of items, like the coffee cup and the microphone and stuff.
Basically,
Talk about that for a second. And like the color scheme lately is beige.
Her color scheme is always beige.
It's basically just like she's become a sad beige millennial, and it's
and it's exactly what it is.
She's an almond mom. You know,
she's an almond mom.
But anyway, we've got the whole Team Tism here tonight, guys. We have all of the Autism Trio here tonight to talk about this video where Lily bitches about us. Now, I'm just gonna warn you guys, super chats will show on screen, but they're not gonna read out because there's just no way. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna have them. You can throw in your 2 cents on screen. They're gonna stay up a little longer, but unfortunately, if I have them read out, it's just gonna be too chaotic. Oh, viewer.
We'll try to adjust them.
Oh no! Oh, I forgot to change my stream information on Twitch too. I'm so prepared today, guys. Hang on, you guys. I'll make sure it turn. You can watch me do it right now. I'm gonna turn. The extensions back on.
Read out the super chats manually when you get a chance.
Oh yeah, we will. But just I'm just gonna let them linger on screen for about 20 seconds so you guys can. And I'm so sorry, I forgot to turn viewer attack on, so you guys need to throw tomatoes. Very important that we do that.
Throw tomatoes at my face.
Thank you for your super chats. Her old avatar, it's like her old avatar, and Yahtzee had an incest baby.
Oh god. Yeah, that's unfortunately
I don't like that.
Of course I'm the oldest one in the call. I'm always the fucking oldest person in fucking fandoms.
But not by that much, though.
That's
like
true,
we're
Anthony.
not.
You're more close to my age, Anthony. I think.
Yeah, about 10 years apart.
Me and Anthony are the same age. What do you mean?
Why do I always think I always think Anthony's older than you for some reason. Anyway,
is it because I have a mature voice?
Okay, good. Viewer attack is on. I have been struck by a tomato. It's perfect.
I think it's because I just sound mature because I have like this maturity about my tone.
You have a suit and a real job and everything. It makes me think you're the grown up.
This is very true. I do have a day job on top of everything else.
Thank you.
To be fair,
super chat.
To be fair, I often get mistaken as a teenager, and even in real life. So.
Oh my goodness. Also, I want to just do a bit of a shout out for myself today. Today marks the day I broke 50,000 subscribers on YouTube. And that's really cool.
Yippee.
I'm just very happy about that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm it's pretty wild. It just, it's everything.
I think your tomato layer is underneath your layer for our talk sprites, so nobody can throw tomatoes at us.
Oh my goodness!
You're not allowed to throw tomatoes at my guests. I need to fix that. Hang on, let me stick you guys under.
I want to get tomatoes thrown at my face.
There we go.
Opens my mouth and swallows them all perfectly.
That'd be a talent, honestly.
Ant just got a pumpkin thrown at him, so it's working now.
There we go. That's how that works. Actually, I would be happy about pumpkin being thrown at me. That sounds fun.
We just gotta. Well, you guys can watch the stream muted if you want to see what people are throwing at you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
That's what I'm doing. I'm looking at
chat. Thank you for the super chat calling us old.
There we go.
This is a half-hour-long video by Lily, and she's going to start by talking about Star Trek. And I know these two are not going to shut up about that section.
Sorry for being away.
It's going to be another 3 hours of Star Trek talk. Just that.
So I'm expecting 6 hours, but we'll see how long we end up going. We might end up going till midnight. But
I've already told my spouse I'm probably not going to see them for the next day. So
I'm just going to be locked in the office talking to my autistic friends, honey. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I have a beef with another YouTuber.
I think they're going to start the Star Trek rewatch.
Welcome, Aaron Tempest. I see you down there in the chat. I can't wait for your new video, man.
Aaron Tempest here.
That Stayed Gone parody was masterful.
It was. It was so good.
It was so good. I loved it. Anyway, so shall we just begin? And you're still gonna hear the whistle for super chats, and like for me, I'm like, it's making me look every time because I'm always like, I hear the super chat.
Do you want to read? Do you want to read them out? The ones that we have so far.
I will read the ones that we have so far. There's a lot.
Also, thank you, Aaron Tempest. I just was trying to find your message in the chat, and for whatever reason, I couldn't find it. I'm so sorry.
So
delayed reaction.
Taperclip did give me one before the stream started. He's the guy who did the video on Lily not understanding ASL. It's a very solid video. Go look it up. And so he was like, I can't watch live, but thanks for streaming. That was great. And then Radical says we're his 3 favorite streamers. Hooray.
Aww.
And I already read this one. It's like our old avatar, and Yahtzee had an incest baby. And I'm the oldest one here, yes. Paige wants to know if Ant can give out his social security and his zip code and his mother's maiden name.
Oh, I could do that too, actually. You see.
And then, I can't read, what username is that? Gabe said, hey, Ant, I hope you're well. You'll be happy to know I watched Phantasm recently for Halloween, and it was weird, and I loved it. Have a good night.
Phantasm's fantastic. If you've never seen Phantasm, you should absolutely watch it. It is just the weirdest.
You're like the horror guy.
Oh yeah, no. It's basically, what if like you were high and had a nightmare, and they just made a movie about that. That's
sounds up my alley too. To tell you the
fantastic. None of it makes any sense.
Splungus says, God save Autism heroes. Yes. That's Jay calling us old. Mr. Knight says we will not be silenced. Well, you're still whistling every time you send a super chat, so. But, again, just with the latency, these two are not going to be able to hear or see the super chats coming, so it's just going to be too much. Adric says, yeehaw, we got the Autism Trio with the Autism Troop, yeah. And so he says, watching this with my bisexual flag fan going because it's basically summer here. Glad I didn't catch some of this. Oh god, yeah, it's been like that here where I am too in November. Like I was outside in a tank top, just laying in the grass earlier with the animals. Summer.
I'm really upset by that. That's a sign the world is on fire, and we should be really concerned about this.
I know. We should be more concerned about it, but I'm enjoying the nice weather at the same time. And the release Golden, I can't remember what your whole new name is, Silver Heart Soul. The release Golden Heart Soul says, this is her new video, right? Where she plays the victim and says how evil you 3 are. Yep, that's why it's the 3 of us.
Yep.
I love being evil. I love killing and violence. Yippee!
And then he says,
wait, we don't do that already?
If she was so crazy, I think it meant if she wasn't so crazy, you would feel bad. Yeah, I've stopped feeling bad for Lily at all, anywhere, ever, at any time.
Yeah.
I started feeling more bad for Michaela, though.
Yeah, that's just depressing.
That one stream was painful, man.
Oh, we got a nice rainbow flag over on Twitch saying, let's go Autism Crew. Yes, hello.
I love that rainbow flag. That is fantastic.
That's a pretty one.
There are some really good pride flags. Like some of the more creative reimaginings are really interesting, I think.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, now that we're done with that, and we gotta hold ourselves back from babbling too much as we usually do. Let's start on Lily's video. I just want to make sure you guys can hear it from your
I'm a bit loud, apparently.
Are you? You guys sound like the same volume to me on my headphones. I can turn Crim down if you guys want. No, sorry to have you.
No, don't silence me! Don't silence me!
Am I loud, Chad, or am I very soft?
Am I more quiet than them? I can be louder. We all know I can be louder.
Indeed.
All right. So let me start the video. I'm gonna make sure you guys can hear it. I'm pretty sure hang on. Let me just reshare. I'm like questioning if I shared it with audio.
That would be beneficial.
Hang on a sec. Share my screen. Yeah, share my screen. Also share application audio. Okay, good. Okay, I'm back. It's coming back, I swear.
Let's freaking go. This is the Media Literacy is Dead video, by the way.
Yes, it's Media Literacy is dead or isn't dead, but really it's just a complaint about us.
Can I just point something out real quick? How bad that thumbnail's terrible.
Oh, all of our thumbnails are terrible.
What color is that anyway? It's like brownish.
I'll turn the desktop audio down a little bit.
Well, that's not the thumbnail. The thumbnail is just the white text on black background.
It's not white text. It's not white text.
It's
It's
not
like
white?
this
It's
kind of
weird.
It's
Oh,
kind
God,
of like
what
this
is-
beigey
white.
pink.
What is wrong
It is
Beigey
like a hot
pinky.
pink. It's like a really pale
No, it's
pink.
yeah,
Isn't
it's
it
like
pale peach.
it's
Oh.
gross.
I
It's so
love killing in
weird how-
violence. Someone I can relate to, says a super chat.
It's just a
Yahoo.
lazy choice, I feel like. And it kind
Yeah,
of
some-
aligns with their previous thumbnail, where it's just this video is about Star Wars.
Of course,
like
it's
so
my
lazy.
account. You got a fucking Breaking Bad video here, and then my videos,
Here.
and then like Chris the Narc.
There you go.
Can I share a game theory that I have?
Sure.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure Michaela did a lot of the thumbnails, and this kind of ties back into a theory I had about the Ball Spawn Funny comics. I don't
Mhm.
think Michaela's putting as much effort into the art she makes for Lily anymore.
Can you blame
Yeah,
her?
that makes sense.
You
I
fucking
think
blame her?
she's no good, honestly.
Lily treats her like shit. We saw that recently too. But let's focus on the video for now. We're never gonna get through this.
This is a fair
Alright,
point.
I'm gonna-
the
I'm gonna
thumbnail was
I'm-
about the video.
I'm gonna start, and then like anytime you guys want me to pause, just yell pause. I'll also pause when I feel the need to. So here we go.
Okay.
Let's see.
Not
what Lily...
salmon. Salmon's a beautiful color. Don't
Salmon's
be
beautiful.
weird.
It's not salmon. Okay,
I would
here we
not
go.
eat
Job on
thumbnail.
YouTube has always felt like working the drive-thru at a McDonald's that every Karen in the Maritimes is all piled into and taking an obscene amount of cocaine. But even then, I still find myself reminiscing about the period of
Pause for a
about
second.
15
Her voice sounds weird.
Please.
She sounds sick.
Yeah.
Lily, shut up about pretending that you've ever had a real job.
Yeah.
She would
So-
know all about working in drive-thrus, considering. Okay,
It's-
so this is a
it's
bit of a
giving-
story. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's giving that one person that like YouTubing is harder than 89 to 5. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Here's the thing: making YouTube videos is difficult. It is hard putting out a video every week. It is hard editing. It's hard streaming on top of that. However, I do this while working a full-time job, and I assure you, the full-time job is significantly more difficult than the YouTube part of things.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
you
yeah.
only hold yourself up to the. Because here's the thing: like with YouTube, you hold yourself to your own standard. You hold yourself
Yep.
to the metrics. You hold yourself to what you do. And if you make a mistake, you're not going to have a manager who tells you you made a mistake. The worst job I ever worked at was working for a movie theater when I was in like college. I think I was the weekend I started was the weekend Man of Steel came out, and that midnight release was my first day on the job. And let me tell you, there is nothing more exhausting than trying to serve popcorn to a bunch of extremely aggressive fans who want to get in the theater now. This is before assigned seating, by the way. And there's like 17 dozen people ahead of them. And when they get online, they're like, "Excuse me, sir, this popcorn is burnt. I want you to get popcorn again. Make more popcorn right now, but make it fast. So I have to get to the movie on time." Like, okay, sir, we're making popcorn consistently. "Excuse me, sir, can you get popcorn from the opposite popcorn machine at the other end of the, and they just make you have different requests. And then they end up making you make popcorn for 20 minutes. You have to get another guy in the line next to you to get more people to get off the line. And then they're like basically saying, "You know what, fine, I don't have anything at all." And then you just leave. 20 minutes later, after complaining for 20 minutes straight to your face and saying every insult possible. So let me assure you, Lily, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, when I worked at a department store when I was like 18 or 19, I literally had someone who wanted the dressing rooms come up to me and snap their fingers at me to
Oh,
say,
God.
come
Oh, I
on,
hate
come
that.
do this for me. And it's like, they think they can treat you like shit, but she's never had a real job. She couldn't work a drive-thru for like 2 hours. I couldn't work a drive-thru for 2 hours, but
No, she
Her
could barely work in
definitely.
Tim Hortons for 2 days.
yeah, right? We are getting a lot of supers, but we'll take a super reading break at some point, because I feel bad you guys are sending so many, but again, it's so hard to manage with so many people throwing in their J2 cents. Let's just continue and see where she goes with this.
years ago, back when we all said butt hurt and the worst someone
Oh.
Oh, yeah, we saw this before. Fanny troubled.
Who's
Lily?
what?
Lily? I don't think you know what the word fanny means in other countries, Lily.
Oh my goodness.
I think that this joke, I think like that the person on the right is a critic of hers from long ago.
It looks like Michaela.
No,
On
the
the
one on
right?
the right.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
the one on the left.
Look,
I
we know
think
I
the
don't know my
joke
right
is
from my left, okay?
I think because there used to be like these there used to be like, oh, you can't say butthurt anymore because it's homophobic and rape culture, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking
Oh my
about?
god, people were doing that
People
even back
actually
then.
said that.
But like, I don't think people actually said that. I think that people that wanted to be like, ooh, people get offended so easily these days, said that they said that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've
Right.
never encountered a human being who was upset with the word butthurt before.
Yeah, me
But
neither.
her idea of a weeaboo is so fucking in 2004. Like nobody
Yeah.
wears Naruto headbands anymore.
I mean, unless you want to
I think
cosplay.
this is a
an old school
specific
weeb.
person. I think this is a specific person, though.
Some people
People
thought it
like
was
from her-
Anthony, but I don't
Yeah,
think
some
so.
people thought it was me, but I'm not a Naruto fan, so I couldn't. As people apparently saw my last stream, I'm not a big Naruto fan, so
Me neither.
can't speak to that one.
No,
Though my
there's
hair
a-
is sometimes that long.
There's a helicopter going by saying, "That's you, Lily." I didn't know that was an option on the stickers.
Oh my god, I love
Or
it.
not a helicopter, an airplane. They keep adding things, and I'm not aware of them, and I get jump scared by them. I was
That's
like, why am I
amazing.
hearing a plane? You guys.
Oh my god, I see it now. That's perfect.
Thanks for the bits. I didn't know you could put your own custom message on them. That's amazing. I gotta leave that one on. It's just a little loud, though.
That is
Maybe
beautiful.
I'll go make sure I turn it down in another screen, but let's continue the video.
Could do to you was go bitch and moan on 4chan. But since the rise of Twitter and drama YouTube, it seems we have industrialized abuse, where tons of slop channels run by the most disgusting men you've ever heard of churn out
Okay, pause. Guile is here. Da 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 da. Apparently,
Yeah,
that's supposed to be Josh.
Supposed to be-
Apparently,
That's
Yeah,
supposed to be
Josh is never. Josh is never.
it doesn't look anything like him though.
Josh isn't Guile though. Also,
Why is he Guile?
like, it's just a weird like.
It looks
also-
like Duke Nukem with eyelashes.
Also, the
Like-
thing is, like, Josh doesn't seem to want to talk about Lily. So, like,
No.
why is she framing Josh as like the one who's obsessed with her when
'Cause
she can't stop talking about him?
Because she's a
Same with
narcissist
Lizzie.
who holds grudges. She's a narcissist who holds grudges. That's why. That's
That's
really
valid.
it's that simple. That's the
That's fair.
thing. Yeah.
That is wild, though.
Was that
like,
was the airplane stream stickers or viewer attack? I don't even fucking know. I'm just like, oh god, I'm so confused. Anyway, sorry, go on.
his hair is no longer? Oh god, I'm seeing people say like, his hair is no longer. That's really outdated. That's Josh.
I thought he was. Oh, it is a. Oh, you can put. Oh, it is a new thing. Okay, I just turned the sound down though. That's 200 bits too. Thank you. All right, but yeah, I like, and he's saying fucking trans woman ruining my everything because that's absolutely no one who talks about you, Lily. So she's just using him as a caricature of like online chud YouTubers, I think. Oh yeah, because
I can win all the arguments I want if I turn them all into straw men.
I'm gonna back
Then
up
I'm
just
the
a little
winner.
bit. Exactly. I'm gonna back up just a little bit to hear the full point. Okay, let's go.
about every single human being who looked at them funny. And if drama YouTube is a
Lily, that's you! Anyway.
smog-spewing
Really, that's
factory of
literally what
harassment
your
and human
thumbnail
excrement,
looks
then might I
like.
welcome you over to the tech bros of this dystopian nightmare. Back in 2008, Lindsay Ellis, this is not a
Wait,
video
what?
about Lindsay
Stop,
Ellis
stop,
being
stop,
bad, I need to
stop,
set the scene here,
stop.
was hired by
Stop,
Channel
stop,
Lost.
stop. We're pausing this. Why are we mentioning what is Lindsay L? Okay, so
Because she started the conversation about media literacy.
And also, Lily is stuck
Ugh.
in. No, she didn't. But also, Lily is stuck
No,
in 2012.
that's what Lily thinks.
Oh, yeah.
That's
like-
what Lily thinks.
this is like the oldest Lindsay Ellis. Like this is like nostalgia chick era
Mhm.
Lindsay Ellis stuff, which isn't even like
Yeah.
a video essay. That was just the angry her trying to do the angry review thing and like realizing it didn't fit her, and she moved on to something better and
She made
bigger.
some great videos even back then, though.
Oh yeah, even back then you can see her talent, but like she really hit her stride post Channel Awesome. I feel like
Oh, yeah.
because like at the time you're like, oh yeah, she's obviously the most talented person on the site. But and you could just see that back then, but like it was just hampered by Doug Walker's restrictions and his expectations for the style, and the moment that she got what was it?
Somebody said, who still cares about Nostalgia Chick? I care about Nostalgia Chick. I
Yeah,
think Lindsay Ellis is cool.
Yeah, Lindsay
I
Ellis is pretty
I
great.
still follow her work, not as closely as I did before, but I still follow her work.
She put out a really good video essay on the Beatles.
Yeah?
Well, more on Yoko Ono and the Beatles, like just recently. I think it was on like
Yep.
Nebula for a while, but it was actually like I was thinking like, oh, I'll watch a bit of it and I'll watch more of it later. But I ended up realizing that I had sat through the entire like 90 or 100 minutes of it,
Well,
like straight through.
She'll
I
approach
should know.
things. She'll approach things from angles you don't expect. You know.
Exactly.
And she's a good writer too.
Oh yeah,
I've read
Twitch
her
still
book.
says I'm playing Veilguard. Sorry, hey Zaruki, you got excited, huh?
It's a good book too. I will say that. Lindsay Ellis's novel, a very Transformers 2000s inspired, with like some alien invasion going in there. It's good stuff.
Her being
Anyway,
inspired
we
by
are 40
Transformers, you don't say.
seconds.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We are
This-
40 seconds into this video.
This is the
Oh my
Lily
God.
experience, you guys. This happens to me every time. I was telling her Lorchin. Somebody did call us the Lorch Bringers earlier. Speaking of Shadow Loss,
I love it. Love it.
you guys come up with the best nicknames for us. Anyway, let's see what she's gonna say about Lindsay Ellis. And she's like, I'm not saying she's bad, even though I said she was racist in the past. I'm Lily.
Oh my God. Was she one of the ones who said that Lindsay Ellis should get off Twitter because of the Raya the Last Dragon controversy?
Yes. And I
Oh, I'm
covered,
not even
I covered a
shocked.
video where she said that recently.
Oh my God. I'm not even shocked that
Yeah,
she's
it's
one of those.
Paige, just to give us a super chat saying the same thing. Yeah, take your name out of your mouth, Lily. You were one of the ones calling her racist for saying Raya the Last Dragon looked like an Avatar the Last Airbender ripoff, which it was.
Yeah, and like the thing is, like at the time, people were like, "Oh, I think people wanted it to be more than that," and they were kind of thinking it was going to be more than that, and they were like, "Oh my God, maybe it's not going to be a total ripoff." And then we all watched it, and we're like, "Oh, actually, this is
Nah,
maybe worse.
totally.
Actually, it's
Like,
worse than that."
Well, yeah, because the world building is like lazy as shit. All right.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, you can't make a fantasy world like that. In like
Let's hear
90
what she
minutes,
says
but-
about Lindsay. They'll have to listen to the whole point, because everyone calls me a pause, Andy. We have to listen to Lily's points and assess just how stupid they are.
Nightmare. Back in 2008, Lindsay Ellis, this is not a video about Lindsay Ellis being bad, I need to set the scene here, was hired by Channel Awesome to basically take a gender swap brand name and proceed to run circles around the guy who ran it. Then in 2014, after some things happened,
disagree.
she left and went independent. During that time,
far, so
Lindsay
good.
Ellis and a handful of other creators basically pioneered the modern video essay, which was a genre that had always
Oh no, actually, that's not really. No, that's inaccurate. That's just wrong. They were video essays before Lindsay Ellis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could attribute a lot to James Rolfe and Doug Walker starting a certain type of internet trend, a certain way of approaching media. But these guys did not invent. Channel Awesome did not invent video essays.
What about the Mr. Plinkett Star Wars reviews? The
Oh yeah,
The,
the ones,
Red
he,
Letter
the ones
Media.
he did, the one Red Letter Media before he did the Star Wars ones that put them on the map.
Yeah, because he even before the Star Wars reviews, he did a bunch of Star Trek reviews. You know,
Yeah,
he was doing that.
I mean, I never saw those, but he had some of the Star Trek running jokes in the Plinkett Star Wars review, so I was aware
Yeah.
of that. I love Red Letter Media now. I still watch them; they're great.
Oh yeah, and their Star Trek reviews are pretty decent. Like not as good as the Star Wars ones they did, but they're pretty good.
Those
Yeah,
the Star Wars prequel reviews did have so much influence on the discourse about those
Oh,
movies, though.
100%.
But
People-
Lindsay Ellis did start a certain type of trend, I think, though. I do think that people
Yeah.
like Lindsay and her peers were definitely trendsetters. I would also say, and I know that she's a controversial figure, that Anita Sarkeesian also did a lot of work there too.
100%.
I have criticisms of Anita Sarkeesian today. I think she's very pop feministy and like
Oh yeah,
not, especially back then. But like, to be fair, not many people were doing what she was doing at the time. So
and people also
Yeah.
forget this, but Anita Sarkeesian, before her video game controversy, was doing video essays. I had seen them before she even announced her video game essay stuff because I just bumped onto them on like I don't know I forget where I found them initially, but I saw those initial reviews of them back on I think on Tumblr back in the day, and
we
they
just
were
got
basically
a saying,
instructions-
we just got a super chat saying we broke 1K viewers, guys.
Oh my god!
Yippee.
Oh,
Just
let's
on
keep
YouTube.
1K.
Just on
Oh, just
YouTube.
YouTube.
We're at 1,042 at the moment, according to my thing.
Jesus.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome. Anyway, we're gonna keep tisming out here.
Yeah, seriously. Oh my god.
Sorry, continue. Well, yeah, because like I became familiar with video essays thanks to like Channel Awesome a lot. But yeah, you're right. Someone like Anita Sarkeesian, I wasn't aware of her before the whole Gamergate thing. So
Yeah.
continue on
Wait a
that
second.
bad, actually.
I mean,
Channel
like,
Awesome,
also-
they had a- Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna
I also want to say we got to be careful with the Gamergate thing because, like, one of the people that supposedly was caught up in the Gamergate thing was Brianna Wu, and she turned out to be a huge fucking turd. So,
Yeah.
Oh no, she was trying to insert herself, going, "Hey guys, I'm getting harassed too," and everyone was like, "Who the fuck even are you?" You know?
Yeah, it was mostly like the biggest targets I think were Lindsay Ellis, Anita Sarkeesian, and fucking
What was her name?
God.
Zoe
Who
Quinn.
Chuck Tingle brought to the Hugos, the troll of the sad puppies. I forget her name.
Sarkeesian was definitely one of the ones who, like, Lindsay didn't deserve it all. Sarkeesian, I don't think she deserved. Like, I don't think her essays were that good, but she didn't deserve all the bullshit people were doing.
No.
Well, there was the one video game developer who the rumor was that she like had you exchanged favors for good reviews, and it was such a nonsensical controversy.
She had made like a fucking browser game. Like, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, it was like a little indie game. No one was talking about it, but like 4chan became obsessed with like blaming.
Because
Zoe Quinn.
Because her ex-boyfriend
Quinn.
her ex-boyfriend went to 4chan, aired their dirty laundry, and that started Gamergate.
Yeah, it's like Zoe Quinn just made a little indie game. No one cared about the game. No one was talking about it.
Even if she's a bitch, who cares? Like, her game had no impact on anything.
It's like it was such a massive controversy over the nothing.
I wonder if Lily is gonna mention that, because she keeps trying to say I'm a Gamergater when I'm constantly like, Gamergate was fucking stupid and I don't care and no one should care.
If Lily actually knows about Zoe Quinn, I'd be very shocked.
Also speaking of like the Gamergate stuff, and like speaking of Brianna Wu, one of my goals for November is to try to get my hands on Brianna Wu's shitty ass looking game and play it on stream. So
I've seen that thing. It looks so good. It's so
rancid looking.
It is.
It looks like horny reboot.
It looks like a shovelware you'd see on the N64.
Yeah,
he is such a terrible person. Like, and I love how like time has proven that like she was just like awful.
We're being offered money to go over an Anita Sarkeesian video together. I think you did some of her videos.
I did cover a couple of her videos. I did a stream on Anita Sarkeesian. Check it out on my channel.
That could be something...
I did a video that attacked Anita Sarkeesian that apparently was so compelling that people who hated my video told me I was wrong for attacking Anita Sarkeesian. So I don't know what that tells you.
When did you attack Anita Sarkeesian?
In my YouTube Critics Are Lying to You video, the one that EFAP got very upset about. Apparently Mahler was so incensed by my criticisms of Anita Sarkeesian, he defended Anita Sarkeesian.
Wasn't he someone against her before?
Oh yeah, repeatedly, constantly, couldn't stand her.
Okay,
it was the funniest.
But maybe that's an idea of something we could go do over on Crim's channel sometime, an Anita Sarkeesian stream.
Yeah, it was so funny. I'm not gonna lie. Anytime someone like, I don't know, I'll stop. It's
maybe now that we have a lull, I'll read some of the super chats and then we'll continue because there's been a lot.
Oh
also, she's not talking about. Oh wait, video. Oh no, that's Movie Bob. I think right. The Game Overthinker, isn't that Movie?
Oh, it is. I think.
Yeah. Okay. Movie Bob did things before. Did video essays before.
Movie Bob
Lindsay
is one
Ellis
of Lily's. Movie Bob is one of Lily's like influences.
But then why didn't she celebrate him for being ahead of her on the ahead of Lindsay Ellis in the video essays?
I guess you could say that.
I'm just gonna read some of the super chats now. So, because there's been so many. Jehudi says, all you needed was 2 more members and you could draw yourselves as the hunting force, Ginyu Force, F.U.
Oh, yes.
Silver Heart Soul, or Golden Heart Soul now, says, not gonna lie, I literally stopped watching this one because after 8 years of watching the woman, I'm done with her clickbait and Switch videos. It is. He does it all the time. Lily sent in a non saying I didn't deserve to be trans for criticizing her, says Boop the Flute. That's fucked up. Lily says Lily has a black lung, says Igor. The worst thing Lily could say is I think of you as a sister, says Master Clockwork.
That is pretty bad. That is really bad. 17
minutes and only now we start. Psy Flava, yeah. I feel sorry for Lily in the same way I feel sorry for a drunk driver. I don't. Let's take the moment to say hi to the lurkers. Gives Michaela Naguera / delusional / out of touch. I work harder than the average Joe influencer. I don't know who that is, unfortunately. Great Bear says, literally me coming back from shift and needing to call a customer didn't believe me and told me that F I was hiding in his house. That's your terrible customer story. Hey Lily, guy who made the Lily Gen V video here Been lucky to not have been on her end of the harassment. I wish you luck in getting through this. Oh, thank you, Miles Lee. Hopefully Lily's gaze does not fall upon you. Now everyone's sending more super chats because I'm reading them. Hannah Lily goes out of her way to hate things. Yes, Lily was literally part of the crowd calling for Lindsay Ellis to get canceled. Yes, Paige. And Golden Heart Soul once again with a very generous super chat. Ha ha ha. Josh has been breaking any contact with Lily, getting married to a woman he lives with, getting 36k more subscribers, having a baby. Move on, Lily. He doesn't love you. You can't make him. John Berger would like a word with you, Lily. Team Tism, we broke 1k. I did read that one. I would pay money for us to do an Anita vid. Yep. 1k. Big leagues. Thank you, Spogue Salad. You guys have quite the name sometimes. The hell did this... Oh my god.
These names get creative a little bit.
Soup enjoyers rise up. Thank you, Corrupted Luna. Stravia said, which game is this? Because I forget. Yeah, right. As someone who was too young to be involved, but old enough to feel the aftermath, and the more I hear about it, the dumber it sounds. I blame Old Size as Gold Heart Soul. I think that's about Gamergate.
It's terrible.
Size Busker Hat. Thank you, Pat. Thank you for joining the Psy Squad, Mr. Joe. Radical says it's good to have you back on the server, Crim. I can't guarantee Crim's gonna stay on the server, but I needed him on the server for the talk sprites. E-file. Every frame of Lily. Thank you, Master Clockwork. That's enough super chats for now.
And Aaron Tempest says something I think is worth bringing up as well. Lily said that Movie Bob did it first, but it wasn't called video essays at the time, which, like, okay. I love that, but it's like...
Okay, but like, wasn't Yahtzee also doing what could effectively be called video essays at the time?
At times, yeah.
He started in 2008. I remember.
He was through reviews, but he did do a few big essays about like the gaming industry and AAA gaming.
You could call Zero Punctuation an essay, I think.
Also, like, Normal Boots, I think, was like a little group that was around for quite a while as well.
Oh yeah, Normal Boots. I kind of wish I forgot about that.
That fell apart, but like they were also doing what you could call video essays pretty early on.
True, like except for like PBG, I kind of wish I forgot all existed. But you're completely correct.
Yeah, PBG.
He's the only one that didn't get crazy. He's the only one who wasn't an asshole. Somehow.
And 20 Angry Ducks is saying thank you for getting them through their retail job. You're welcome. That's what we're here for. Let's just try to listen to Lily some more, because I know we're going to pause a lot, but let's just see where she's going with this. Can't wait for her to get to, like, us. God, she talks about Star Trek for so fucking long, though.
Oh, thank God. I mean, oh, no, how terrible.
All right, here we go.
But was in its larval state at the time. We used to call it the slideshow. Or the rant video. But in the 16 years, fucking really? But in the 16 years since then, the video essay rose to prominence, with mostly Ellis to thank for making it popular in the first place. Unfortunately, her work had an unintended side effect. Now every drooling Yahoo had a whole box of academic terminology to throw at people whenever they were in a rage. And
oh, it's Lindsay Ellis's fault that idiots like Lily misuse academic terms.
Hang on.
So
let's
in the end, it's still a woman. In the end, Lily's bad behavior is still a woman's fault.
Also, can we talk about this frame? Top left is Zoe B's video. She's literally an English teacher.
Yeah, I don't recognize a lot of these people.
Oh, and by the way, nothing's wrong with Brutal Moose. He's great too. I forgot he was part of Normal Boots. I've seen some super chats about that. Brutal Moose is great. I just forgot he was in Normal Boots. So I just want to throw that out there. So him and PBG are fine.
Also, Lily, if you watched Zoe B's video, you would find that she actually comes out against the idea of there being a current death of media literacy. If you watched the video, you would know that.
No,
but I have a feeling you didn't watch any of these videos.
No, also, she just searched the term and took the thumbnails.
Wait a second. Can someone enhance second on the left?
Let me zoom in.
Isn't that Yeah, that's I always forget her name, but Rowan Ellis.
I love Rowan Ellis.
Yeah, Rowan Ellis. I can read it now.
Rowan Ellis, like, actually, like, has
here?
Deep educational knowledge about
Just Stop in here. Just Stop is a fan of mine, Lily.
Just Stop was on my stream on Tuesday, which is pretty wild. I was really happy to see that. That was really cool.
Yeah, he stopped by before on one of mine.
That's so awesome.
Yeah,
I love
but
that.
but some of these people are actual real academics.
Yeah.
You can say what you want about us. I mean, I guess technically Anthony is also an academic, but
Anthony is a literal academic.
but like
yeah.
I do have
you
a
can
master's.
say
I do have a master's degree. I
Yeah.
have worked in
you.
historical preservation
You've
and
been a
academia.
journalist.
I've
I
been
mean,
a
I've
journalist for
also
years.
I've also been a journalist and worked for a news company. So
Oh hell yeah!
Mm.
Krim and I are secretly journalists investigating something.
I'm
We'll
a
figure it out later.
college dropout.
I mean, I dropped out of college too, but I still had a journalism job for like 2 or
That's
3
cool.
years.
I also got to hold the handwritten notes of Teddy Roosevelt once.
Ooh,
Wow.
that's exciting.
That's actually
was-
really cool.
I was
It was really
Yeah,
cool. That was really awesome.
I worked for like an independent publisher in like Halifax. But you know, it was still pretty cool and I got a lot of experience.
You
I
guys-
got to do
you guys
things
have
like
you guys have actual credentials, and I'm just here.
no,
Well,
I think-
I once walked in on a famous poet using the bathroom before a major lecture and didn't realize it. And we had an awkward exchange and like a laugh about it. And then I realized as he stepped up to the podium that he was in fact the award-winning poet that we were supposed to be meeting with that day. And I'm like, oh shit! I saw him pee, and that was not great.
Oh god.
I think that like I'm gonna shout out one of my favorite YouTubers, Mini Minutemen. I think it's good for academic discourse to be kind of disseminated to the public. I think that's a good thing, objectively. That like
Agreed.
I think more laymen should be able to be involved in this conversation. That's good. That's not bad, Lily. You are also a layman.
Well, see, Lily is the problem she's talking about, where she will just use terms she doesn't understand to make some kind of bizarre argument from authority when it's really just her own ignorant opinion.
Also, I want to point out something here that the video essay is just an extension of what's been going on in academia for decades now, which is just a bunch of academic nerds yelling at each other across like different publications.
Yeah.
There are so many essays you will read in college or grad school that are just like someone saying, I read so-and-so's essay on Wuthering Heights and they were wrong.
Here's also the thing. Like, if you boil this down to like, and you kind of like rub away all the accusations of like transphobia and bigotry, this conversation that the three of us are having with Lily is a good thing. We should be having these conversations. It's good when we argue. If there was an objectively correct interpretation of things, none of us would have jobs.
Yeah. And the fact that over 1,000 people, over 1,500 people now are watching us discuss this topic proves that there is an interest in this discussion. Yes, I know Lily Orchard is the reason people are coming here, but these discussions are a great platform to discuss deeper ideas about media, deeper ideas about
people have discussed and studied and talked about literature and the technique behind literature forever, and pop culture really is art and literature. We just act like the older stuff is more important and serious.
Oh, well, there's tons of bullshit that you can get through.
Think about the works of Shakespeare. Back in the day, in his actual time, those were basically trash reality TV to people.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
You know what Shakespeare's... Everyone always talks like Shakespeare. What was he trying to do with his writing? And you know what Shakespeare's real motivation with every play was? Get the audience back for next week's performance. That was his biggest concern.
TV show. It was like trash reality TV. The Shakespeare is full of dick and fart jokes.
One of the funniest things about Shakespeare was the Henry ad, I think it's Richard II, Henry the Fourth, Part 1 and 2, and Henry V. The character Falstaff dies at the beginning of Henry V because the actor who played Falstaff in Shakespeare's troupe, who appeared in the previous two plays, left. He got into an argument with Shakespeare. He left production, and so Shakespeare was like, "Shit, he's dead now." That's how we can explain this without casting him.
But again, we act like this is like because we act like art being made today is so lowbrow, and that stuff was the super serious stuff. I mean, the way people even perform Shakespeare is not how it would have been performed back in its day. You know?
Well, I mean, the English accent's totally different from what it was.
Oh yeah, the Middle English accent sounded almost like Midwest American.
Oh yeah,
I will also
100%.
say that, like, if I feel like if Lily's attitude about all of this was more that the four of us are all peers, and again, no, the allegations were not a thing and all of that drama, but like this, I think that she would be having a much better time of this. And that
Mhm.
she would recognize that these conversations are valuable. And like, I wouldn't mind if Lily reacted to one of my videos, to be honest.
She would
I
go
think
right
those
ahead, Lily.
Same. I
yeah,
love that.
go ahead.
Us, Lily.
I know that she wouldn't show us any respect. But like the conversations and the criticisms themselves, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm gonna
That's
show
good.
some.
That's
I'm gonna
what
show some fan
academia
art
is all
on.
about.
I'm gonna show some fan art on screen while we talk. By the way, just so you guys.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
No, Krim,
from
I'm 100%
Bing.
with you. I think that like I would be if Lily, I almost said Lindsay for a second there. If Lily wanted to, she could absolutely respond to any one of my videos. Hell, even the one she gets angry because there was a while back she was really angry at the thumbnail of one of my videos. It was the "We Need More Gay Bad Rap" video, and she was angry about that and saying how bad the thumbnail was. I was thinking the whole time, Lily, are you going to actually watch the video and react to it? Because you have an opportunity here. Your audience is primed to not like my video. You could easily watch my video on a stream and tear into it. But instead, she just stopped at the thumbnail and made wrong assumptions about the thumbnail. She thought I was talking about like freaking Rocky Horror Picture Show when I have, what's his name? John Waters on there. I'm like, no, I'm talking about Pink Flamingos.
You think she knows who John Waters is?
That's what I think. I think she just saw John Waters and thought I was talking about Rocky Horror because she doesn't know the difference between Tim Curry as Frankenfurter and John Waters, at least at the time anyway, because she hadn't seen the movie at that point.
Well, Lily will go by her first assumption, and then she can't admit she's wrong. That's just how she operates. I mean, the problem with Lily is we always expect like a reasonable adult rationale from her, which she does not have.
She's just.
Oh, God damn it,
yeah.
Malcolm's in chat. Yippee!
Malcolm!
Hey, Malcolm.
It's all right, Malcolm. We're gonna be pausing a lot. This is what happens. Anyway, these two pieces of fan art are from Danny, who just reminded me in a super chat to show them on. Yeah, Danny was very tickled by my terrestrial job. Lily, are you on the moon?
Oh my god!
And there's me screaming about her being Canadian, and Krim looks a little put off down here in the corner.
I have been given wings though, so like I guess I've leveled up in this art.
I'm the one with wings, and not unless you're hiding.
Yeah.
My friend Skrill also made this one, which I said it could almost be the thumbnail here. Just
this is beautiful.
I love
this image is amazing. I love this so
Lily with the
much.
subtitle, "I hate my critics," while hanging up pictures of us everywhere.
Thank you for including the pic I made of biting Anthony. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that is a really funny picture. That is super funny. I'll tell you, like
the feral look of just like,
and with the look on your face too, Anne, of just like, what the hell, man? Why?
Grim, you have a talent at making yourself a little gremlin, and it's amazing.
All right, now that we've interrupted ourselves,
like,
yeah.
I think that like there's a good thing of like you need to like let go of the idea of like when you're drawing like a little character of yourself, don't be too attached to the idea of you looking cool and attractive. For some reason, people love it when you just let go of that idea. So
well,
I think it's because people can relate to that. You know, I don't think any of us see ourselves as wonderful or fantastic. We see ourselves as little gremlin people. And I think that kind of, or whatever, you know, some negative term here. And I think by exaggerating that, it kind of empowers yourself by taking ownership of that. You know what I'm saying?
Also, people like Lily who do want to look good at all times, you know, it's kind of tells you a lot, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then all of her freaking puppets are bland and boring to look at. Like, she couldn't even make a Yahtzee style, like, puppet without giving it an hourglass figure. Like, come on now.
And I mean, on one hand, that is very sad because it's trying to perform to be. I mean, okay, for Lily to understand this, look at the reaction that Delicious in Dungeons Senshi got from surprisingly horny fans. And he is a dwarf. I'm just saying that because I have Senshi stapled over my face right now, and I'm concerned that you assume I have as luxurious a beard as that. Anyone who has seen me knows I do not have that. My spouse was making fun of me before because I hadn't shaved in 2 days, and I was like, "Oh, hey, look, your fake beard is getting crumbs on it." Like, no, it's not fake. I just didn't shave. It's not fake. It's totally real.
Okay, I think we'll continue on the video now then, now that we have a nice pause in the
conversation.
Anyway, after all that spurging, and which is what we're good at, we're at least a minute into the video. We're doing pretty good.
We haven't gotten to Star Trek yet. Where like, fuck do we get there?
Oh god, we're gonna talk about Star Trek for like 3 fucking hours with you two. I just know it.
Thus began the death of media literacy, an hysterical moral panic through which entitled brats would find
not what a moral panic is, Lily.
increasing ways to overreact to someone expressing a contrary opinion over something that doesn't matter. Did you know we're living in an unprecedented time of media illiteracy? The proof is all around you. I mean, I'm telling you in confidence, but like, I heard that someone doesn't like your favorite show. I also
Can you pause
heard
this
that
for a
they think
second?
it's...
Okay, so first, I'd like to define some terms and make some commentary on this as somebody that does work with children.
Please do.
First, media literacy, especially like in an academic sense, is actually about nonfiction, not about fiction. The thing is that like fiction helps us cut our teeth on low stakes environments. So if we can like parse the meaning of a story, like, I don't know, The Great Gatsby, and we ask questions like, why is the light green? Why are the curtains blue? Asking those, you don't necessarily have to all come up with the same answer for those questions, but asking those questions is important. So you cut your teeth on books and even cartoon shows when you're younger, so that when you're faced with, I don't know, this narrative that Donald Trump is sending secret messages and is going to save the United States, you can be like, hey, wait a second. I think that's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what media literacy is. Like, you practice on fiction, but the important part is nonfiction and how you parse news and propaganda and interpret biases, and you're able to glean your own critical analysis of it without being told how to think.
Yeah, I want to add on. I want to add on to that too. That
same. You go first.
Well, yeah, well, like, yeah, you don't all have to come to the same interpretation of a piece of media, but being able to extrapolate from the text is important, and being able to understand what the text of a piece of media and the narrative is communicating to you is important, instead of just like making up whatever you think the meaning is and retroactively trying to like hammer that.
You need evidence. You need evidence for good media literacy.
That also teaches you critical thinking and logic. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Moreover,
and I think one thing too. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. You go ahead. I was gonna slightly change topics. You go ahead, Anthony.
Okay, so there's 2 things about media literacy I want to discuss. One is that there's a common idea that like people act like media literacy is like saying, "Oh, hey, the curtains are blue because it symbolizes the deep melancholy of the such and such." But like symbolism and ideology like that is usually way more straightforward. Like taking mind fall because it's post Halloween and I'm mourning the loss of October. Take the Fall of the House of Usher, for example. In the Fall of the House of Usher, there's a big crack in the side of the building, the house that the Ushers live in. Mm-hmm. The symbol there is that the House of Usher is crumbling, and it does crumble by the end of the story. And that reflects how in the narrative, the House of Usher, the family, crumbles apart in the narrative. Like, it's not particularly deep, but like, if you lacked media literacy, you would just read that allegory and go, wow, it's so strange. Why would Poe, what's the point of Poe talking about this big crack in the side of the house, or whatever. It's like very basic.
I would say that like it's more that like a lack of media literacy is like you wouldn't even ask the question. You know what I mean? You can have whatever interpretation you want to have as long as you can back it up with evidence.
Agreed.
But
and
like,
another
media literacy is that you don't even question it. You just take it for what it is and like don't think about it.
Agreed. And the other factor too, and this is an issue I think is actually worth discussing, is how, and I feel like Lily will probably mention this later too, because it feels like it's a lead topic she'd get hung up on. The fact that a lot of artists include imagery and ideas that you yourself may not align with and may not agree with. And the reason it's there is because the artist put them in the work. That's it. People talk about like the necessity of sex scenes in movies, for example. There's a whole big uproar about
Yeah, some people like
Oppenheimer.
sex. It's fine.
Yeah, some people like sex scenes. They're good. Sometimes they're great. Sometimes they're not.
They can have a narrative and character growing purpose as well.
Exactly. Like again, using Oppenheimer as a good example, because that recently was a big controversy. There's a whole bunch of people online saying, "Oh, I can't believe Oppenheimer had this full sex scene in it with Florence Pugh." Why people were upset with a sex scene involving Florence Pugh is anyone's guess. But the scene furthered the character development of the story of the characters, and it further pushed the narrative. It was actually a key plot point in the narrative. Or going back to an older example, using the movie I Spit on Your Grave, which was a very controversial grindhouse film from the 70s. This film drew a massive amount of controversy because it involved an extensive assault scene. I won't go any further in detail on that because it is very disturbing. But the movie's point was showing this horrible thing happens and this woman gets revenge. You had to show how awful it was so that when the revenge happened, you're totally on board no matter how cruel the revenge is. Because the
one that always comes to my mind is Guts and Casca in Berserk having their very chaste, loving sex scene after they've both been victims of assault and live in this brutal world and are both warriors. And that's a very important character building thing for them.
Agreed. Yeah. One of my favorite scenes
contrasted with Griffith and Casca as well.
Oh,
like that.
God,
yeah. Very, very juxtaposed, yes.
Yeah.
One of the best parts in Berserk is when Casca and Guts first are intimate with each other, and Guts, who's been up until this point, like, unfazed by any horror and violence, immediately gets like flinches and recoils the moment you get into that intimacy. Like, it's a real honest, sincere moment. Like, I think it's beautiful, but anyway.
Evangelion also has some really good imagery and sex scenes. Like I think that Evangelion has one of my favorite sex scenes ever, period. And it's the one between Kaji and Misato. You don't really see anything.
Yeah, I thought you were going
to say that. It's all off
screen.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to say that.
You don't really see anything, but it's supposed to, like, it's this moment of brevity for Misato and, like, showing this intimacy and her opening herself up to someone after being so closed off to everyone, and, like, letting herself be vulnerable. And then, like, a couple scenes later, Kaji is dead. And I don't think the Kaji being... It is the episode, isn't it? Yeah. It's the same episode.
No, it's the episode, and then the next episode, the flashback. Yeah. Nerve's history. So it's the episode right before Kaji gets. Okay. Anyway.
Anyway, my point is that I think that without that sex scene, Kaji's death would not have impact. It would not have left the same impact, especially on Misato's character arc.
And the fact that it's such a still frame, you get a sense of tension, even though nothing's happening. And something is going to come, and that this is the calm before. It's the post. It's after a horrible scene too, with the whole Shinji being absorbed. But it's a calm before the storm, and it's the perfect transition to the last act of the show, which is just so darkly depressing.
Yeah, you also get a lot of like really interesting sexual imagery in Evangelion that I think because sex is one of the themes in Eva. And sometimes that's like important, and maturity, and how that ties together, and I don't know. I just think that discounting sex as a topic to talk about, considering it's such a big part of a lot of people's lives, and it's such a vulnerable moment for people. I think discounting that is oh, you don't need to do that. It's well, it's part of the human experience, Lily. I'm asexual myself, so I get it. It's not that important to me. But on the other hand, it is important to other people, and I think, as people that might not care as much about sex, I don't know if Lily's ace. It seems like she's been kind of dropping hints that she might be on some sort of spectrum with regards to that.
Unfortunately, I've seen art leaked from her thumbnail of a very lewd nature, and I don't know if she's sex repulsed.
Anyway, sex repulsed and ace are two different things, but
exactly.
I think that as asexual people, we should still be empathetic and tune into that part of the human experience, even if we don't have those feelings necessarily.
True.
Yeah, because it is a very human experience for other people too. So and obviously. Imagine media covering the breadth of human experience and emotion and stuff. Imagine that.
Well, no wonder Lily doesn't get it.
Yeah, right?
Sorry, that was evil.
No, she deserves it because she barely has a soul. She hates art. She wants to destroy it. She can't understand normal human emotions. You know?
Stinky. Anyway,
On
that note,
I'm always a little meaner on my streams than you are. Poor Krim.
I mean, like, I've been.
We'll give him a cookie. We'll give him a cookie and sit him down.
Ants had to BRB.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Should I continue the video or should we?
Do we have? Yeah, it's like this lapse in spurging. He takes his chance.
Should we do a little tap dance? Actually, I should read the super chats while he's gone.
Yeah, read the super chats. There you go.
Is Krim and I tap dancing till he gets back? Okay, let's see. Where did I leave off? 20 Angry Ducks was saying, thanks for getting me through my retail job. That's great. Because on board says, what's wrong with Brutal Moose? I don't know. I think some people don't like him. Soraya reminded me of the fan art, which I did show, but I'll show again. What about me asking Lily if she's on the fucking moon? Because she had terrestrial jobs. And then this one where I said, Lily, you're Canadian! Let's see. I can't believe Psy is Kanye's debut album. I don't know exactly what that was a reference to. You guys are everything Lorch wants to be, but fails at being because she's a tree. She's a Riri Big. Okay, that makes sense. Shakespeare was garbage, and here's why. Ken is both. That y'all are cool. Thank you, Release Golden Soul. I'm not quite sure what that was a reference to. I'm here for the autism-fueled, well-informed rants. Well, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of those. Literally, the oldest recorded joke was a fart joke. Thank you, Mystic Blue. And I'm forgetting to read names, I'm sorry. The most accurate Romeo and Juliet is the one with the Leo DiCap and Romeo as Romeo and John Leguizamo as Thibaut. No joke, Romeo plus Juliet is the best adaptation. I mean, it's surprisingly accurate. It actually is.
I kind of love the anime version though from the 2000s.
Ooh, can I read out this? Can I read out this super chat
sure.
and address it?
Sure.
The timing of this video is a bit awkward given how Courtney called out you guys publicly for focusing on stuff like this rather than the allegations. I was actually talking to Malcolm about this the other day, and if I may, I'd like to read out what I said to him if I can. There it is.
Sure.
If I may.
Yeah,
all right. I can't say for everyone, but I'll give you my reason why I talk about this. If you expose Lily for her real crimes only and don't mention her rhetoric, the people that break away from her following are just going to fall for the next Lily Orchard-style grifter. Breaking down her takes, criticism, and analysis shows that her line of thinking is dangerous and aggressive. She does things like accuse Rebecca Sugar, a Jewish non-binary person, of being a pedophile. N.D. Stevenson, the trans mask creator of Nimona and writer of She-Ra, Princess of Power, of being an abuse fetishist. On a large scale, with bigger audiences, this sort of talk has done a lot of real damage. Breaking down her media takes serves two purposes. It teaches people to think for themselves and not to fall for the next scripter with an authoritative voice and a cult of personality. Plus, it presents the viewer with evidence of Lily's own dishonesty so that when you do bring up the dog fucking and the sister rape, you've already shown her to be unreliable and an outright liar that twists evidence to try and favor herself. That way, when you get to the bigger accusations, and again, these are all just opinions and allegations, like nothing has been proven, so this is all just our opinion. You have a consistent narrative built up of her lying. Moreover, it helps with regards to Courtney's accusations because there's less hard evidence for that. You need to establish that Courtney is more honest than Lily to garner empathy and trust for her, considering Lily is an established YouTuber. Lastly, you never know what someone's ladder up out of a high control group like Lily's fan base will be. Like, people are parts of cult-like religions and like high control groups and MLMs. And often those accusations of like misconduct and abuse will not convince those people to get out. It will be something small and innocuous that will shine a light that their narrative is unreliable and untruthful, and you'll realize the accusations were true and something you should take seriously. That's why I do it. I can't speak for everyone, but that's why I think it is important to talk about this. But also, like these are our YouTube channels. We can kind of talk about whatever we want to talk about.
Well, I'll address that too. I got no bad blood with Courtney, for the record. I mean, Courtney has her own.
Me neither. I like Courtney.
Courtney has
Courtney's
her own
great.
opinions. I like her just fine. We've butted heads a couple of times, but I mean that's to be expected. But my point has always been I am not qualified to talk about accusations of sexual abuse. I am not qualified to go into a deep dive on that. I have no experience myself with, being a survivor or anything, so I'm not comfortable with, like, really telling those stories. So I would rather go after, I started by going after Lily's media opinions. That's all I ever wanted to do. I didn't know the rest of this bullshit about her. But now that I know, I have been doing my part to help. I was, like, dancing around keeping her busy while the June video was being made, and I think June did an excellent job. I know Courtney wanted us to react to that, and I'm still thinking we could. I was still trying to figure out how to do a group setup like this, but I just don't know how much commentary there would be, because all you can say is like, yeah, Lily sure did that. She sure fucking did all that. Yeah, we know she did. But my dream, my absolute dream person to get their attention on this is Swoop. I would love Swoop to cover Lily's allegations. Swoop is a survivor. She's a very good documentarian. She does a lot of research. So if Courtney is ever hearing this, I would definitely love to help you get in contact with Swoop if I can. But I think she would be the perfect person to really get Lily's allegations out there, and she would take it very seriously, and she knows what she's doing.
Well, I can speak to that as well from my perspective. As someone who is I don't want to get too personal, but I am a survivor of assault.
Yeah.
And, personally, I would feel very uncomfortable someone telling my story for me. So I'm not going to tell someone else's story for them, because that to me would be invasive to what I'm comfortable with. And I don't want to get details wrong. I don't want to be like, sound trivializing. I don't want to turn someone's experiences into like content. For me, that feels like a line too far.
Yeah, because like Krim and I were originally going to do Lily's drama video, but then when it came out, we were like, this isn't something that should be entertainment. This isn't something we should be using as a source of entertainment and japes and that sort of thing. But I've always considered myself an entertainer first and foremost. So
yeah,
and for me,
yeah, exactly.
Sorry, for me, good. I want to. I have had an issue with the way that we just take people like Lily. And like I've covered some other people like Matt Pat and even Anita Sarkeesian on my channel, because I don't like how we just take their word as the gospel truth. Or someone like Matt Pat, who like I feel like maybe is not always engaging honestly with the works that he covers.
I will never forgive him for his "don't hug me, I'm scared" theory, making people like make it way
and
too
how
literal.
Exactly, and then everybody started taking it literally because of him. Like when I watched "Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared," it was this silly little like indie project that I watched when I was going to art school. Like it wasn't really supposed to be taken all that literally. You can sure be like, oh yeah, that kind of says something about like children's media, or like, isn't it fucked up that happened? Like, there's so many different readings on that thing. Like, but taking it literally, it's just like I feel like he takes things too literally. Like it's frustrating, and it shapes the way that fandoms talk about media when you have as much of a reach as someone like Matt Pat. Or you've got someone like Quentin Reviews, and like I have nothing against the guy like personally, but he like dresses himself up as a video essayist, and you click it and it's just like, oh, he's just giving a synopsis of the thing. And then it's like, well, yeah, of course your things are getting taken down, like your streams and stuff are getting taken down, or not your streams, but your videos are taken down because you're literally just telling the story of the thing you're covering. You're not like adding anything to it feels like. And I feel like there's like a lot of people that do quote unquote video essays that's just what they're doing.
And I think also
just giving synopsises.
And I think also it's worth mentioning too that like, my engagement with other critics is to engage their critical arguments. I am talking to Lily as a critic, as in academia we talk to other critics. I even addressed, granted I should have been a little more sober when doing it on Monday, but I even addressed with Jar his critical opinion, Just a Robot, to analyze his critical opinions. Granted, I think I didn't do a good enough job at that because he drives you to drink. Just listen to him speak. But it's like this is a discussion about media, and I think the thing also people forget is that Lily got her audience because people believed she was authoritative, that she was an authority. By deconstructing that core conceit, you actually do get to the point of why people listen to her. People think that she's special or intelligent or very, very clever, and I'm not saying she's not intelligent. That I really can't be the judge of. I can't be the judge of that, really.
No.
I have my thoughts. But I'm not going to say them right now.
Yeah.
Until later in the video, which pissed me off too much. But I do think it's important that if you have an argument, you can argue with it. And people have argued what I say. Many people have argued against what I've said. And that's cool. That's good even. You should be able to argue with someone. You should be able to disagree. You should be able to engage. And those ideas should be part of a greater conversation about media. I don't think you should necessarily debate everyone. That's not always productive, but you should at least be able to engage with other people's ideas and accept that people will engage with your ideas back. I think someone making a response to someone's ideas is a big form of flattery. It shows that, hey, someone was interested enough in your ideas enough to respond to them, and people wanted to listen to your response to them. That to me is a big positive. It's not a negative, I don't think. But Lily sees them as attacks. Granted, we criticize her more often than not, but exactly. She sees the engagement of discussion as an attack when it's just that, an engagement. But her thinking of it that they're an attack makes people more interested in people responding to her points more. It's like a vicious cycle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I also think that part of I don't want to speak for Courtney. I understand why she's a little bit frustrated though. I think what she wants is that she wants to kind of give her perspective on some of the things that June has said.
100%.
I think that's fair, and I understand that. I think she has more subscribers than I do, actually. But I think, for example, Sai has a lot more subscribers than she does, and I understand her wanting to get her perspective out there, especially because critically June did not speak to her. He never reached out to her.
No, he didn't.
Nope. I think that was a mistake. That's a big criticism I have for June. He talked about her, and even if he decided, actually, I'm not going to use a lot of this content, or actually, I'm going to cut this down, I'm going to trim it down. The fact that he didn't reach out to Courtney in I assume the desire to seem more rational by talking to Brittany, who is a little bit more distanced from what happened with her and Lily. I think that was a little stinky of him. I don't agree with that. I think he should have spoken to Courtney at least.
Agreed. I agree with that fully. The fact that Courtney was completely left out of that video, but some of her video content was included, that strikes me as very I don't know, especially because she was very eager to talk about it. That's the thing. It wasn't like she was didn't want to be mentioned. And if you watch June's other videos, he does reach out to the victims of the YouTubers in question in other cases. So it just struck me as very off-putting from that alone.
Yeah, I can't possibly speculate on the reason why though. So, but it is a little odd.
Yeah, that's the problem. Anyway. I can't speculate as to why, but no,
I don't like that he didn't do it. I don't like that he didn't reach out to her, but still used her content.
That's completely fair. Yeah, that's completely fair.
Because that's been an issue with Courtney, is people have been telling her story for her and editorializing her in a way that I don't think is fair.
Yeah, 100% agree with that.
100% fair.
And again, that's the thing. I think with the whole call out, Courtney's very frustrated for very good reasons. And, I don't think I'm the best person to tell her story for her.
Exactly.
She is the best person to tell her own story. I've done what I can in small ways to promote that story, but I don't feel comfortable or confident speaking for Courtney in any video I make, because Courtney should tell Courtney's story. I can't tell Courtney's story.
Well, we could still
But
do
that
the
being
June
said,
video, or at least we could do the part.
Oh, yeah.
I would gladly do the part of the June video that she wants to talk about. If she wants to talk about the parts that he got wrong,
Yeah, 100%.
I just don't find the whole video worth a stream, especially since, god damn it, Malcolm already did it 4 hours after it came out.
Yeah, Malcolm, god damn it. What is with you, Malcolm?
That's why that's his name. God damn it, Malcolm. Anyway, I'm gonna finish reading the super chats after we went on that whole tangent, and then we'll get back to the video, I guess.
Yeah, but it was a good tangent. That was a necessary point.
Well, that was a very good point. You brought the super chatter brought it up. So somebody's going back to the Shakespeare thing, saying much ado about nothing is slang. Nothing is slang for pussy.
Yeah, well, what you do about nothing was a sex joke. That the word is a sex in England. Nothing was a euphemism for vagina back in the day.
Because on board says, as someone who gets tired of people being too good for superhero movies, the contrast between Shakespeare and now makes me feel better. Yeah. Big Man Some says, first time watching your stream side, I just want to say you three are awesome. Thank you. John Williams said, Mozart made a song called Lick Me in the Butt. The latter is something more vulgar than YouTube will block it, so couldn't say the real thing. Release Golden Heart Soul says, Lily will never debate, debunk, or react to anyone. She is the person to say slurs when she starts losing. She can form a good thought train to debunk someone, and she'll do both if she tries to react. Yeah, I know. Like, it would be funny, though, to see Lily try to react to one of my videos back. It would be pretty fucking funny. And I'm sorry,
I still offer an open challenge here to debate me.
I will debate her.
Liberal!
I will debate her on a third party's channel that we both agree to, who can moderate it. I will do that.
Agreed. 100%. Same here. That's my challenge.
She'll never agree to it.
She'll never agree to it.
Sorry we missed your super chat earlier because I'm bored, because I'm trying to just... Cause I can't have them reading out over us talking. It'll just be a cacophony of nonsense. So, somebody says, blue curtains mentioned. Fire. Lily made a video where she complains about how mean people are being to her for being extremely media illiterate for 30 minutes. I just saw a video on hair symbolism, says Mystic Blue. Chibi Risa says, my personal issue with literacy tends to be that it's treated as law. If you don't explore other avenues, you're a horrible dumbass for your curiosity. That's true. Some people do treat it like it's a hard rule, which it's really not.
It depends on the work. Some interpretations are just wrong. Sometimes.
I also want to say that, like, I was gonna bring this up earlier and then we got sidetracked. But from the working with children perspective, there are some significant issues that are impacting the development of children right now, but this has been a problem going on for a while, and it's because of, sorry to get political, you guys, sorry Sai, I know it's your channel and you don't like talking about politics, but capitalism fucking sucks, if you didn't know that, and it's heavily impacting the time that parents spend with children and helping their development. It's impacting schools because schools get more funding if they pass people. So people like Lily are being pushed through school. Moreover, there is actually people ooh, the iPad baby, he like that's a thing. You guys are so cringe for saying iPad baby, but there is actually something that giving small children iPads does. So if you around toddler age is when children start to develop fine motor skills and pincer movement, which means picking up small objects. That's why you give them blocks and you give them pencils to scribble with. It's a very important part of the development of children. But if you give them an iPad, unlike when somebody, say mine and Anthony's age or Sai's age, were given toys or a controller for a video game, you still need to use pincer movement for that. You still need to be able to hold the controller and manipulate the buttons. With iPads, what happens is kids just are slapping at the screen. They don't have to be particularly good at it to entertain themselves. They can just swipe or smack or there's no pincer movements going on. And how that ends up affecting them is that by the time they get to play school and preschool and kindergarten, they can't hold pencils, which means they can't learn how to write, which means that they struggle reading and expressing themselves artistically. and that, of course, will delay their development. That those years between like toddlerhood and like kindergarten are so important for developing those skills that even just an event like, for example, a global pandemic that lasts a year or two when everything gets shut down and like it disrupts their lives can like affect them for the rest of their lives. You know? So that's why right now people are talking about media literacy because of the pandemic, because of the way we're utilizing technology without really understanding how it impacts children. And like, again, this has been an issue for basically as long as the television has been a thing. And parents have been sitting their kids down in front of the TV and like letting it be a babysitter. But because of late stage capitalism and because of how children's development is being arrested, it's having a bigger impact now than it ever has before. And that is something that is being measured in academic circles and in schools and in child psychology. Which Lily would know nothing about because she is not, in fact, a psychologist.
Well,
she does not have a psychology degree.
She pretends to with the Iris and Kira stuff because she hates the child psychologist that did her as a kid. But actually, that's another thing. The thing about Lily's media criticism is all wrapped up in her personal feelings and her personal bullshit and her history and what she wants to be true about herself and the world. So you can actually learn a lot about Lily and how truthful she may be about her allegations from the way she talks about things in media, because it all always ties back to herself every time, every single time.
Yeah, and it's
you know, actually incredible.
I'm not like an educator, so I can't speak to the specifics of, well, at least not currently an educator, about the iPad generation and all that. But like, you know, you see people. I can speak to the parents not being. You know, a lot of parents, they're not there for their kids, not because the jobs demand they have to show up, and you know they can't take a day off, they can't take time off, and a lot of parents themselves may not be as well educated as other people can be, and you get a lot of people who are just not educating and dealing with the education of the children, especially with homeschooling going up in.
Well,
which is very dangerous, I think, in some ways.
Also, this idea that parents are raising their kids alone and isolated is very new. Like, that's not something that is historically how humans developed and grew.
It probably isn't how we're meant to be socially organized either, because we're simians, we're apes. We probably are supposed to be doing communal child rearing.
And we're also speaking from like I'm also speaking from like the Anglosphere side of things. I can't speak for what's happening in other parts of the world, but in the Anglosphere, specifically in North America, like these are the issues, and I can only speak to that because that's all I have. That's all I have experience with.
And apparently Lily is trying to stream snipe us right now. We have 1,200 people just on YouTube right now.
She's trying to stream snipe us.
She's trying to stream snipe us. She just started streaming. The whole chat's screaming. The whole chat's going, Lorch is live. I repeat, Lorch is live.
I don't think that there's a lot. I don't think there's a lot of overlap in our audience.
All right, I'm gonna try to read the rest of the super chats now, and then we'll get back to the video.
Yeah.
All right, good point. We can pause for a while.
All right, Miles said made 3 videos criticizing Lily. Apparently not enough to get her attention. Well, hey, keep trying. To quote Shinji, "What's an Ava? Is that some kind of Freudian thing?" Yes, the Shinji rants.
I love the Shinji rants. Bless Spike. I love you, Spike.
The timing
one just wanted me on Twitter about nothing, and I'm like,
it's the one we were talking about, Courtney. Okay, we got Titus Andronicus is the best Shakespeare play. I probably pronounced that wrong.
No, Titus Andronicus is an amazing
Andronicus, I'm so educated.
Titus Andronicus is the origin of the your mom joke. It has the first your mom joke in English literature, and it's amazing.
See, guys, pop culture has always been like this. They just act like the historical stuff is more serious and important. You see?
It also has Shakespeare's highest body count. I think 20 or 30 people die in that play. like 7 in the last scene. It's great.
Ian Coyne asks if Krim is the demon, Ant is the man. Does that make Sai the angel among you three?
The angle?
No.
Yeah, he did say angle. No, it's we're the devil and the other devil on Ant's shoulders. Obviously,
we're
there's
corrupting
an
him.
angle.
We're like the little demons poking him with pitchforks. He's already in hell, you guys. This is the bad place.
this is hell. All right, my streams are
We
definitely
have Lily
hell.
here. It is hell.
Yes. LK Sun says, sending love for y'all, having to deal with Lily Orger to enjoy the content. Well, we're all enjoying ourselves right now, I hope. Sorry to be off topic, but the thumbnail got me to click. Is that a take on We Can't Dance? Yeah, the tour photos from Genesis?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
What was the other one you were thinking of using?
I can't remember now, but I had seen I had gotten reminded of the Genesis one in a meme recently, and I said, wouldn't that be funny? I just needed a pose for the three of us.
My spouse, I showed my spouse the thumbnail, and they were like, so Aunt, why are you like, is everyone you stream with like tiny, like, like feet tall? I'm like, yeah, basically.
And then Golden Heart Soul's just asking, about Courtney, saying, I don't know. We don't know why June never called her, but that's not something for us to speculate on, really. Ian did again, said, I will pay you $100 to read How the Grinch Stole Christmas, which changes to How the Lorch Tried to Ruin Media Literacy. I mean, if we can come up... You guys
Send me
can
that
write
and I'll
that.
rewrite it.
Yeah,
Yes, I can rewrite that.
If you want to rewrite that, I can perform it, sure.
Yeah, why not? It'd be fun. I can do that. Send me $100 and then send Sai $100 for reading it.
Big Man Sam says, I think Matt Pat's made mistakes and has a somewhat toxic fan base, but I don't think he deserves to be talked about in the same breath as Lily. That's fair.
No, God, no. There's no comparison.
Miss Jasmine says, responding to Lily's media takes can also help her fans realize how much bullshit she spews regularly, and that might help them leave her. Yes.
We've seen that firsthand.
Mystic Blue saying, Lily is alive. I repeat, she is live.
God.
Denmark says, this isn't even EFAP. This is just semi-related conversation with Lorch looking horrified in the background.
Oh God, she is looking horrified. She looks mortified.
Petunia Meadows is here. 40 minutes, and the conversation is simultaneously off topic yet better than the original video.
Wait till we get to them talking about us. Wait till we get to them
we
talking
haven't
about
even
us.
gotten there yet. Space Frog said, got here a few minutes ago. See, we're only 2 minutes into Lily's video, so we're looking at about an 8-hour stream, right? Probably. Eldritch Lily is here. Making fun of Lily does stop the young and vulnerable from taking her seriously. It is true. Judy says, you say late stage capitalism, I say hyper capitalism / cyber feudalism.
Oh, Jesus.
Cyber feudalism sounds kind of amazing.
I like that one. I like that one.
I think we should make a cyberpunk book that's just cyber feudalism. That sounds amazing.
Dude, okay, yeah, we're stealing your idea, man. We're gonna write a book now.
just Neuromancer and Ghost in the Shell, but with knights and kings. We're good.
All right, guys. As long as I get to make a self insert of myself dating the emotionally vulnerable one who depends on me completely.
Did you
know,
have,
that's
like,
what
did you have 50 in your head to choose from and you had to like cycle through them there?
It sounds like it.
I was trying to like describe what Lily does in her stories. She does like the self insert that's a total badass, and then like that's paired off with like the emotionally dependent sister.
Well, I mean she does go a lot, so you got that right.
Yeah, I also have a speech impediment. Sorry.
No, I'm just giving you shit. Have some soup, Lily. Go and watch Evangelion. Someone says my favorite Romeo and Juliet is West Side Story. Yes, Master Clockwork based.
It is definitely a decent one.
Yeah.
Although that being said, though, the best is actually Lion King 2. Take West Side Story's name out of your mouth.
Are you secretly a furry?
I am not
secretly.
I'm not saying that.
Have you seen his werewolf video thumbnail?
I drew that.
Yeah. I did pay
You're both furries. That makes sense.
No, I'm just a furry for pay. Anyway, Aurora Moonbeam says, just realized the hilarity of the fact that I just made and served myself soup. Yes, everybody have some soup. Golden Heart Soul
Dan the man's
again.
in the chat.
Yeah. Go watch Dad play Pokemon. I might not be back. Good night. Good night, Golden Heart Soul. You're probably not even listening anymore, but good night. You're a mean one, Mrs. Lorch, says Hydrick. Big Man Sum says, how much money to get Lily to watch Evangelion? I mean, Aunt tried!
I offered $700 for Lily to watch Evangelion, and
that
she
wasn't
refused.
That wasn't enough.
Was not enough. Wasn't enough. And I'm not willing to pay more than that. That was the maximum.
Yeah, that's so, it's so funny you say that because like he literally tried.
And then like less than a week after I offered it, she copyright struck 5 of my videos.
Yeah, and then she didn't think the quiet one with glasses was gonna go on the fucking warpath, but here you are.
Listen, if you piss me off, I will never relent. That's how it is.
It was way stupider for her to like copyright strike you than me. I don't got any power. You got connections.
Well, the thing is, the reason why I got that email that the one fan sent all the other YouTubers is because I'm nice to everyone and people like me generally. Like maybe they may not be like my best friend in the world, but they're kind of like, yeah, you're a cool dude. Hey, here's something I just saw. You may want to look into this.
Like, I got this like they trying to throw you under the bus with other YouTubers, and immediately they're like, hey, Ant, you see this crazy bullshit I got about you?
Within an hour, I got a message from, I'm not going to say who, but it was one of the people emailed, who had been talking with another person emailed, and they both were like, yeah, let's just send this to
All right, I got a few more super chats before we get back into it. So Nick Wolf said, shoulder side to Ant, right here is where the angel would appear to tell you to stop, but bitch, we slapped that mofo, so it's smooth sailing. And the Mystic Blue says, badass, and Cousin Board says, Ant, are you a theater kid? You give me those vibes.
You know, I have done theater occasionally, but I was more of a
I love
nerd.
theater.
I do love theater kid. I was a bit of a
theater kid. I think streamers being theater kids is like no surprise.
Yeah, we like to perform. Imagine we might have been a little bit theater kids. Yeah. And then the last one was, you have a better alternative to capitalism. Obviously, cyber feudalism.
Cyber feudalism is pretty good.
Cyber feudalism is where it's at.
Will, you do not want to get me started on that.
Also,
no, you don't, because we need to watch this fucking video.
Yeah, you really don't want us to get into like that discussion, because we will go in directions you don't want to hear us talk about.
Someone in Twitch is trying to do an impression of Lily, but I don't have time to read it now. Okay, let's try to get back into the video. It's been like half an hour.
Wait, were we watching a video? I forgot about that.
Yeah, right.
Bad. Okay, so this isn't anything new, if we're being honest. Hardcore fans of basically everything have always shouted down contrary opinions with shit like, you just don't get it.
Yeah, Lily, that's what I'm going to be saying over and over again when you do your fucking Dragon Age video. So Lily is going to do a video on Dragon Age now, and she doesn't understand. She doesn't understand. If she thinks I'm crazy about Steven Universe, she cannot challenge me. Even my best friend's husband has been trying to challenge me on Dragon Age, and he is losing and falling on his face every single time.
I'm not even going to attempt to challenge you on Dragon Age, though I will play Dragon Age Inquisition again.
Yes.
Ask you for more details.
There's a really funny tweet though that goes, Dragon Age fans do the opposite of gatekeeping. We're a fucking cult. And it's true. Anyway, let's get on with the video. I can't talk about Dragon Age because then we really will be here all night.
Or you need to spend at least 100 hours, or BRB reporting this for promoting terrorism for years. It's been the status quo of the internet since a bunch of pedophiles got kicked off Something Awful and created 4chan. But
what? 4chan's based on 2chan, which is from Japan.
Yeah.
American remake of a Japanese
Something
site.
Awful didn't have a schism with 4chan. What the fuck are you talking about?
There's a lot of overlap between those two sites.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of overlap. Obviously, Something Awful... Wait, which one came first? I always think Something Awful's older.
Well, it depends. Do you mean 2chan or 4chan? Because I think
2chan. 4chan came after Something Awful. It must have.
Yeah, because 2chan precedes all of them, but Something Awful comes before 4chan. I think.
I just want to read a super chat that is very poignant. Lily, skip. Ah, come on! Like, she was literally skipping through dialogue. Like, shut up, Lily.
Yeah, she'll even skip through like character choice dialogue that she's supposed to be doing. She'll just spacebar hammer, and then she says the characters are shallow.
Girl, she freaking spacebarred hammered through a visual novel. Fucking the dialogue is all there is. What are you doing?
Was that Slay the Princess?
These characters
she
are
just
so...
wants to be.
Yeah.
Was that Slay the Princess?
She wants to be known. She wants to be known as someone that played those games. She doesn't really actually want to play them. She just wants to be known as somebody who has played them, so that she looks smarter.
It's weird.
It's like one of those idiots who has like a really big bookshelf filled with books just to look like they've read a lot of books. When real bookshelves, when they've read a lot, the books are messy and all over the place because you have to take them off the shelves to read them.
That's exactly what my bookshelf looks like.
Yeah, because it's like a hurricane goes through.
All my books are creased and the spines are falling apart.
Because you read them.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. I
That's a
hate
good point.
you know someone's book when their bookshelf is like the perfect color coordinated, exactly how it should be. You're like, no. Those books should be half falling off the shelves. Hell, during this stream, a book I put on the shelf just fell down. It's far enough away from the mic you didn't hear it, but like the board I used for my Rama video is now knocked over. I'm grateful it didn't hit my camera, but it's just
I relate to this heavily, actually.
right. It's like basic things, man.
All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. We know she skips cutscenes in video games though, because she's the worst.
But ever since the internet moved on from its primitive roots, ditching the rage comics in favor of Wojaks apparently, there's been an effort from the biggest punching bags of the internet to rebrand themselves as intellectuals, and thus all the usual
Lily, that's you.
Yeah.
Yes,
This is like
the three of
embarrassing at this point, really.
The three of us. Anthony literally just hit 50,000. Sai is at what, 14, 15,000? Girl,
12.5.
Am
Yeah,
I?
12.5k. Yep.
I'm barely at 1.6 thousand.
You're getting
Like,
there, Krim.
I'm not.
I
What
think
are you
I'm at
talking about?
12.5k. Don't
Yeah.
give me too much credit.
What?
Look,
I was
the
like,
thing
am I
is,
at 15k?
we're at 12.5k.
Yeah.
Which is good, and both those are great. Those are still more than most people ever get.
Dude, I went from 180 subs to 12.5k in 10 fucking months.
Yeah, and it's like
I haven't even been a YouTuber for an entire year. Can you guys believe that?
Same. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're not the big hitters here. Like, we're just, you know.
Well,
Yeah,
we
we're
are in the Lily sphere, according to her. I mean, look how many fucking people are here.
There's a lot of people watching, but I just find it funny because like Lily is the person who collectively everyone has made fun of. Well, not made fun of, but her takes have been criticized for many years by many people. And she's the one saying that other people are the punching bags.
I know.
You would think she'd exercise some empathy towards people. You know, like if you're the person who gets targeted so often, you would want to reach out to people. Like I've spoken to YouTubers who are people who've been criticized, who have been targeted by harassment
I
campaigns.
mean, you have been targeted by harassment yourself, haven't you?
100%.
Can I bring everybody's attention to the what's on screen right now? And let me hold on. I need to find something. Just give me.
All right, while you're getting
1
that,
second.
I'll just finish my point. The people who have been criticized online are sometimes the most empathetic people around, you know, because it's like they're like, hey man, listen. When I had my a while back, Mahler and his crew covered with my videos, which was what it's his right, he's allowed to. But like, I had people reach out and say, hey, listen, you're gonna get a lot of trolls in the next couple of weeks. Just chill out. You're good. You're on the right course. Here's what you can improve upon. Here's what you're doing right. Basic empathy, basic sympathy towards the situation, based just purely on, hey, I've been through something similar. Don't take it personally. You're doing fine. Here's how you can improve. Basic constructive criticism, but also honest response.
I think I said to you, they're gonna get bored in a week. They'll
100%. And most did. But like, my point is, I think I'll finish my point real quick.
What do you got for me, Krim?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I keep babbling.
Let Anthony finish.
Yeah, my point is that you'd think Lily, after being criticized so often, would exercise empathy towards people who are the punching bags online, but she doesn't because she has no empathy. That's my point. That was my whole point. That she's just lacks empathy.
Yeah, Lily lacking empathy. Fork found in kitchen.
Can do is put you to sleep. Also, I
He
just saw
did.
Hang on, I have a very important message. There was someone who just told me they didn't realize I was the one doing the Olivia Wani Hug That Gator clips.
Yes, I'm the unofficial official voice of Olivia, apparently. It came from my streams of the game, don't ask me.
I love it.
All right, so I sent something in our little collab chat. If you,
okay,
I made this post on October 16th, and I want you to compare and contrast this this image with the
wait, where is it?
It's in the collab chat conversation.
If you hit the speech bubble on Discord.
Oh, I didn't know there was a chat room attached to them now. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah.
So if you compare this frame with this post that I made,
The I'm not owned, I continue to insist as I slowly shrink and transform into a corn cob, yes.
Yes, and then like look at the frame that we're paused on.
Yeah, and you posted this October 16th. I mean, it's a meme that's been around, but the fact that you did it and then she immediately did it, I mean, it's like how people say she's copying me. Like, she's playing Dragon Age, she's finally playing music on her streams, you know? She's actually taking my advice sometimes.
Wait a second, y'all.
I noticed a few things where she copies us, so...
Y'all, are you implying that Lily Orchard plagiarizes? It's wild how...
She plagiarizes, you know.
What did you say last week where...
I love how in your video, Ant, you used a clip of me flashing back to myself.
It's a shot of you flashing back to you, flashing back to Lily, who's flashing back to the writer from Medium she plagiarized.
I know, it's great.
It's fantastic.
Anyway, sorry, what are you saying?
No, I was saying, am I saying that Lily plagiarizes? No. Would I blame anyone for coming to that conclusion based purely on her actions? No.
Yeah. I feel like you plagiarized that one from someone else.
Comes back to bite you in the ass all the time, Lily.
That's one of my favorite bits. I'm sorry.
Using her own words against her, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's funny to me. It's funny.
I'm gonna hit play to see if we can get through a little bit more of this video.
Wars have been replaced with hysterical moaning about media literacy. Well, media literacy ain't dead or dying, and I can fucking prove it.
First speech.
Oh god, this is I'm gonna get hit with a wall of Trekkie spurting.
Okay, Grim, are you ready?
Do your stretches, get ready, yeah.
Let's fucking go, Ant.
Denied.
Time, it's boy time, it's bro time.
Let's take probably the most infamous example of the death of media literacy, the right-wing Star Trek fan. On the surface, this is an obvious case of no media literacy. Star Trek is one of the most unapologetically leftist shows.
So
she's only saying this because Jesse Gender made fun of her in a video for
absolutely,
30 seconds.
Absolutely.
Jesse Gender, who's a massive Star Trek fan.
Lily will go after the media she thinks is like the most important thing to use. Probably why she's been going after Utena. Now she's trying to go after Dragon Age, because that's actually more important to me than Utena.
Yeah. Lily, good luck going after Evangelion. I wait.
Lily can't do anything to Dragon Age.
Lily, what I hope is that Lily goes after Evangelion and rips off like some writers quoted on Wikipedia on the Evangelion wiki page, and then I find out when I read this, I'm like, wait a second, that looks familiar. And I go through my old articles because I've been cited on the Wikipedia page for Evangelion and its associated pages. And I find that Lily ripped my words off to criticize me and my opinions on Evangelion. That would be so funny, and I would love that.
Yes, please. That would be amazing. Lily, do an Eva video.
All right.
Eva, whatever.
All right. Here's.
Well, let's just point out she is her thesis here is that right wingers who like Star Trek are media illiterate. This is what she's setting up here.
Here's my big fat take. I don't agree with that. I think that anybody who can critically look at a piece of media and come off with their own analysis backed up with evidence has media literacy. Just because I don't agree with them doesn't mean that there's a media literacy problem. I would say that maybe their evidence isn't as good. But, you know.
I'm going to have a hot take and say that... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was going to say I kind of agree with you on that one. I think the big thing would be how well the evidence holds up with examples and how much they're ignoring to get to that conclusion. Because sometimes you may have to ignore, if you're right wing and you say, I enjoy Star Trek because I like the characters or because I like this idea. Yeah, okay. Not right wing belief isn't a monolith. It's a gradient there.
Also, let's not forget the biggest fans of Star Trek back in the day were like families and women. Mm-hmm. Now, yes, there are a lot of like right-wing men or like conservative men that like Star Trek. And Lily, I know you know about this concept before because you talked about it and made this really odd choice to frame this conversation around incest. But what you're talking about right now is the Overton window. So at the time, Star Trek was considered extremely progressive. In the modern lens, looking back at Star Trek now, yes, even a progressive like myself, I'm about as far left as you can go, has some issues with some of the political statements that Star Trek makes.
Mhm.
That doesn't mean that it wasn't progressive for the time. Moreover, part of media literacy is taking the things that were made in the context that they were made. Like that's really important.
Yeah, 100%.
No, I agree 100%. Somebody else pointed out, like, isn't Jessie Gender leftist? It's like, doesn't matter to
Yes.
Lily. If anyone criticizes Lily, they're an alt-righter now. That's how it
Yeah.
works to her. That's how it
And-
fucking works to her.
Oh, and of course you see the thing is that when we criticize Lily, who is a trans woman, we're trans women misogynists. When Jessie criticizes Lily, she's a whiny bitch that is basically just you shouldn't believe her, and she's a little baby and you shouldn't take her seriously. Like things that aren't classic misogyny. Like that's definitely not things that are like perpetuated around women that men don't like. And I'm not misgendering Lily here, because women do perpetuate internalized misogyny constantly, and often women will tear each other down even more viciously than men do, because they're encouraged to like police one another.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're,
So-
they're socially rewarded for it. We always get to hear that women are
Exactly.
crazy and all hate each other, so they expect that's how we're supposed to behave. And it's like, no, that's bullshit.
If you want a great movie that talks about how women attack each other and themselves more than the systems of power that control them, watch
say more, but-
watch The Substance. The Substance, which just came out this year. Watch The Substance. If you take away anything from this stream, it's to watch The Substance. I'm calling out right now. This has nothing to do with anything else anyone's talking about. I'm just saying, watch it. It's fantastic. Okay,
I'm gonna say,
that's my piece.
Ant has an obscure piece of film for like every topic.
It came out. It just came out like a few months ago.
Well, I never fucking heard of it.
It's so great. You get to see Demi Moore, and you get to watch Dennis Quaid eat eat shrimp in the most disgusting scene in the whole
I wanna
movie.
see that.
It is so foul, and the movie itself has some of the most grotesque things you can imagine on it. And him eating shrimp is the grossest part of that fucking movie, because it zooms into his mouth and he's chewing. Like, it's nasty. Yeah, watch The Substance. It's great. I see some people in
God.
chat saying,
Well,
some people in
they-
chat get it. They
in the
know what I'm
chat
saying.
cheering, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great because it's good.
My comment on women, and this is the last I'll do on this topic. Bitches are awesome. I love it when women are bitches. Yippee! I think more women should be bitches. Let's go.
Let's go, bitches.
Let's do it.
let's try to get through the goddamn Star Trek section and see how wrong she is.
In the universe, it's a show about racial diversity and fully automated luxury communism in space. But it's also a show about how a strictly American-coded organization staffed predominantly by white men
Can you pause
is the
just for
benevolent-
1 second?
Mm.
Fully automated luxury space communism is a dog whistle. Just
What?
saying.
For what?
Also-
It's a dog whistle, and she probably picked it up from her fucking brother and the chuds she hangs out with.
Also,
It's a
Isn't-
chud dog whistle.
Really? For what, though?
Isn't like Vulcans
It's-
aren't American?
No.
No.
I was gonna
But the fully automated like freaking luxury
Scotty
space
is
capitalism
Scottish.
it's
Scotty is
basically
Scottish.
saying it's basically saying that the ideal that leftists pursue is foolish and they'll never obtain it, and basically what they're doing is useless and you should listen to them. Like it's
Oh.
basically just a dog whistle for calling leftists ridiculous.
It's definitely a
Wait,
dog
wait,
whistle because I
Chekhov,
didn't
that was
even.
Russian.
I just thought it
I'm
was her
sorry.
trying to make a bad joke. I think what she means is like it's structured like an American organization was. But yeah, the whole point of Star Trek was it's a diverse crew from all over the world. Brr, brr, you know.
No, she
was so
she
fucking
is
woke.
using. It's literally like fully automated luxury space capitalism is literally just a dog whistle.
Yeah,
So that's like a phrase people say.
It's a phrase. It's an actual phrase. Yes.
I've never heard that phrase, but I fully believe that sounds.
But that's why it's a dog whistle because we don't fucking know what it means and we never heard it before.
wild.
Probably doesn't fucking know it. She probably doesn't fucking know. But
Well,
it
she's
just I kind
echoing
of think
what
it
people say
speaks.
around her.
Well, it speaks for the kind of people that she pals around with. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's
like-
like Chris Chan. She's just repeating something her conservative relative said.
Exactly. But even like going back to the topic with Star Trek, fully American, you got You got Scotty. You got Chekhov. You got Spock, who is not from any human country. He's a Vulcan. You got and again, like, even ignoring the fact that yes, it is American centric, they still made an effort to try to, at that time, incorporate different human culture into the Enterprise. And it's just one ship in the original series. In the later series, they actually go into other cultures entirely. It's just, oh my god. Okay. Sorry.
Moreover, the reason that it's mostly white men is because that was who was acting like that. Like, it was really hard for women and people of color and black people to get like stable jobs as actors. Like,
yeah. So the fact that George Takei and I forget Ahura's real name, the actress
Nichols.
Okay. Nichelle Nichols, right, okay.
Yep.
I blanked for a second.
Yeah, Nichelle Nichols. Yeah. Honestly, unfortunately, I always get her first name. I always want to say Michelle because I'm just bad at reading, I guess.
Yeah.
But no, it's Nichelle Nichols.
Yeah.
Also, like, the Federation is clearly the United Nations, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't even think that, like conservatives think that it's, I'm pretty sure they also know that it's United Nations.
I mean, the original series was not fucking subtle.
Well, no, and the original series also was trying to be a Western in space. It was trying to be like a wagon trail Western where they go from place to
Kirk
place.
is basically Clint Eastwood, you know?
Well, the thing with the wagon trail Western also was that it was outside of American civilization where things could just go without oversight. So, like, even framing it as an American story, it's kind of defeating the purpose because the whole point of that was to go beyond what we currently have. So the more unusual it was, the more interesting it would be in the story. And especially in the original series, you go to a planet that was like a parody of American society or a parody of something from history or something that would take a convention that we accept and invert it in some way. And that was the point. And that can be appealing to a left or right audience. I think when you get to Next Generation, it gets more leftist, but even then, even that was so progressive.
I guess we'll just have to see where she's going with this, you guys. So just scream when you want me to pause again.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Peacekeeper of the world, single-handedly holding up galactic stability, surrounded on all sides by cartoonish depictions of African people, Jewish people, and...
Pause. The Federation isn't upholding stability. They are just like they're just like a unified group of like 3 alien races, especially in the original series. Also, they're not fucking space cops, especially in the original series.
Why are you completing Klingons from the later movie?
I don't even know
with
Star Trek
the
that
original
well. I know
series Star Trek.
They're just going to. They're not fucking space cops. Literally, part of it's like to go to no place. Wow.
Yeah, to go.
I can't even
fucking. No man has gone before.
Exactly. The whole point is to explore. To boldly go.
And like even then, like the Ferengi. Okay, so they mentioned. So do something really quickly. They talk about Klingons, Ferengi, and
she's trying to poison the well, saying they're all racist stereotypes, like in her precious Star Wars.
Klingons are Russian. Klingons are based, and Ferengi are not based on any one race. They are hyper parodies of human beings in this current modern age.
I always say, if you look at a terrible, ugly little creature that likes money and go, "That's a Jew," I think you might be the problem.
Also,
in that regard, though, season 1 of Next Generation did Ferengi very basic, and you could draw a connection to that. The problem is Star Trek went on past the first season of Next Generation.
Also, Quark is one of the most beloved characters in Star Trek. He is such a fan favorite, and he's written with so much like layers and depth. He's such a good and interesting character. People love Quark, and he's a Ferengi.
And in Deep Space Nine, they really analyze that lifestyle and culture so much. And it goes so much beyond the stereotype. They go into how it affects the family structure, how it impacts every facet of their lives, and the way it's so complex and interesting.
The Ferengi, Quark's family, there's 2 kind of main families that you see on DS9, and that's Cisco's family, like Ben Cisco and his son Jake, and like there's like an alternate timeline version of his wife that comes back, and I won't get into it too much, but like that's like a big focus. That's like a big focus of DS9 is family. So his family and Quark's Ferengi family are hyper focused on, and like so you've got a black single father and like the Ferengi, and like you could argue that I never really saw the Jewish thing, but like again, like they're giving so much compassion to these families that have very different cultures. You didn't often see in earlier Star Trek before DS9, outside of Spock and like Data, a lot of empathy given to non-human characters. Even Worf didn't really get a lot of development until DS9.
Yeah, Worf was surprising in how much he was developed even at that point, because it was before him there was not much. The aliens you'd show that were unlike, because you had Vulcans, you had humans, but like, no, yeah, 100%. I have nothing really to add to that. I thought I had something to say, but I just would repeat what you're saying right now.
And people can say, oh, well, like, Worf, bad, brute, stereotype of black man. Here's the problem. Geordi's also right there, and he is another black man on the ship. Like, so that's how you kind of avoid tokenism, right? Because you have
Worf is a black man playing a Klingon. That doesn't mean he's a representation of a black man.
Yeah, no, he's basically
the actor is.
Also, Worf is very sensitive and artistic, and he loves opera, and like he's actually quite gentle and like thoughtful in comparison to other Klingons. He's trying to reconnect to his culture. Like, his storyline's very interesting, and I would say that, like, if you look at Klingons and you look at Worf and you're like, oh, he's just a brute, you clearly haven't actually watched Star Trek. You're just watching it with your eyes closed, which, you know, Lily would never do that.
You'd have to not watch an episode where Worf is central in the story. And even then, even ignoring all of that, if you just focus on Worf specifically as a character and make assumptions about Worf and say this is how every Klingon throughout all of Star Trek is written, this is ignoring the fact that a lot of Klingons were not played by black actors. Doc Brown from Back to the Future, he's a Klingon in Search for Spock. The Klingons invent Shakespeare plays. It's like, oh, Shakespeare's better than the original Klingon or whatever. Like, they're clearly a very complex culture, and part of what makes the movies, at least, especially for the original, with Captain Kirk and all that, so interesting is that the Klingons are presented as a stereotype, but over time you realize actually there is more to this culture that we were fighting against than we initially thought, and that leads into Next Generation when you get characters like Worf, when you get that development in him. There is so much complexity and Deep Space Nine, of course, with Worf. There's so much complexity that making a blanket statement about the entire Klingon or entire Ferengi, and we didn't get to the Romulans yet, which is a whole other bag of worms.
I'm sure she'll shoot them by and call them some racial stereotype.
I will also say that Lily is trying to talk about all the reasons that like Star Trek would appeal to a conservative. And even then, she is wrong. This is not why Star Trek appeals to the conservatives. There
are easy explanations for that too.
Yeah, there's like, you have like a strong male lead that exemplifies, like, a lot of these, especially the male leads, exemplify like traditional masculinity in a very positive light.
Yeah, you didn't get a female captain until Voyager.
Yeah, until Janeway. And like,
she's a badass.
You know, like, yeah, Janeway's cool. I have yet to go back to Voyager. I'm still like, I'm going through all the Star Treks. I'm like almost at the end of DS9. I got a little cowed after Jax was replaced. But anyway, we'll get into that. But like, they have like these traditional positive masculinities. They're very paternal. They're very relatable. And there's characters that like conservative men can project themselves onto. And they're doing all these cool things, the call back to Westerns. Like, they don't like conservatives aren't thinking about the race stuff. They don't think about race stuff typically. They're just like, oh, cool, awesome man gets to go on awesome space adventures and be the cool hero. That's what conservative likes about that. And that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And
even behind the scenes, in some cases, there were production decisions made to appeal to conservative audiences. There's an there's an episode on Next Generation, I forget the name of it, where Riker gets in a relationship with an alien that does not have gender, as we interpret it. They were going to make the alien played by a male actor to further blur the lines, but they cast a female actress instead. And I remember that, everyone involved was kind of, I think it was like a production, like everyone in like the creative side of it and the actors, they were all for this idea to have like really playing with gender and really playing with presentation. But then the producers were like, no, we have to appeal to like, if we do this, we're going to piss off a lot of people. We have to. And this is like the early 90s. So like if people were like intolerant today, they were way more vocally intolerant back then. And that was a big point of contention, even behind the scenes. And the episode has aged poorly because they kind of wanted to have the cake and eat it too. But that's an example right there about how they did prioritize conservative audiences sometimes, even when they were making Star Trek.
Well, they also had to consider what was going to sell for them, because I mean, they have
100%.
to make the network money and not get people pissed off at the network. So I mean, sometimes those kind of compromises have to be made, and that's another thing Lily never understands. Especially
back then. Like, look at the big deal that happened when I'm trying to blank on her name. Dory
Ellen DeGeneres?
Talk show. Ellen DeGeneres. Yeah. When she came out, that was like headlines.
Oh yeah. And it was insane, and she got a lot of shit for it, and she got her show canceled, and Oh
yeah, 100%. And now like Chloe Grace Moretz comes out as gay, and we're like, wait a second, didn't she gay like a while ago? Like it's almost like so common now that you don't think about it, but back then it was
good.
Like
yeah, it's what we wanted. It should just be normal. Yes,
that's how it should be, 100%. But like back then, yeah.
Also, I will say, because I'm seeing a couple of people mention it. At the end of the day, Quark's values don't really align with capitalism. He values making a good deal. He's just a fucking economy spurg. He's like every economy major that's a little bit of a dork, Like, he's not... Like, capitalism is something very specific, and I think that people misuse what it is. And I'm not going to get into it too much, but capitalism isn't the buying and trading of goods. That's not what capitalism is. Capitalism is the person who owns the thing, makes all the money, even if they aren't doing the labor. So if I'm like a factory boss, if I own the factory, I make the most profits and I control the wages that my workers get. You get things like worker co-ops that are sort of anti-capitalist, where all of the laborers, all of the workers co-own a business, and they make the money together based on how much they work, and it's very democratic. I'm not gonna go too much on my whole fucking thing about like economy and like social systems and communism.
Maybe someday though you should do like an economy stream or video. That sounds like you would.
Yeah, but like one thing you can do is you can democratize workplaces. That's one of the first things that socialists and communists like suggest that we do, is that we make them workers co-ops. That's a good way to start breaking that down. It's a good alternative. I won't go any further than that. I do have a friend that took economy in college that would probably love to do an economy-based stream with that, so maybe I'll invite him on my channel to do that one day.
Put that on the back burner. We're getting ideas for more videos as we're sitting here talking. Everyone in the chat's been making fun of me like you two are just spurging about Star Trek, and I'm just sitting here going, yeah, I totally know what that means. Yeah, I like the triples episode, yeah.
There's actually an episode in, I think it's DS9, where they go back in time to the Tribbles episode.
That sounds amazing.
It's pretty good. You would like. It's very meta. And the way the editing is really good because they splice comedy.
They have comedy episodes. Yeah.
Yeah. They splice new footage in with old footage, and it's been a couple years since I watched it, but I think that it turns out that it was their fault that the Tribbles
like a
exploded.
It's like
Yeah.
a time loop. That's
Yeah, it's
like,
really good.
That makes me think of the episode of the X-Files where they crossed over with Cops, and it was a very meta and like a mockumentary, and the conceit was like Cops was being filmed and they bumped into Mulder and Scully on one of their cases.
Oh my God.
It was great. That's what
Oh
it
my
makes me think of.
goodness.
Anyway, do you want to continue with the video and see what else nonsense she says that you guys are going to get into probably for another 20 minutes? Yeah.
Oh yeah, that sounds great.
Let's go.
Chinese people, where the military is the ultimate force of good and benevolence protecting you from those evil outsiders. Gene Roddenberry was a very progressive man, often dreaming of a brighter future where humanity has grown up
Not
and
military, by
often
the way.
believed that humanity
Yeah,
couldn't
the
get to
Federation's not
space
military.
before it grew up. But he was also painfully American in the 1960s, so all of Star Trek's political messaging
He was
is still
Canadian.
glazed in
Yeah.
Gene Roddenberry was Canadian.
Yeah, he was even American.
Like, I think the character is also Canadian.
So
Also, most of the writers weren't American for the show and for the movies.
So Lily
and
is such an Ameriboo. She's always talking about American politics and trying to act like she's American. But then she mistakes the creator of Star Trek for being American when he's fucking Canadian.
yeah,
No.
yeah,
The create is Gene Roddenberry. Gene
think he's-
Roddenberry's American, isn't he?
Oh, I thought that's what you
Let me go
meant.
check.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm talking about Kirk. I'm pretty sure
Kirk-
Kirk as a
Kirk is Canadian?
Kirk. I think because
So Gene Roddenberry was
the
born in
actor.
So yeah, he was. So Gene
Okay.
Roddenberry was American and lived in California, but
Let me fact check.
he was also in the Army Air Force. So you would think that would be, and he worked originally for.
Oh, I can see the influence thing because he would have been in like a lot of multicultural military environments.
Oh yeah, like his main influences were what's his name? Edgar Rice Burroughs. That was his initial creative inspiration.
I'm gonna have to remind me of what that is.
Also,
Edgar Rice Burroughs. He did
Also,
Tarzan. He did John Carter.
Oh,
Holmes.
yeah. That's sort of old adventure. I thought so.
Yeah,
but-
yeah.
also, fucking Picard is French.
William Shatner's Canadian, apparently.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that like Kirk, the character, is also Canadian.
I'm seeing
but
he's like from Iowa or a lot of people are saying he's from Iowa.
Yeah, I think he was.
Which might
Island,
as
yeah.
well be Canada. Let's be
But
real.
the thing is, though, if you look at the people who worked on Star Trek creatively, they are not all of them are American.
Mhm.
Let me double check this Star Trek. I want to see who the directors of the movies were. I know one Spock. I know Spock did a few.
Paige
Anyway.
Lego is volunteering for the economy stream. I have a dual degree MBA alongside pharmacy school. That's fascinating.
Okay, yeah, he was born in Iowa, so my bad. But the
Okay.
character is
Well, see,
played by a
guys,
Canadian, and like also like a lot of the characters, like a lot of the actors for the characters influence the characterization of their characters. Like they were always allowed to have influence and say on the characters.
But you
But-
guys see what Krim just did there? He didn't double down and insist he was right and say you were all lying and call you idiots and block you from the chat. You see how he
Yeah.
did that?
You know, it's possible to be publicly wrong and then correct yourself and then go from there. I know, shocking.
Take notes,
But
Lily.
also, I will say that from the conservatives I know, most of them prefer Picard, and think that Kirk is kind of lame. Picard is not American. He's very specifically French.
Yeah. And Patrick
He's a
Stewart
French.
is not American.
He's a French
either.
farmer. Yeah. And as well, I think it's very interesting that every single captain that we have in like the original Star Trek series, like the original series Voyager, DS9, The Next Generation, they come from working class backgrounds. I think that's really
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah,
All right, I think we
indeed.
should keep moving with this. 'cause
Okay, we
otherwise
should keep
we'll be
moving.
spurting the
Yeah,
entire time.
the natives are getting restless.
American exceptionalism. Watch the first two series and you'll find way more of the Federation bringing civilization and enlightenment to other people than you will see the Federation dealing with an internal problem. And when it does, those problems
That's a
are often
lie.
the result
That's
of
not-
bad
that's
apples.
inaccurate.
Yeah, it's inaccurate.
It's very inaccurate. The prime directive. It's like a big plot point. Really?
Let's just go on.
Individual admirals or captains. Anytime a problem is caused in the Federation, it's the result of individual people going bad, not the system itself enabling and
Also
encouraging
not-
them. What defines
Also,
a
that's not.
conservative?
Also, wait, hang on. Wait a second. You said the first 2 series, right? Why are you showing Janeway? Like that's like.
Oh yeah.
Also, like this is just absolutely not true.
Yeah.
It's not as much in the original series, but starting in the next generation, there is a corruption to there is a corruption to the Federation that just gets worse and worse and worse. And there is this frustration from like a lot of the captains that are like, it feels like we're trying to cut the heads off of a Hydra because like we eliminate one and another one like spurts up in its place. Like anyway.
Yeah, and that's true for all the systems of power. All of them have like not all of them, but a lot of them have like corruption that is very apparent. There's the one episode with the Romulan. I guess he's like a refugee general who's like trying to cross the neutral zone. I forget the specifics of it. It was like a really compelling episode, and the whole time it's a political drama. Trying to find out what he's doing, what his motivations are. They think he's plotting something, and it turns out he's like a false flag. Yeah, even himself, he didn't know he was a false flag. He was kind of manipulated to like. I don't know. Like, there's a lot going on. I can get into it, but again, I'm going off
she
half
will never
memory
get
here.
into nuance. But I was going to say, her playing the wrong footage is completely normal. Every time I watch one of her videos, she just has random backing footage that has nothing to do with what she's talking about. It drives me crazy.
And actually, Star Trek actually argues the opposite, that a couple good actors like Picard and Janeway and Sisko can't change the corrupting system, no matter how much they try.
Yeah, they can only fix that individual problem. They can't.
Yeah, and they have to
change.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, like maybe we can't make a big difference in the Federation, but I can make a difference on my ship and in the communities that I'm affecting and I'm connected to.
Especially Deep Space Nine, because that is all about that community.
Oh, Sisko's little rant.
Yeah.
I love Sisko's rant.
Okay. Let's try to get through the rest of the section now. Yeah.
I love how Sky's like,
the bedrock upon which all
I'm like, okay, I want to get to the part where she slanders us.
their beliefs are built is that the system we live in is fine and doesn't need changing. And that's a belief that the most popular and well-known entries in Star Trek support wholeheartedly. The original series is preachier than Ferngully crossed with Steven Universe, but it still maintains that
Steven Universe mentioned!
Steven Universe mentioned!
If you've been playing the drinking game at home, you're probably sober because we've only gotten to a minute.
Something about it's the mix of Ferngully and Steven Universe. I don't even fucking...
us versus them mentality in that it's quite rare for Captain Kirk to reconsider the founding aspects of the Federation. At most, he himself has to be individually nicer. There are often episodes...
They all turn her down a little bit. We can just talk over it a bit and just yell at her.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Those that deal with 60s era racism or abortion issues that were still hot button rage points for conservatives of the day. There's an episode that deals with a very obvious parallel to American racism with aliens who are black on one side and white on the other, and discriminate based on which side is which. Subtle. But that episode is fundamentally about the Federation educating a decidedly less modern people. And conservatives love anti-racism when it's them educating or feeling superior to others. We are, remind you,
hold on. Hold on.
That's you!
I don't, like, now correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't watched this episode in, like, over a decade. I don't think those aliens actually come to a consensus.
They
like,
don't.
they still continue to be racist, so I think the message is more that, like, hey, you know, you can't just make people not be racist by telling them not to be racist.
It was kind of like...
So it was the opposite of what Lily. It's the opposite of what Lily said, where they tried to talk down to this other species and it didn't work.
Also, comparing it to the Virginia Sterilization Act of 1924 is deeply, if you know anything about history, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Lily just wants to flash it on screen to say, "Look, I'm smart. I know of this thing." This horrible thing.
This was eugenics. This was very different than the Star Trek episode. Like, this is like a horrible event in history. It's also very different from the specific topic that Star Trek's talking about, because while it wasn't subtle and it was talking in broad strokes, it also wasn't talking about specific acts of cruelties in this one episode. They do that in other episodes, but not this one.
Oh, you expect her to fucking know that? Anyway, let's keep going.
No, I don't expect that.
Nation that was doing ghettoization and eugenics while simultaneously being horrified by Nazi concentration camps, despite being their primary inspiration. I'd argue that kind of other people's
Hang on.
problem mentality is
The act of 1924, Lily, I'm not sure if you know this, took place 14 years before World War II. I'm not sure if you knew this or not.
I think she's mistaking. Oh my god, has she heard me say that the Nazis got eugenics from the United States and she's just. But she didn't understand what I was referring to?
Yeah, also
She's
the
reversing
Nazis,
them.
also Nazis in America were a thing. They came to Madison Square Garden in the 30s. So saying Americans are horrified by the Nazis is very different.
I have often on my streams when I'm arguing against the diamonds being fascist, because people always say, well, they do eugenics, that's fascism. And I'm like, fucking Nazis got eugenics from America. Like, we were doing it before World War II. That's where they got the idea from, you know? It was kind of our
they
fault.
looked
So I think
And even
Lily
up-
has
even up in the first
conflated
one.
these two things and thinks
I
she knows
will
what she's
also-
talking about.
I
Yeah,
will also say
yeah.
that unfortunately, like, eugenics was not a fringe movement.
No,
Back
Very
in the time, like,
mainstream,
it was
not at
it
all.
was the accepted, like, oh, we need to be responsible for our breeding. Like, we can't let people with bad genes breed.
It was
like,
considered
that was,
accepted
like-
science, yeah.
Yeah, it
It
was
was-
accepted science. It was
Yeah.
considered responsible. It was called what was it called? It was called I think not
Genetic
cleanliness,
What are the
purity?
words for
Was
it?
it-
hygiene, being. It was like
Oh, genetically hygienic.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah, that's the word.
Yeah.
And it's like, and even before that, you got like the skull shapes, you know, people
guess-
dictating intelligence
You
based on
know,
which
you know
ridges
who
were used.
was, you know who really supported
Mm.
eugenics? Helen Keller.
Yeah, it's amazing
also,
you even heard the worse it
even-
gets.
and like, as much as I'm a stinky, like, you know, like, fedora tipping atheist, Darwin also supported eugenics.
Yeah.
For a very long time.
But
Also,
again,
speaking
in
of
his- in-
eugenics,
But in his time, it was
Speaking-
like, oh, this is the new accepted science. This is common sense, you know. Blah.
I think he ended up renouncing it, but I'd have to do some research on. So don't take my word for that. Do your own research, folks. Moreover, you know who else fucking says eugenicist fucking slurs very often? Lily. Lily
All the
fucking
time.
practices eugenicism and talks and, like, speaks like a eugenicist constantly. What do you think mongoloid means?
She
That's
says
eugenicism.
She says fetal alcohol syndrome. She says window licker. She called people thalidomide babies one time. Isn't that nice?
Really exotic, very specific insults that are all based off of like genetic or environmental factors that can cause people to have developmental problems.
Mhm.
Can't imagine why you do that, Lily.
Yeah.
Yeah, so don't you talk about fucking eugenics, Lily. You fucking...
Anyway, yeah, let's keep going.
Let's keep going.
is the bedrock of conservatism, and it's a bedrock that Star Trek generally doesn't actively try to fight, because the entire premise is, well, humanity has grown up, all that shit is behind us. And not for nothing, but both Kirk and Picard are white men who project an attitude of dignified authority, and both the original series and the Next
Kirk
Generation are constantly
It's so fucking dignified about Kirk. The man like takes off his shirt and wrestles dinosaurs.
Also,
Dignified.
Also,
Okay.
one of Picard's biggest criticism, one of his biggest flaws, and something he's constantly challenged on, is that he's emotionally constipated. And this
Yeah.
is, like, something that people are basically calling out about him
That's what
every
the T is
fucking
for.
episode. And I know that I think that they're gonna flash this she's gonna flash this on screen, like, momentarily, but she's like,
Yeah.
hee hee, I'm not talking about DS9.
Did you guys?
When it's
did
like-
you guys cheat? Did you guys cheat? I'm still blind to this.
no, people were sending screenshots to me, and I was like, oh boy, this is gonna make me mad.
Yes,
But, like,
Kirk
even-
wrestled Olivia. Yes.
Okay, so I want to say that for the 90s, having a black man star in something like Star Trek that wasn't originally made for black viewers,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
that was fucking huge.
People would have been
You
people like
bet.
the judge today would be like, race swapping, woke. You know.
The level people don't realize how progressive Star Trek was for its time. this had the
Even-
first interracial televised kiss in a fictional piece of media. Like this show, the fact that Sulu and Uhura were as progressive, were existed in roles where they had functions on the ship, that alone is radical. Like beyond anything that's been done in the last 30 years. Like that is, it is hard to relay just how radical a departure from what people were doing that is. And Lily has
Also,
yes, I'm sorry. You get the point. I'm just beleaguering the point at this point.
also, Star Trek makes direct commentary about eugenicism. They have the war of eugenicism. And they expand on that with Bashir in DS9, who, as a child, was severely developmentally delayed. He had autism. He didn't eat. He was nonverbal, and his parents genetically modified him, and he has like a huge identity crisis about it. And it's like, what could I have been if you had actually given me a chance? Because he was very young when it happened, and like, so they make direct commentaries on eugenics in Star Trek, coming out against eugenics. So don't you fucking dare, Lily. It was the war on eugenics. Like, that was literally what the fucking war was called. They weren't
would
subtle.
you say that Khan would count under this discussion too, right?
Yes.
One of the most
yes,
famous
of course.
villains in Star Trek, who Lily later dismissed in my villain ranking list completely as not having a point. Has a pretty clear point that eugenics screwed up his life, basically, along with Kirk putting on a planet that gets like detonated in like a supernova or whatever.
That's just bad luck.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate at that point. But like, still, like Lily, you can't say that Star Trek ignored, and even then, half of the problems aren't that the individual bad actors are a problem. The bad actors are given power because of the flaws in the system. Like, oh my God, Lily is.
Yeah,
okay.
let's just keep going.
Lily-
Now you know how I feel. You get your brain just injured by her.
Lily thinks that like all conservatives are hand wringing, like hee mustache twirling. Oh yes, we must destroy all black people, and that's why she thinks that she's progressive, because she classifies those like conservatives as monsters, and she's like, well, I'm not a monster, so I can't be regressive. And it's like, you can be regressive and appear, I mean, I wouldn't say Lily appears reasonable, but like, if you dehumanize regressives, you can often find yourself slipping into being regressive without realizing it. Lily.
The reality is that most regressive people aren't actively malicious. They just don't care. That's what makes it so dangerous sometimes. It's the lack of empathy towards those different than yourself. It's not.
Oh, wow. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, right? That's the thing. It's like most people who are extremely dangerous in society, it's not that they're actively trying to hurt anyone. It's that they don't give a shit.
I'm just for the rest of the Star Trek section, I'm putting it at 1.5, okay?
Okay, well,
There we go.
we'll try to button it up.
Yeah,
all right. Let's try to blast through this nonsense. You guys just yell pause if you actually want me to pause, otherwise just talk over it.
Fair enough.
Constantly part of arguments regarding which one is better. Conversely, Voyager is often derided as the weakest entry in the series, and it's derided that way because, one, a woman's in charge, and
Enterprise.
two, it's the first time the
Enterprise is the
Federation's
worst
policies
one.
themselves are really called into question on a fundamental level.
Enterprise.
It's the first time the Federation really has to learn from other people. There's also the way in which the generation for the original Star Trek has shifted. The late 1960s was the beginning of an age of anti-establishment baby boomers who proceeded to grow up and become ardent Republicans after diverting all the money to themselves. And as we're going to see later in this video, what tends to happen when people adopt a new philosophy is trying to bend and twist the things they already like to fit into it. Surely you must have noticed that Star Trek went from political science fiction with the occasional dalliance into nonsense of the original series to the safe, toothless next generation where Picard gives conveniently bipartisan speeches and the series tacitly avoids hot-button political issues entirely.
Okay,
Stop.
It is not bipartisan. He's a radical. He's radical.
Oh my God.
But the thing is,
we made it like a minute and a half. Good.
also, Next Generation wasn't written by boomers. It was written by the World War II generation. The boomers didn't write this show, Lily. It was the older crew.
It was the silent generation, yeah.
Also, Gene Roddenberry was still involved in Star Trek Next Generation at this time. He passed on shortly in the middle of the season. And Gene Roddenberry's big contribution, like the thing that Gene Roddenberry was always holding back was he didn't want technology to be seen as the adversary. But then you get the Borg in Next Generation. Like he wanted to avoid stories where tech was like evil or future technology was seen as a danger. And then the Borg showed up.
Oh, someone asked, why is Enterprise the worst?
Oh, because it just sucks. It's just a badly made series.
It's basically like what if Star Trek was Battlestar Galactica, but worse.
Yeah, like it's just bland is the problem. Like its biggest sin is it never like not that it's like it's not like a Star Wars prequel situation where it's like, oh my god, this ruined Star Trek. No, it's just boring, which is the worst sin a thing can be.
Also, like I feel like one of the major focuses, I think Data is such an interesting character where it's like what makes a person a person. And Lily, as a Kingdom Hearts fan, that should be a theme very close to your your chest, but I know that you don't actually you can't even understand something as unsubtle and obvious as Kingdom Hearts. So why would I ever expect you to understand a fucking Star Trek?
Gene Roddenberry ripped off Nomura.
Also, Sly, can you put subtitles on?
Oh shit!
I know some people in chat mentioning that. So I just thought it's all good.
I didn't even think of it. I think this
it's
is
all
the best,
good.
I think this is the best we can get, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
Anyway,
okay. Well, you can't see it behind our fucking heads, though. What do I do?
You can move them, can't you? Can you move subtitles or? Oh, no, you can just click and drag them.
Option? Can you?
Yeah, just click and drag them.
Shit! Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you know that?
I didn't know that.
YouTube's technology is getting crazy. That is.
I will also say
that is unbelievable to me.
Yeah.
Picard is a radical, and he is constantly on the brink of getting fired.
Yeah.
Because he's so radical.
Also, Kirk gets demoted because of his actions. Like, he also the Genesis engine itself is deeply. I'm getting sidetracked with specifics now. Okay, sorry. The point is that Lily doesn't know what she's talking about. She's making sweeping generalizations about like hundreds of episodes of television.
I know that people have issues with the Picard's show, but it is canon, and like this was something that was kind of established in the Star Trek Next Generation movies, that Picard got so fucking fed up with the Federation that he left. He's like, okay, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm going home.
And what even like the weaker Star Trek stuff, like Nemesis, even feeds into that same
fucking Nemesis.
I mean, it is the movie that drove Tom Hardy to alcohol temporarily, but like still,
it drove me to alcoholism, I think.
I know, in fairness, but. All right, let's just. I
have the subtitles all set up in pretty and nice and big and readable.
Honestly, that looks like Star Trek font. Honestly,
yeah, there we go.
Singular they. Conveniently scrubbed from the English language.
Commander, there are no he's or she's in a species without gender.
Okay. That's what I was talking about.
2 days I've been trying to construct sentences without personal pronouns. Now I give up. What should I use? It? To us, that's rude.
We use a pronoun that is neutral. I do not think there is really a translation.
And then into Deep Space Nine, which was certainly political in the war room and treaty sense, like the Star Wars prequels, and which devolved.
So wait, there she was mad that they didn't use they because.
In fairness, this episode has problems. This is the one I mentioned before.
Like the fucking 90s or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the problem also was that the creatives
80s as well.
80s, 90s, yeah.
80s even.
The creatives wrote the episode in a way that was very inclusive and very accepting, and then the producers were like, "No, we gotta change it. We gotta change some things."
Yeah, like this was in the midst of the AIDS crisis. Keep in mind.
Yeah.
And
like
her biggest problem is they didn't use they. That's Lily's biggest concern here, even though this was in the middle of the fucking AIDS epidemic.
The big issue is that they wanted to cast a man to have Riker be attracted to a non-binary character who was more masculine, and to show how his bigotries were kind of not bigotries, but his preconceived notions were being challenged, and the creators changed it to make it more acceptable.
Well, yeah, because it would just look gay. That's why.
That's what they wanted. That's what everyone involved wanted. They wanted to be gayer, but they wouldn't let them make it as gay as they wanted to make it. And everyone was on board.
In my heart, Jonathan Frakes is a bisexual slut.
Jonathan Frakes was like really pissed off that he didn't let him like kiss a guy. Basically,
I love him.
That's
Great.
amazing. Okay, let's go.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to point out that that was her biggest
yeah.
problem. They didn't use they in an episode in the fucking 90s. You know?
Into pitched fantasy space battles where they build experimental ships and, like, I don't know, the Ferengi get feminism, maybe. The teeth wouldn't come back until Voyager.
Hold on a second. One second.
Was that
I do want to say that the character in question was not non-binary. She was, in fact, female and was repressed for identifying as female.
That's right. Okay,
just
cool.
want to say that.
I'm missing a few points there. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Personal writing of the characters made a lot of that hot-button political allegory return, along with the uncomfortable racism. Only this time, instead of handsome Captain Kirk, it was the unyielding Captain Catherine Janeway, the birthplace of 1,000 mommy kinks, who would fly the ship into a binary pulp.
So you're trying to pretend you respect her and then call her behind all the mommy kinks.
That's the only reason she cared, because it feeds into her kinks.
Yeah, Lily, that's... I mean, you're like, I'm not a misogynist. Now let me say something very misogynistic and sexually harassing about this very accomplished female actor. You know?
It's like you can't even like do it without thinking about how it feeds into your like specific...
No, that's right. She does go over Utena at some point. We need to get through this.
Yep. Some aliens and actively shut down the Nuremberg defense.
Please, show them leniency. They were only following my orders.
Their mistake.
Pause.
And...
She sounded like Flemeth there.
Here's also the problem with Lily is that, like, to her, like, violent punishment is the answer, and if you aren't violently punishing people, you are not being progressive enough somehow, even though that flies in the face of a lot of progressive values. Which annoys me to no end. It's like, well, they didn't fucking murder and kill, and they like Steven Universe did not punch the freaking diamonds until they were a bloody pulp. Therefore, Steven Universe is bad.
Plus, it's like, you know, most really good science fiction shows characters can make decisions, and they have to face the consequences of those decisions. Like, that's how it is. Characters make choices, they have effects on things, and Star Trek is clever because it most often has the characters not come up with a perfect solution, but a solution that doesn't always satisfy everyone. And we see how it doesn't always satisfy everyone. That's part of what makes the show good. You're not meant to see any of the captains as like pure paragons of perfection.
That's the thing, though. Lily hates nuance. She wants a story to tell her exactly what to think and how to feel, and then say the correct thing. So even if it's telling her how to feel, she's like, no, that's not the right thing. You're not supposed to say the thing I believe, you know?
And like Janeway is very radical in some scenes. That's kind of what makes her so interesting as a character. Does go for extreme solutions.
Also, like, goes back to my point. For everything Lily watched, she needs one of these. Dear Princess Celestia. Like, she needs one of those, or she doesn't get it.
Maybe that's,
fucking brony shit.
Maybe that's why she liked My Little Pony so much. It told her a lesson at the end.
She stopped liking it after the Dear Princess Celestia stuff stopped. So.
Oh my god. I'm not even shocked. Okay, we're going to see her forever.
And her black security officer and Hispanic chief engineer. In fact, the only white guy on the bridge is the criminal fuck-up. And also, that whole Federation is the bastion of morality thing falls apart here because Voyager often has to break those rules to get home, implicitly showing the Federation to be flawed and not the best decision in every situation, cracking that mythology that allows conservative ideology to flourish.
What's the point of this one? Even
I
know
that. Trekkies often call this show the weakest. It's a fucking mystery, ain't it? If anything, modern
no one calls Voyager the weakest. That's the thing. It's not. Most people say Enterprise is the weakest, or whatever show just came out is the weakest because recency bias.
I know Voyager's a little infamous, though. I do know that.
It's one of the weaker entries, but it's not because of anything she's describing. It's because the Borg keeps showing up so often.
Like, so that's repetitive?
Yeah, because they just use this because the Borg is meant to be like a villain you rarely use. It's the more you show the Borg, the less intimidating it gets. So the reason why people get pissy at like Voyager is because A, the Borg take over the show, and B, 7 of 9 kind of dominates the plot when she shows up because she was so popular. And
I wonder why she was popular. The blonde in the skin tight suit. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. She's a good character, but too much of it.
I will say, from what I understand, people were frustrated because the Borg and 7 of 9's shit distracted from the plot of the characters that she just mentioned. Like we it seems like their development gets sort of halted to focus on the Borg. And the beauty of Star Trek is that the character development comes first, and the big bads come second. But Voyager kind of cart before the horse, unfortunately.
Yeah,
okay.
And the way they did it, they made the villains less compelling.
Yeah, because like I've never heard a single goddamn person complain about Captain Janeway. Just the show itself.
People love Janeway.
Oh, everybody loves Janeway.
Yeah, that's why I'll say
she's one of the most beloved characters in Star Trek.
Yeah. As far as I've been able to see, yeah.
It just feels like Lily just saw this show has a lower IMDb score than Deep Space Nine or Next Gen, and assumed she knew what they'd say before reading what they had to say.
That's what she always does, because she doesn't read anything fully. She doesn't watch anything fully. We know this about her. It's crazy.
She makes up fucking shower arguments, and then she's like, I'm gonna make a fucking video about this. Everybody hates feminism. I know, because I had this conversation with the imaginary man that I made up in my head while I was taking a shower. Like, that's just fucking every video Lily makes.
You do a
or
good
maybe
nerd
one
voice.
person she knew, or maybe one person she said that, and now everyone says that. I do love that voice, though. It's pretty great.
It's a comic book guy voice, I think. Anyway, let's keep going.
That idea of the Federation down in the name of the almighty Grimdark, which certainly explains why conservative Trek fans are complaining now, as opposed to years ago, aside from the usual woman bad arguments. So when you really look at it, the concept of a conservative Star Trek fan, at least for the earliest
just said that everybody loves
actually
Janeway.
really easy to understand, and isn't
well,
the searing contradiction people make it out to be. In fact, the only argument in support of this being a completely inattentive act of idiocy is authorial intent, and authorial intent counts for pretty much nothing to most people. Sure, it's the win card for
You stole that from Lindsay Ellis, Lily. I doubt you actually understand authorial intent and Death of the Author, but you go on.
Yeah, okay.
But online arguments don't matter and have never mattered. Authorial intent has always ended where execution begins, and while Roddenberry certainly saw himself as a high-minded thinker, he was still just a guy with his own fixations and biases, especially moving into the next generation, now richer and more entrenched in the system, which is why the backstory for Star Trek always tacitly avoided specifically mentioning what it was humanity was throwing aside. So while a progressive got to see, now that we have proper social equity and have gotten rid of all that bigotry, we have reached the future. While a conservative got to see, now that we have meritocracy and have gotten rid of that affirmative act.
Wait a second. Did she even watch First Contact?
Of course she
They
didn't.
explicitly say that we have moved past money. Like specifically, we do not have money anymore because we don't
again, I am not into Star Trek. I've never been into Star Trek, and even I know there's no currency.
There is currency in but not amongst humans.
Yeah,
but there still is. Yeah, the Ferengi have money. There's other forms of commerce, but humans don't carry money. But there are credits and stuff like that. And Latinum is a pretty frequent currency. Yeah. That being said, the whole thing, there's a lot of humans examining their own bigotry towards characters, towards species like Romulans, to androids, the eugenics thing once again, there are characters that are bigoted in Star Trek that have to question their bigotry, and these characters are often main characters that we are meant to empathize with.
Exactly. And the thing is that the show understands that the show may frame their specific actions through a negative light, but they're still presented in fairness. We still are meant to empathize, understand their needs. The show what? You need
to understand something. This is our pool hopping.
Yeah, this is so. And the fact that she's talking about making sweeping generalizations about so many different shows with so many different writers, and the problem is Death of the Author is a thing. You do have to look at execution alongside authorial intent, but the difference there is not that authorial intent doesn't matter; it's that authorial intent isn't the only factor to consider. That's what it's getting at.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating because she clearly does not know
I
what she's
just
talking about.
know that she got her take on authorial intent from Lindsay Ellis and misunderstood it, because I've also watched a lot of Lindsay Ellis, so it's like I can recognize a Yahtzee joke when she steals it, because I've watched a lot of Yahtzee, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So,
I think that a great thing to talk about with authorial intent, and I'll make this very quick, is Tolkien. He says that he doesn't like the he doesn't like allegory, but it's very clear that his experiences as a scholar and as someone who was a soldier in a war, that affected how he wrote
yeah,
The
I
Lord of
think
the
a
Rings.
lot of
And
people
even then with that line,
I think a lot of people misconstrue it, though. I'm sorry, it
Well,
might
that
be
specific
making
line
the
is
same
that-
point. Yeah.
Oh no! Well,
Yeah.
having read that line a few times, Lord of the Rings, he says he likes applicability, but he doesn't like direct allegory. He doesn't like to write a story with one specific message in mind. He'd prefer to write it in a way where you can apply meaning to it, though he may not directly, consciously create allegory. His work does draw from life. It does draw from his.
Yeah, I think
view.
that's similar to the point I was going to make, but I think a lot of people misconstrue that as, oh, hey, this famous writer thought allegory itself was bullshit. No, what he was really saying was he was annoyed that people were reading his cool fantasy work that was meant to be mythology and an imaginary history and going, hey, is this World War II? Is Sauron Hitler? And he was like,
Well,
no.
to an extent, but I think what he was more upset with was the process of a writer creating a work that's purely allegorical. So from the creative standpoint, where someone makes a one-to-one thing, where for him it was less like the audience going, "Is Sauron Hitler?" and more like
he did hate
him-
that, though.
he did hate that too, but he had a lot of things. But he was more criticizing in that specific quote the idea of people assuming that's why he wrote Sauron that way. Like it was more like it's one of those like nuanced takes where we still get to the same end in a way, but like the path getting there is a little different. If that makes any sense, we still get the same conclusion, but it's like the specific steps along the way are different.
To bring it back to something that is actually on Lily's level, such as like a children's cartoon, Steven Universe is a great example. Like the gems are not Nazis; they're humans. Like that's the allegory there, and like you could be, and I think like saying, oh, they're just Nazis, or like, oh, they're this or this, they're this specific regime. I think that's
the diamonds are a few different things. They're
dishonest.
They're a dysfunctional traditionalist family. They're the pressures of society to conform, and they're also the different parts of a singular whole that in conflict.
But they're all the worst things that humanity does on like a large social level, but also interpersonally. Also, the thing is that most fucking kids that are watching Steven Universe are never going to face up with a fascist dictator. What they are going to face up against is their cranky conservative grandma that doesn't respect their pronouns. That's that's why that's why Steven Universe ends the way that it ends. But anyway,
I always say that one speech by Pearl where she says humans just live short, boring, insignificant lives, so they make up stories where they're part of something bigger. They want to blame all the world's problems on a singular enemy they can fight. She's talking about the show. That is what the show is.
Yeah, like Steven Universe is not subtle.
They literally lay up shade. The show is very self-aware. Anyway, let's continue.
Action, we've reached into the future. Intent has never been the win card that online fandoms like to think it is. In my experience, authorial intent changes with the wind, and it's always struck me as lazy to avoid making your own analysis and ask the author to tell you the...
But then Lily wants everyone to see her works exactly the way she wrote them and intended them.
Dear Princess Celestia.
Yeah. So when I interpreted your work, Scars, as you quickly moving two teenagers in together so they can live as siblings as a year before fucking after prom, I needed to pay more attention to your authorial intent instead of going by my interpretation of your work, Lily. Is that what you're saying? I thought you're saying authorial intent is stupid and scatters to the wind and changes constantly, huh? Maybe in your experience, because you constantly have to recontextualize your works to get out of trouble.
Ooh.
I just had that thought just now. That was a good one. Anyway, let's go on with the video.
the correct answer, which is why I have respect for authors who are consistently unhelpful in that regard.
Explain,
It's
Carl.
Well, from here, it looked like a weather balloon.
I'm not in the mood for this.
I think it's just a lens flare and some dust.
Just tell me, Carl.
Another example of this can be found in All in the
that's fair.
Family. Again, one of the most ardently progressive shows to ever grace the screen. Archie Bunker is a very old-fashioned, set-in-his-ways kind of bigot. He's pro-segregation, he's anti-gay, he's patriarchal,
Didn't she make
pro-war,
this argument in
pro-government, and
another
pro-military.
video?
And he always gets into it with his son-in-law, an out-of-work hippie who represents all the anti-capitalist and anti-racist talking points you've heard from
I feel like
Fred.
we're
But the thing about
skip
Archie is
all
that
of
by
this.
virtue of being
Can I
a
just say,
character,
no,
you
let's
end up
not
seeing
skip
way
it.
more
Can I just
stuff
say
than
something,
just
though?
the caricature.
Yeah.
This show is painfully centrist.
Yeah.
It's so centrist. It was not ruffling any feathers.
Yeah.
It was
can't be-
exactly what the people wanted at the time.
It's one of the reasons why it's so popular. It's because everyone.
It tried to appeal to everyone and largely succeeded because you got the people that could project on the son, you got the people that could project on Archie, you got people that could project on the mom. Like it was just supposed to be an average American family.
Yeah, and it did have a few points where it did lean one way or the other more, and there were some profound bits, undeniably so. But it's also a show made for mainstream audiences in the 70s.
Oh,
Like-
someone,
But yes,
someone in the
somebody-
chat.
This is Jose's. This is
Someone in the
Jose's video.
chat, yeah, Jose. Somebody spotted a plagiarism. Jose is a really good YouTuber who does like these deep dives on sitcoms. They're fascinating videos though. He
Go
analyzes
watch my
them on. Yeah, like this is analysis of them from a cultural aspect is very, very fascinating. Very, very good stuff. Jose, that's just the name of the channel. Just Jose.
Yeah, go watch my favorite Bluebird. Also, somebody asked how far left is Crim. I would probably be put in a camp if this was 50 years ago.
Well, no, we just put you in a camp for different reasons right now. It's like, oh, Crim's going berserk again. Put him in a cage. Let him cool off. Anyway, let's keep going.
It's a progressive show with a conservative protagonist, so there has to be more layers to him than just cartoonish bigotry.
You and your wife were always cozying up to them colored neighbors. But I didn't think you'd turn into a lover.
Buddy,
Yes.
I'm gonna hit you.
In spite of his beliefs, he's generally
Well, the
kind-hearted.
whole thing
and
there
sick.
was
He
that
doesn't
it's
openly
like-
wish harm.
It's because they're comparing Archie's kind of like toothless racism to the literal Ku Klux Klan. Like,
Yeah, he's not like the. Like, that's the thing. Lily here is conservative. It's the only one extreme all the time, and not like a spectrum of political belief. It's not monolithic. That's what people. That's the mistake people make. That any political belief is a single monolith under which every single person believes the exact same thing.
People do that to leftists too. They're like, "Oh, you must believe
All the
this
time.
because you're a leftist." It's like, I don't though.
All the time. And that's the dangerous perspective, I think, of discussion that Lily presents. That there is one left, there is one right, there is one center, and there is no scale between any of them. And that's highly
because she wants
yeah,
it to be
definitely.
good guys versus bad guys, just like in her cartoons.
Exactly. Also, seeing people compare this to the new what do you think they ripped off? What do you think the new norm ripped off? Archie Bunker. It's not even subtle.
Oh
They have
my
no
God.
creative bones
Okay.
in their body.
We'll keep going.
Harm on anyone. He abhors violence. He has friends in pretty much all the groups he often disparages, and when he's around those groups, his rhetoric dies down quite a bit. Even when Archie is on a stint of bigotry, it doesn't usually take much to calm him down.
people like that, kids are not
He's just slightly prejudiced, yeah.
She didn't hurt you, so why should you want to hurt her? Archie, I can't believe you'd do anything that mean.
This is it being centrist. It's kind of like saying, "Oh, these guys are extreme." Calm down. Think of it this way.
Yeah, it's like sometimes people just need to see it from a different perspective and be like, "Oh, hey, maybe I am like kind of being the asshole here."
Yeah, I mean, it's good writing, but it's not extremely progressive. It's just extremely centrist because they try to bring everyone to the middle.
Yeah, I don't even
Anyway.
call it centrist. It's like the old guy learns to. Yes,
be a jerk.
people who are asking right now. Yes, it is the Genesis dance reference on the thumbnail. Yes, it is. I was
And it's
summoned to the Discord for a moment.
And it's telling that like the best example she can find to prove that the show is very progressive is saying Archie doesn't like the Klan. You know, that's
Yeah,
not
like-
that.
Yeah, he might be slightly prejudiced to your Latino neighbor, but he's not a fucking Klansman.
That's not-
9/11 was bad.
Mm.
Oh,
Oh wow. Okay, let's let
Literally that fucking Family Guy clip.
let's let her round this out.
He may be pro-segregation, but he balks immediately at the idea of joining the KKK, and there's an entire episode where he's actively palling around with a Jewish militant who wants to crack some Nazi skulls. And throughout the entire series, Archie is constantly the one learning the lessons and growing as a person. The Archie of Archie Bunker's Place is a very different person from the Archie of Season 1 All in the Family. Archie has never really been above self-reflection. When his friend Stretch Cunningham died and it turns out that he was Jewish, Archie has to seriously sit there and wonder why Stretch would keep something like that from him.
Can't believe this. If he was really Jewish, why didn't he tell some of his closest buddies? It wouldn't have made no difference.
Maybe he thought it would.
You would think conservatives hate
That's
Archie
very on
because
the
he's
nose.
just a guy taking all the
Yeah,
L's,
that's
but
a
no,
pretty
they
good.
love
That's
him.
a pretty good
This
line.
whole "I'm not evil, I just have opinion" shtick is how every conservative likes to see themselves, regardless of what their policies and beliefs actually are. It's
Well, yeah, Lily, and then, you know, you approach them like this saying, hey, maybe you're thinking about this the wrong way. You don't just say, hey, hit him in the head with a rock, you know, like a normal person.
the vision of themselves they've built up in their head. In fact, conservative fans of All in the Family are the real-life expression of Mike, a guy who builds himself up as this bastion of intellect and morality, only to be none of those things. In the constant conflict between Archie and Mike, Archie might have to take the L time and time and time again, but he ultimately takes the biggest W of
hell
them
was
all
this
when
video
Mike
about
abandons his
again?
family to join a commune,
Media
inadvertently
literacy.
proving
Media
Archie right
literacy.
about everything Archie ever said about him. If anything, Archie Bunker is the ideal conservative, and it's very easy for people to point and go,
Yes.
oh, he's just like me for real, even if they embody
Yeah.
everything about conservatives that even Archie loathes,
Uh-huh.
because surprise, surprise,
Because
people
Archie
idolize
was
themselves
supposed
and
to
imagine
be-
themselves as a more idealized
What does
person.
this have to
pause.
do with anything,
They lack
Lily?
media
What does this have to do
Archie-
with anything?
Archie
Well-
is supposed to be the hero. He is supposed to be empathetic to conservatives. That's the point. Good job. You got it. Woo!
Oh my god,
I
Lily, you
also
actually kind of
wanna point
understood
out-
the point for once.
Well, I also want to point out something here. This video is about media literacy, right?
And next part's gonna be
Clearly,
mine.
this is. Oh yeah, this is Lily trying to express media comprehension. The problem is by doing so, she demonstrates how anything but the specific things she's have
Yeah.
to focus on. Look at how she's describing and detailing All in the Family, a relatively short sitcom compared to Star Trek. In Star Trek, she's making these giant sweeping generalizations, and with All in the Family, she's going, "Hey, in this episode, Archie said this and Archie did that," and using specific examples to prove her point. It demonstrates how little she actually knows about Star Trek by comparison, because she can actually cite specific examples when she knows what she's talking about.
Well, I don't think she
By
knows what she's
doing-
talking about. She's just ripping off the Jose video.
Exactly. But even then, like, at least she's using evidence. Like, even if all she's doing
yes.
is skyscrapering off of Jose's video, you know, this proves at least that she knows, hey, here's specific
No,
example.
she won't get that. She won't take that away from this. She won't
Oh
understand.
no, she won't either. Oh no, she won't either. But I'm demonstrating less the what she comprehends and more her structure of arguing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm focusing on, because by structuring her argument like this, it proves she doesn't understand anything, because she doesn't seem to understand that placing this detailed description next to a vague oversight of 4 different television shows and
They have
giving them the
nothing to
same
do with
space
each
and
other.
time
Yeah.
have nothing to do with each other. It just demonstrates how little she actually comprehends either.
Next she's gonna go into an anime from 1997.
Exactly. This is
I'm
wild.
so excited. Well,
Can't
okay,
wait.
B and Anthony should let Sai.
I'll try
100%.
not to
Cover the
pause
next-
too much. I'll let her points play because again.
Yeah,
but-
I'll respond
I mean,
to it points you bring up, Sai, because it's been a while since I've
Yeah.
seen you.
I don't know how much
can.
either of you know about Utena, but
I have
It's
seen
about-
Utena. I've seen Utena a couple times, but it's been a few years.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
me
I mean,
too,
you
me
get
too.
you get the general gist though.
Oh
Yes.
Yeah, and I rewatched it very recently on stream, so it's a little fresh in my mind.
yeah, fresh in your gray matter.
We're,
right?
we're gay millennials, of course. We fucking
Yeah.
watched Nintendo.
You're right.
Yeah,
Come on
exactly.
now.
They watched the same show you did. They saw the same character you
Okay, I'm
person
skipping
was.
ahead. Fuck off, Lily.
Stay in this cozy coffin of yours.
Oh god, that's Anthony's
Oh,
dub voice.
not the fucking dub.
Alrighty,
Oh,
I have
no.
a point
Let's-
to make.
let-
If
Listen,
you actually
R.I.P. Rachel Lillis, but
listen, if you actually listen to the Japanese version, Anthi talks like an old lady. She talks in formal speech at all times to everyone, and she uses like a lot of like phrases like an old lady would use. Like she's so go ara and tomo, you know, like she sounds like a fucking old lady, and you lose that in the dub. Anyway,
Yours will continue to play the prince. But I have to go now.
Actually, maybe I should read super chats before we start this section, huh?
Yeah, it's a good time for super chats.
I'm procrastinating. No, but if you guys need to pee or go get a snack or something, I got water while you guys were talking.
I'm gonna grab another beverage. I'll be back.
Okay. Where did we leave off? Let's see.
How long has this video been going?
We're 12 minutes in now, at least.
No, I meant like our stream.
Oh, we've been streaming for like 3 hours.
What the hell?
This is normal for me, Krim.
We're like a third of the way through.
Well, yeah, I'm trying not to hold up too much now. We've been pausing a lot. At least this is also why I silenced the super chats. I fucking had to. Talking about Lily saying dialogue gets in the way of the fog. Last one. Focus Team Tism. Don't fall for Lorch's trap. Oblivion Blade says, I will fight Lorch for ignoring all non-princess dialogue and slay the princess. Yeah, she just spacebar hammered her way through that game, too. Gabe says, Lorch is literally those pro ZD videos of the player repeatedly skipping every cutscene and being confused when a major plot reveal happens later. Yeah. Your local cryptid says, Ant just spelling out my beef with Book Talk. Bane, I can never pronounce your name correctly, I'm so sorry. I'm not owned, she screams as she turns into a corn cob. Wonko Bonko says, RE bookshelves, to be fair, organizing manga is vital. That is true, but my manga is also very messy right now. It's bad. Hikaru says, if only we could mash A to skip Lily's nonsense, yeah. Colossal Nimnana says, there's an episode of Franklin that literally is about how bad skipping parts is to say you read skipping parts to say you read something is. 5-year-olds learn this lesson before Lily. Yeah, because you can get called out on it by someone who actually did read the damn thing. Shala the Prinny says, pooty wheat. I don't know what that means. Magnolia says, hoping Lily never plays Persona 3 so I don't have to hear her say shit like, why did that guy get shot and why is that guy in the robot's lap? Adrian says, I pre-watch in this video via Celtic Phoenix. Oh, somebody else was covering it? Interesting, though. We got a super sticker from Scrimmer. Doodlebuggin says, Gra, I'm here. Have my money. Thank you. Gala says, Lily Orchid versus Evangelion. Yes. I just recently got back to reading books again. And by Little with Warhammer. I wish her to review any of those. Do you really, though? Chippy Reese says, nobody else hates the LGBT more than the LGBT. I mean, right now, maybe. Vex Fidel says, predominantly white men, shows a clip of Sulu. Master Clockwork says, Lily does not believe in viewing a piece of media in the context of when/where it takes place or the time it was made. Everything is through a modern Western progressive lens. Everything. Yeah, a lot of people do that, and that is why we say they have no media literacy. Cryohazard says, how do you think Lily deals with calling someone who's not white racist? Like how I didn't like the new Proud Family show and people were telling me to watch it because it was for me? She probably would call you racist. Miss Jasmine saying, Anton Krim, spurging about Star Trek. Sigh, yeah! You guys are so mean. Eldridge Lily says, I'm surprised she didn't claim the Borg was anti-socialist. Lily doesn't know the difference between populism, colonial simulation, and socialism. No, she does not. Master Clockwork says, Worf isn't even meant to be an example of a typical Klingon. He was raised by humans. Even Dax made fun of how oddly rigid he is. Yeah, you guys mentioned that, too. Chet Manley says, never forget that Quark out-logicked a Vulcan and out-honored a Klingon, all while being one of the most die-hard capitalists out there. Never spend more for an acquisition than you have to. Paige Lego says, Lily's entire MO is just trigger the libs. She goes after things she knows people care about, i.e. shiny hunting or Star Trek, just to shit on it. Yeah, kinda. Jehudi said, wasn't kidding about cyber feudalism. Look into Peter Thiel, Curtis Yavrin, and Nick Land. First two want to bring back city-states to solve death. The last one embraces the singularity. Cyberpunk was optimistic. Oh, God.
Oh, my God. This
is how I'm going to end up traumatizing people when I finally do a stream on AI and get into all my, like, futurist and technocrat and transhumanist nonsense. I'm not a transhumanist, but I'm probably one of the first people that would become a cyborg, I have to admit. But I'm not a transhumanist. God damn it, I'm not a transhumanist.
I'm down with transhumanism. I think it's natural for humans to want to preserve their life.
I think most people into it are douchebags, though.
Yeah, I just think that humans wanting to continue to be alive and not die is natural to us, and I think that anybody that like says that that's not true and that humans like need to die at some point to have a complete life, I think that's just cope for
That's
the
fair.
mortal
All right,
coil.
I'm gonna get to the rest of these now. Okay. Paige Lego says, Crim, let me join in the economy stream. I got a dual degree MBA alongside pharmacy school. I think I did read that one. I'll count it for something. My biggest flaw is that I see cool shiny effects and don't really focus on the nuances. I just go with the popular opinion. I'm working on it, I swear. That's perfectly fine. I mean, people like us, we like to talk about this kind of shit. I mean, if you're not interested in it, you're not interested in it, you know? But to us, it is interesting, especially since a lot of us, you know, we're creatives and writers ourselves. So, of course,
exactly, we
look into, like, the mechanics of it a lot. If Lily ever watched Shameless, her head would explode, says Small Rats. Louis Luvix the Great says, remember every time Elo gets something factually wrong, she put that mistake in her script on purpose to piss off nitpicking nerds like you. Oh yeah, she does claim that sometimes, doesn't she? Zion says, Kirk presents I Wanna Wrestle That Gator. Yes. Will says, why isn't tries worse? I asked that like hours ago, apparently. Adrian says, Celtic Phoenix would disagree with you on Voyager. Will says, if Enterprise is bad, why did you watch it?
Because I needed to finish it.
Also, no, that's short. The sunk cost fallacy. I'm proven right. Lily Orchid is right.
Also, because it's easy to fall asleep to. It's great if you have trouble sleeping.
Chibi Reese said violent punishment is literally Hays Code bullshit. Yeah, it is. Lily would love the Hays Code, but she's always pretending she hates it. Mr. Knight says she probably got the Janeway argument from a 10+ upvote from Reddit, I bet, and just like half the things she complains about, second half was from her own brain.
What was the one channel? Science Fiction Debris, was that it? She could have stolen
Debris.
It from them.
I have watched a lot of his Voyager videos, even though I don't know shit about Star Trek, just because he's so funny.
It wouldn't surprise me if Lily might have like sourced her discussion from that.
He was peripheral to Channel Awesome for a little while, so it is possible.
He was, yeah. He was like on the edge.
Yeah. Let's see. People saying Pearl never truly broke free is such a middle finger to her character. Pearl was supposed to be a mage, became a legendary knight. Bruh, don't you dare say she was weak. I like Pearl. I know, we have Pearl trauma from Lily. Part something. It says, Enterprise is the show that some people feel jumped the shark. Time-traveling aliens joining the Nazi SS was a bit too ridiculous. Did that actually happen?
That.
Oh, God.
I don't remember that.
Kaiser shown in front of the channel says Lily is treating this old conservative from a 70s show better than actual conservatives in real life. That's so fucking sad. Guess she doesn't see Josh. Yeah. Angel's Art says, I've got all day. What did Lily say? Oh, we're going to be here for a while yet, I think. Bladed Fox says, how much do you want to bet Lily just read the wiki summaries of these episodes? Yes. Zion says, Utana dub is pretty bad. I'll grab the drinks. Vex Fidel says, theory, Archie Bunker is how Lily views her brother.
I hope not, because I
do think she has stolen the Archie Bunker stuff from better video essayists, though, as I've heard these discussions of the character elsewhere. I know I have. Loaf said, as DS9's biggest offender, I had to tune her out. I can't take Lorch's dumbass takes about my favorite show. I'm weak. That's okay. That's okay. We're here to make fun of her. Okay, let's go back to the video, because this is going to be my bread and butter now. I'm going to try not to... we have one more coming in. God.
Oh, God.
Ebony Serenade, thank you, says, genuine fear of my eye if it's being released to my OCs or stories to the public. Lily will find it and either like it or apply batshit insane takes to my characters. Yeah, Lily Orgard liking something you made would be more devastating than her hating it.
Actually, I might really be upset if, like, when my book finally gets published, eventually, it's on its last drafts, we're good. And she reads without seeing who the author is, and she likes it. It'll be like, oh my God, no, please.
She makes an OC in the world, and it's like she gets all the lore wrong, and it's obnoxious.
Oh God!
Yeah,
I hope she tries to make a video on your book, Anthony, and she gets all butt. She would be so butthurt about your book being a published author. She would be so butthurt.
And it's almost done. It's almost done.
Every Lily video you should hold it up and just remind her you're a published author.
Have it on the bookshelf right next to my head.
Just pull it and do a little pose saying, I'm a published author.
Oh yeah, I'd love that. Hello, Anthony Gooley here, published author.
She'd be like, oh, he can't stop rubbing the fact that he has the privilege of being a published author.
She'll claim it's self-published or something.
It would probably be self-published because it's
trans women can't get published, and he's just being fucking his man privilege. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, something.
Something like that.
All right.
Nobody likes
Let's
my
do it.
incest
would be
books.
funny.
Okay, let's hear what
The
she says
hope
about
would be
Utena.
funny.
I will try not to pause a million times. Let's just try to listen to her overall point first, I think.
Revolutionary Girl Utena, I know it's pronounced Utena, but I don't care, is
No,
an
it's
anime
not.
from the
It's not
90s that is
pronounced
considered
Utena.
mandatory watching for every sapphic weeb over 30. I've seen this show 3 times at different points in my life, and if you only know of it through reputation, you could be forgiven for thinking it's a show about lesbians smashing gender roles and killing abusers.
Yeah, Lily, that's what I said. That's what I said. The people that go, yeah, she's stealing my takes out because I'm the one, Lily, and the argument you're going to cite that I got into was started by this. I'm the one who goes around the internet telling people Utena isn't just a Yuri show. It isn't sapphic sword lesbians. That's not what the show is. It just isn't. I have been into this fucking thing for 28 years. You can believe me. You know.
I'm also pretty sure she's not going to actually go into the details of the genre construction.
No, she's just setting it up. She's just setting it up so she can try to say that I think 14-year-olds can consent because I accurately describe the events of this series.
And again,
I will get into that when she gets into it.
Yeah.
Now-
I'll hold back on my thoughts.
Now, can I kind of do, because I feel like a lot of people get it, but I also think that some people might misunderstand you a little bit.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I don't think Sai has ever. I mean, yeah, but like, I think that there's like a bit of a mischaracterization of what you think, because from what I understood of your opinion is that you never said that like what happened wasn't statutory rape, but breaking it down and focusing on it being that and only that really kind of it kind of masks the insidiousness of Akito's actions.
Well, basically, just boiling it down to rape is very oversimplification.
There's so much going on.
You're looking at the motivations of the characters and how that plays into the theme beyond the labels associated with the criminal.
Yeah, but we'll see what she actually says about it before we get into a big discussion about it, I think. Let's see what her point is going to be instead of assuming what her point is going to be, because that's what she does to other people.
100% agree.
Let's go.
And while that is the barest description of the plot, it's extremely reductive and actually deceptive about the experience someone is going to have with it. The series has a lot of very gruesome and uncomfortable material, and I wouldn't feel comfortable recommending it to anyone unless I knew them extremely well. Utena is a series that throws multiple layers of visual storytelling onto the viewer, some of which relies on text that is completely untranslated in the official dub, and it gets
There's subtitles. There's subtitles, Lily.
On the Nozomi one, you can get subtitles for the text, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I watched it first totally legally on a DVD that I torrent file, but
you cut out a bit there.
I cut out there. Oh, cool. So no one knows I torrented the anime.
Yeah, the FBI is after you.
My first experience.
You're right, Plyman's Crown, and she's playing fucking Chinese music behind Utena. You're not even playing music from the series. She's playing a generic Asian flute music.
In fairness, though, if she played the original Utena music, she would probably be copyright struck.
No. I played plenty of the songs in my Summerton React.
Oh.
As long as it's not Rimbu Revolution, you can use most of the BGM. Also, I found a remix album that has a bossa nova version of Zettai Unmei, and it's amazing. I used it in Summerton Cut a lot.
I may need this for future videos.
There is an upload of it on YouTube. I will send it to you later. It's actually like, it fucks. Like, the song itself is like so good too. It's like a chill version of it that's all a bossa nova and with bongos and shit. It's great. It's amazing. Anyway, let's keep going.
So far into the weeds of that visual storytelling that it can be difficult for the average Dwayne to parse through it all in one watch through.
Well, yeah, but they I don't know, but they had such a low budget. They had to be very, very clever with the visuals to get the story across, because they had the series when they first were making it was just supposed to be a low budget normal shoujo series for commercial success, and then Ikuhara went off the fucking rails because that's what he do.
And plus,
he's a bit of a mad genius.
Plus, the show's talent is that you can still watch it, follow the narrative, and not need to pick up on all the more subtle details to figure out what's going on. It's just more to add more to the story.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like But it's not like Infinite Jest where you have to like...
It's not required, but like if you understand things about Greek mythology and French literature, you will pick up a lot more on here. Or like
Hermann
the
Hesse.
Kabbalah or color theory and stuff. Yeah. So.
There's quotes from Damien by Hermann Hesse, I think it is. Like just casually thrown out in the narrative, and it's like
it's because of the people who made it. Ikuhara just like basically like took all of his favorite people at the time, got them in a group together, and made the show. You know?
Yeah, and also
I will also say that like at the time that Utena came out, there was a lot of anime that was doing this like almost like art house cerebral, like very like what the fuck is happening anime. Like you've got Utena, you've got Evangelion, you've got Lane, you've got Dot Hack Sign. Like there was a lot of weird anime coming out around this time. Like
and
well, it was a trend focus on Utena, you know.
Yeah,
Toshi Kon was first really kicking off his career.
Yeah, but in the early 2000s in Western cinema, we got a lot of really cerebral movies. So that was kind of the cultural mood at the time in the late 90s and early 2000s.
Ghost in the Shell and Angel's Egg. Yeah, I'm just thinking. Now my brain's just going off on it.
I also want to say,
what was that mind-bending serial killer movie with what's her face in it? J-Lo.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Cure.
The Cell. No,
I thought you were talking about Cure from Japan for a second there.
No, I was just thinking in general, just like cerebral surrealism in the late 90s and early 2000s, because it was kind of a thing at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Silent Hill also, like the games.
And even like Utena, like you look at like a movie like Takashi Miike's Audition. They follow a similar structure in that the first 2/3 of the story is something different, but it's all building to that last act where everything is upended, but everything's upended in a way that makes cohesive sense with what came before. There's a lot of that, and it's all very clever. Anyway, I can go on for ages.
Let's just talk about Utena though and see how she's gonna get this wrong.
Yeah,
time.
One thing I want to say before we progress, that especially with regards to like the allegations against Akito, is that like if you reduce Akio, that's what I meant. Sorry,
Akio, yeah.
Akito is the villain from Fruits Basket.
Yeah, different
pretty similar though.
Akio, like his like saying that it's like, oh, like he specifically was just after Utena and was preying on Utena, and like his whole motivation was to prey on her. Like that's very inaccurate, and I think that's a big problem with reducing what happened between them to just sexual assault. Like that was happening, but there was also other stuff going on, you know?
Yeah, it's very specific.
Anyway, sorry,
but he was also getting her to fall for him, and of course he did compare her before he started to seduce her. He did compare her directly to Zeus's little boy lover. So that's that's a thing. So yeah, but what happened? A lot of Utena is very mythological too, though. Yeah. But like,
and Akio kind of his whole thing is he kind of sees everything as everyone as playthings for him to like manipulate and control. Like he is dehumanizing everyone else as a toy for his pleasure or necessity.
Yeah,
from what I remember. So it seems like boiling it down to anyway,
we will find out what Lily is going to say about my statements on that when I got into. See, she always says Twitter is crazy and full of crazy stupid people, but she'll use crazy stupid Twitter arguments against me. Yeah,
exactly.
Especially if they aren't familiar with a lot of the symbolism the show loves to use. Worse even, it's a series that likes to deconstruct certain anime tropes, but it does this by playing them completely straight for the
No.
Really, no. That's wrong.
Utena isn't deconstructing anime. It's very insular. It's very, very insular with its own symbolic language. Lily, this is an art piece. This was made by basically an indie company. Tapas was Ikuhara's company.
I may disagree with you on this one slightly. That it is playing against tropes from the S-girl genre, and it is playing with like tropes established by stuff like the Rose
But
of Versailles,
not
but
to
what's
like
very
but not to
specific.
satirize them or criticize them or deconstruct them, though.
No, it's not
Not
like
really.
Evangelion. It's more playing against type is what it ultimately does.
If they're
Like
deconstructing anything, it's fairy tales.
well, that's kind
Yeah.
of what it ties in with. It's also fairy tales too. There are elements of the S-girl, kind of like the kind of teenage girls who form a close friendship, but the friendship is shown to be like fleeting or ends in tragedy. Those elements are played straight and subverted in some ways. To say, I would say it's wiser to say it deconstructs tropes and elements in service of its core ideas. You know, like specific tropes and ideas. And
But I think what Lily is trying to say though is that they went into this saying we're gonna deconstruct shoujo as a genre, which is not fucking what Utena is.
Oh no, it
not at
wasn't
all.
about shoujo.
it's
It
not a
wasn't about
genre
shoujo.
deconstruction. It's more
I don't think-
tropes, I'd say. But that's
I
a
don't think-
nuance.
I mean, they
to
brought
it.
on Chiho Saito to make sure they wouldn't satirize shoujo stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that like at that point, what we understand to be shoujo, what wasn't really like what Lily understands as shoujo and like magical girls hadn't really been established yet. I think not the way we think
Yeah.
of it today.
And also
I mean,
consider
Sailor
that
Moon. I mean, Sailor Moon was out before this, and it was the same director.
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
true. That is true.
Ikuhara is
That's
also
like-
Sailor Moon. Yeah.
I also think
I-
people
I-
misunderstand what deconstruction means. Like, it doesn't
Yeah.
necessarily mean like dark and edgy and like subverting everything and showing
No,
why
I
this
know,
thing is bad. It's more like saying, hey, here's this idea, here's how it works. What happens if these elements start to fall away?
I just don't
you know?
think Utena is that metatextual. I don't think it's
Yeah.
interrogating any other type of genre convention or any other type of show. It's just it's being itself, basically. It's not out there saying, hey, we need to like look at these previous shows and make something like them that like interrogates what they are. It's not really what it's doing at all.
Yeah, not in the same way that Evangelion is, certainly.
No, not at all.
I mean, like, this is going to be a stupid metaphor, but bear with me for a second. It's kind of like if you go to a fucking artsy restaurant and you get, like, a deconstructed taco. Nobody's fucking saying that tacos are bad. But having eaten, you would get a different experience if you had never eaten a taco before. So having experience with tacos will change how you experience a deconstructed taco. That's as I know that's such a stupid metaphor, but
No,
that's how
not stupid at all.
deconstruction works. That's how
Not-
deconstruction
yeah.
works.
Not stupid at all. That's exactly that's it right there. Yeah. It's not saying this is bad. It's saying here are the components, here are the ideas, here are the tropes. Let's break them down. Let's take a few things
Okay,
away.
on that
and
level,
see how
yeah,
it
it
works.
does a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
For
But even
sure.
then, that's not the way Lily is using it. She's acting like deconstructing means what.
criticism.
Yeah, it's like saying
Yeah.
let's make the Watchmen of shoujo stories.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's
which is
what
not
she's
happening.
saying. That's what I'm arguing against. Really, is Lily's
Yeah.
idea of what deconstruction is.
Yeah. Which
All right,
the
let's
problem is-
continue
yeah.
and see.
Let's
Well,
go,
like I said,
yeah.
we'll get to the meat of it when she finally fucking gets
People
to
are
it.
making fun of
Two-thirds
my
before getting
deconstructed
really into the
taco.
deconstruction in the final season. So the point where you really start getting into the nitty-gritty of all of these characters
Also, the show is one season. It's 39 episodes. It's a single season. It just
Yeah.
dysfunctional
it just
relationships
hard.
is after almost 20 episodes of Nanami fawning over her older brother in a way that screams, oh right, this is an anime what I'm watching. All of these things combined means that you could recommend Utena to someone.
Incest.
Okay, so you misunderstood Nanami's story exactly the same way fucking James Somerton did.
Yeah, you don't-
Nanami is not
yeah.
actually attracted to her brother. She is a very immature young girl. She's 13. She's very immature for her age. She doesn't get why she can't fawn over her brother or get kisses from him like she did when they were little kids. She doesn't understand how bad that looks. You know, she doesn't understand the differences as you start to go through puberty and grow and how that's not appropriate anymore. She doesn't even understand why it's inappropriate to call like an elementary schooler her boyfriend. She's that immature. She is
and she's
not
desperate for validation.
Yeah, and by the end, she has no identity outside of being Toga's little sister, either. And there's also the theory that she's a closeted lesbian, so she just says her brother is the best man ever and she can't be attracted to any other man to kind of excuse herself from heterosexuality, you know? Which I do definitely see that, especially the way she kind of goes after Utena all the time and calls her a boy girl and, you know, gets on her case, you know?
And like that would definitely play with how the show plays with sexuality and gender.
Yeah,
so
but at the end of Nanami's Naomi's arc, she soundly rejects Togi. You showed the clip, actually, in your fucking montage there. She pushes him away very hard and says this isn't what she wants. This is never what she wanted. She just didn't realize the ramifications of the kind of attention she was giving her brother, how that comes across in the adult world, because she's not a fucking adult yet, you know? But so by the end of the series, she actually has matured quite a bit. And she stops wearing her pretender school council uniform and tells Utena, get the fuck away from Akio and Anthe. You know?
Yeah.
It's like the last thing she says to Utena.
I will also say that, like, we get pretty early hints that Anthe is not what she seems. Like, she's, like, playing as, like, this... I mean, like, there's a lot of things going on with Anthony, but, like, she's serving as this prince.
Anthony. We need Anthony
There's a lot of things going on with you too, but, like, that would be, like, a whole video.
It's a whole thing.
But, like, she's kind of playing as this, like, damsel almost, but she's not really. That's not really what she is.
She will be whatever each of the duelists wants her to be.
Yeah.
In service to manipulating them the way Akio needs them to be maneuvered.
Exactly. And because we see that, we know that there's something going on with her, that she's not as innocent as she is trying to present herself as.
I mean, even if you don't pick up on it early on, the show will definitely put it right in your face that she knows what's happening, she knows what's going on, and she's in league with Akio. By the time they get to the last battle, the second to last episode, Utena still thinks Akio has no idea about the duel stuff and the Rose Bride stuff. She has no idea Akio is behind it. So we see that Anthe is in league with Akio, and Akio is behind it long before Utena does.
Mm-hmm.
So us as the audience, we had it shoved right in our face. So if you don't get it by then, I mean, that Anthe has been manipulating things, you know, you'll definitely get it on a second watch if you pay attention to her and the actions she takes. You know,
well, Lily doesn't pay attention.
No, of course not. So let's go see what else she says.
And if you don't pre-warn them about all of these things, there's a significant likelihood that they're going to bounce right off of it. They could easily watch the first half, go, okay, I see where this is going, and turn it off. And I don't think that's an unfair first impression to have. Some people think you're obligated to stick it out to the end, but I think on a critical level, the point—
Oh, for God's sakes! We watched this in the patron server so I could write a parody video, and it was only my assurances that the show had actual themes to explore that kept most of the patrons from dipping by the Black Rouse arc. Okay, so, like, your friends who you have primed to, like, hate everything, we're gonna dip.
Also, your fucking friends and your audience are a bunch of children that have the attention span of fucking gnats.
And also, they're sycophants. That's the only reason they're that close to you, is there's fucking sycophants who'll go, you're so right about everything, Lily. You've never been wrong, Lily. You're so great, Lily. So,
also,
yeah. Also,
this is
I swear this is the first time she's actually watched it all the way through to do her stupid TTS parody. And when she finally does finish that, whenever she does, I will react to it. I don't think it's going to be very funny, so we're going to make it another Tequila Rose stream. And I think I'll just, like, act like the guy in Apocalypse Now the entire time.
Kurtz? You're gonna be Marlon Brando from Apocalypse Now?
Yes, I'll be Marlon Brando from Apocalypse Now and just keep monologuing in a dreary way, like, or how we're all dead already.
You gotta film yourself half in shadow.
Yeah. So that's my plan for that. Anyway, let's.
I think she wants to do the Utena abridged thing.
Oh god,
yeah. Is what she wants.
Well,
also,
oh, sorry. Go on.
I also I recall this in books you can skip through pages, like you can skip pages, so I should be able to skip dialogue. You realize that that's also frowned on, Lily. Skipping huge parts of books is something that you're not supposed to do.
I believe it was her second Dun Meshi video. She said most shows you can just skip 7 episodes.
That's stupid. That's so dumb.
That tells you how she watches things.
That's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with this. It's like, okay, anyway, let's keep going. So dumb.
Yeah.
Can't take any more of something is valuable information to have. You can stop watching a show at any point you want for whatever reason you want. Your time is your time, and you don't owe it to the egos.
So her argument again is you don't have to watch Utena all the way through. You don't have to finish watching things. She says this every time. So have you watched it all or not? I don't think she hasn't gotten much further in her TTS parody. So I bet she hasn't even watched the final episodes. I bet she's never watched them before. Because every time she talks about Utena, she goes, "You can stop watching things. You don't have to watch something just because people tell you it's awesome." It's like, okay, so don't watch it, Lily.
Yeah. So
yeah,
who
but
cares? Don't make a video
also
about it.
your like, no offense, but like at that point, your opinion is not as valid as somebody that has watched it all the way through.
Your opinion isn't valuable.
Yeah. Plus, here's the big question: why are you making a video about something you have no strong opinions on?
Because I like it.
Exactly. That's it. It's just out of spite.
And I criticized her opinions on it before. My very first video was criticizing her opinions on it.
Yeah, like they're movies that people love that I don't particularly care for, and I disagree with people on. I don't make videos about it unless someone like paid me money to make a video.
You know what, Ant? The funniest part is I wanted to react to her Steven Universe video. And in the middle of that Steven Universe video, she went on about fucking Utena for like 20 or 30 minutes. And that's when I cut my first YouTube video that put me on the map from. The one I just uploaded, and it got 5K views. And I said, well, I might as well cut together the two Steven Universe parts now. And then that got like all the views, and now I'm a YouTuber. So Lily, you randomly talking shit about Utena in the middle of your 2023 Steven Universe video directly led to me becoming a YouTuber and one of your biggest critics. So
funny how that works out.
GG. And you still won't fucking shut up about it.
And even then, her opinions like, I don't want to watch it. I don't want anyone. You don't have to watch it.
You don't have to watch it, because everyone says it's an important sapphic show, she's expected to have watched it, and so she doesn't want people to know things she doesn't, but she also doesn't want to engage with it. She's so fucking weird.
Ridiculous. Anyway, let's keep going.
Of loudmouths on Twitter to keep sticking something out if it has already become too much for you. I bring this up because Utena as a show has always been wildly open to interpretation. The show loves its metaphors and its symbols, and the creator is infamously tight-lipped about explaining what a lot of the more weird parts of the show are. Sometimes
Is he?
No.
Not really.
He's kind of a yapper, isn't he?
He is. I mean, he'll say weird shit that only makes sense to him, but all the symbols in the show are very consistent.
Yeah, it's not particularly tough to figure out.
I can't. Okay, I could be wrong. I'd have to look it up. So, like, do your own research. But didn't he also start the rumor that Kaoru Nagisa was based on him? Because he was friends with Ano, and Ano was like, no.
I think he did start that.
He probably just did it to fuck with him, yeah. That sounds like something Ikuhara
He's
would do.
He's a yapper. He won't shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes he lies and contradicts himself, and sometimes he gives hilarious non-answers, and you're led to believe a lot of the things that nobody can explain are just there to screw with you. So while some themes remain ever-present, there's a lot of variance between how people interpret the series, even if it was too much for you and you had to leave halfway through.
I think she's being racist on purpose with the background music.
I don't want to assume that.
It's just generic Asian music.
It's bad. It's bad.
Here's the problem. I don't think she knows the difference, is what I think it is. I don't think she's being actively malicious about it. I think she just has no clue.
Japanese music.
Yeah, she probably just Google search Japanese music or Asian music and just put it in there.
It's like you fucking in a fake Chinese restaurant, you'd hear this shit, you know?
No, they play a gold mine for.
Huh?
They play K-pop and J-pop now.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Never mind.
Wild out there takes about everything. A place where people just figuring out how to read symbolism can cut their teeth. A place where a wild, barely held together interpretation is welcomed with open arms and pop beers and demands to spill the contents of your mind prison. But it's not. Because Utena's status as a pioneer of LGBT animation means its fan base is extremely aggressive regarding anything detracting from that title. So beware what you say, lest some ambitious idiot come by and piss in your mailbox. Multiple people have discussed Utena and admitted to the way in which the first impression left them feeling betrayed or lied to, and then having to watch it again. And I couldn't really fault anyone for.
Wait, stop a second. Go back a second.
Neuralities.
Yeah. Okay. So Neuralities praised Utena, like really praised Utena, and like her opinion on Utena was kind of like saying, "Hey, this is meant to make you uncomfortable.
I didn't agree with a lot of her opinions and interpretations, but she made pretty solid videos on it.
Yeah, that sums up Neuralities in a nutshell. You may not agree with everything that she's. But like, you know,
she's the one who kind of sold me on the Nanami is a closeted lesbian theory, actually, though.
Yeah.
I will also say,
yeah.
Neuralities is a great example of someone with media literacy that I don't agree with. All of her takes. She tries to look at things in context. She looks for evidence for her claims, and she presents them in a very thoughtful manner. Do I agree with all of her takes? No. But I think that the fact that she looks for that evidence is very critical and thoughtful and tries to look at things from different sides, kind of exemplifies media literacy, despite her not being someone I don't think I've ever agreed on a single video that she's made. But I have a lot of respect for her.
And I think that the backlash against her was very. I watched.
Yeah, that wasn't fair. That wasn't fair.
Like she drew fan art of two characters that was not very explicit, and it was misconstrued as like CP, which is like ridiculous. Like, but I know that Close and Flora and we did a stream back where we watched one of her videos, and she does do a bit of like drawing conclusions based on very loose evidence, but like that's something that can be solved in the draft. What her issues as a creator were purely things that could be fixed with a single redraft of her script. Most of the issues, I think, it really stinks that she stepped away from doing YouTube videos.
Because she could have improved. Yeah,
I think a big problem with Neuralities is that she kind of threw her lot in with, like, I hate to bring this up here, but like the anti-crowd, and oh wow, the leopards eating our faces club ate my face. Like if you throw your lot behind them, then like eventually, because that crowd, they just want to feel morally superior.
Exactly.
And eventually
they're
going to.
And she seemed very sincere. Like that's the thing. She felt very sincere with.
Yeah, she was.
She wasn't being.
She got popular really quickly. She got popular very quickly, I think, is the problem.
She
like imagine
she seems young too, so.
Yeah, imagine someone got as popular as you did, Sai, but like in their early 20s.
Yeah, in the early
like,
20s,
that was
prepared for it, and it can't just like yell back at people like I do.
It's like, oh wait, I forgot. I don't care what you people fucking think about me. Like she couldn't do that.
She can't do that. Yeah,
and she didn't have enough time to like make a weak video, but get like reasonable amounts of criticism. It had to be like everyone reacted to it, and it's awful.
Yeah.
This is unfortunate. She did have some pretty solid videos. Like I said, she convinced me on the Nanami is a closeted lesbian theory, so she's got that going for her.
I really like
hears this.
If Neuralities is listening, your Kiki's delivery service video is. I'm just saying that right now. That's a really solid one too.
I'm gonna have to check that one out.
Yeah,
I love
good.
Kiki's. Anyway, let's go.
For dipping at the first opportunity. And the show is very Lynchian in presentation, and it's not for everyone. And on top of that, David Lynch never triple kicked you in the stomach with codependent incest. If somebody told me, well, I tried it, but it was gross.
Wait.
Yes, he fucking did.
I was gonna say Lynch.
Did you watch Dune? He does that in Dune. I mean, granted, it's Frank Herbert, but like. That has incest in it. Like
it's also not Lynchian. Like Ikuhara likes David Lynch. He also likes Kubrick though, but I wouldn't call Utena Lynchian on any level really. I mean, I think for Ikuhara it's more direction style and the use of symbol and sort of postmodern visuals. You know.
Yeah, and also David Lynch's whole thing is that he creates a reality that's like reality. And draws your attention to the unreality of it by changing.
That is Utena right there, though.
No, but Utena is impossible in other stylistic ways.
Utena has its own reality that is an unreality, though. That's the thing.
But that's true. But Lynch's reality is meant to make you think it's almost grounded, and then something happens in a way that makes no sense logically. Like just nothing. Like there's no reason. You would go a scene in Eraserhead, for example. A guy meets his girlfriend's parents for the first. Okay, that makes sense, but it's in an industrial wasteland. Why is it there? No one draws attention to it. They go inside the house. The parents are weird. Okay, they hand out chickens that menstruate. Why do the chickens menstruate? They have no explanation for it, and it just draws your attention to how bizarre everything about this scene is. Whereas in Utena, it's like, no, there's this fantastical world. And that's so heightened that it's not.
It also takes from plays and theater and experimental theater. So theater also has its sort of own weird pocket reality, which is kind of what Utena is like.
So I have a question.
A bit Lynchy and a bit theater.
Yeah.
I have a question. I have a question though.
Sure.
Now, again, maybe I'm wrong and it slid off my brain because it's been like a decade or so since I watched Utena.
Mm-hmm.
Is there like a codependent incest thing between Akio and Anthony? Because I don't remember that at all. Like that's not the impression that I got.
They are, yeah. He is sexually active with her. Yes.
Yucky.
Yeah,
yucky.
it's very explicit. The other two sets of siblings, no. Not even
I
not even Cosway and Mickey, even if it might look that way. No.
That's a weird one to show.
I think I blocked that out of my memory.
Especially seeing the scene from adolescence where like they're talking about the key and all that. Like that's a scene that's more explicit with
something that's kind of formed in my brain recently is because me talking about the Auntie at the end of the show being in her coffin and that being her true self. And that's what Akio's trying to get to. It's almost like he's trying to control every single part of her, so the molestation is part of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all about domination.
Yeah, I definitely threw that into the memory hole.
Oh no, yeah, it happens pretty explicitly. I mean, you don't see like a sex scene or anything, but it's no holds barred. It's there.
I think because it was around the time that I watched Elfen Lied that I had been desensitized.
You just drank bleach after that, I think, probably.
There you go.
I just watched some fucked up anime and drank bleach and was like, well, I think it was around the first time I watched Evangelion and I did not get it.
In my memory now, yeah.
Anyway,
let's keep going.
I probably just gently informed them that it's a story that condemns abuse in patriarchal systems, but the way in which the series immerses you in abuse and takes as long as it does to get to the point is something I would consider a fair criticism of the show to make.
Immerses you in abuse, like that episode where Utena and Anthony's bodies got swapped by extra spicy curry, you know? It was always
about the cowbell episode.
Or the cowbell episode. Or the episode where Toga punches a kangaroo.
Also, if not to plug myself, but I am going to plug myself. If you go on my channel, I did a stream where I got a bunch of people to call in for my little call-in show, The Inferno, and we talked about how the virtues of art that make you uncomfortable, and there was a lot of really cool discussions about how actually it's good when art makes you uncomfortable, and you should sit with that feeling. Because like being uncomfortable is not the same as being unsafe, and I hate fucking like idiots like Lily that like try to equate the same. It's like, oh, what if I'm triggered? It's like, okay, are you triggered or are you uncomfortable? Because those are two different things.
You know, Krim, recently she told someone with an anxiety disorder to fucking grow up.
Like, granted, like I don't think that you should put yourself through mental distress, but like you should be okay with pushing your comfort zone.
I mean, back in my day, the exchange was, "I'm offended," and it's like, so.
Like sometimes it's good to be offended.
You don't watch art like Come and See and expect and get upset that it's disturbing. Like you go there to be disturbed. That's what.
What's that one quote? It's like art should disturb the comfortable and comfort the disturbed. That's one of my favorite quotes.
Oh yeah, it's very true too. I mean, most artists, I think we would agree, are pretty disturbed.
I think all of us right now in this call are disturbed, but that's an opinion.
That's just being a creative, I think. You know,
that's just a theory. Sorry,
an ant theory. Anyway,
Funkel's being spicy in chat.
Someone's being spicy in chat.
Oh yeah, I mentioned aunties and her getting up all in a tizzy as if I'm like, you know what? I don't think that we should tell people to kill themselves for drawing teenagers kissing.
Yeah.
And then it's like, you condone freaking child porn. It's like, I never said that.
That's the argument Lily's about to get into with me, so let's go.
You can't douse people with this.
Big brother, you really are the only one for me.
But Mickey's heart is slowly drifting further and further towards
that girl. Oh god, the dub is so bad. Lily, you need to pay me for listening to the dub.
I'll comfort you as I always do, little mouse.
Squeak.
And then say, oh no, I'm going somewhere with this, I promise.
Sorry, Jury slapped her because Anthony was purposely triggering her in that scene, by the way. I mean, Jury's kind of a hard ass, but people get slapped all the time in Utena. It's a shoujo series from the 90s. People are gonna get slapped.
And it's also, again, referencing also stuff like
Rose of Versailles. I think you cut out a little bit there, but yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, the Rose of Versailles influence is all over the fucking place on Utena for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it's clear that she's just taking throughout this that have no contextual connection and trying to make a point with this when there's just no actual through line.
Because she wants to sound smart, but she's not smart.
Spoiler alert from chat, by the way. Apparently Lily's not actually going anywhere with this.
Oh my god, seriously?
Great. Wonderful. She's just introducing Utena so then she can bitch about my Utena argument on Twitter from months ago.
Because she hasn't actually said anything yet beyond, you don't have to watch Utena. It's like, there's a
That's
pointless...
exactly what she said 2 years ago in her anime ranking video.
Yeah,
Funkle, would you simmer the frick down? Like, you're not really adding anything to the discussion.
Oh, just let chat go. Don't even read. I've barely been reading chats, and I just ignore them. Anyway, no comments from the peanut gallery. Unless you're paying me money. What was I even going to say? Shit, I lost my train of thought. Let's just keep going with the video.
Yeah.
Some people just won't believe you, and that's okay. But Utena has almost the inverse problem of Lolita. When people talk about it, they talk about it in terms of being a gay show about smashing gender roles, and that's true in the same way as saying Undertale is a subversive RPG. You'll go in expecting Sailor Moon with sword-fighting lesbians, and you're not expecting to get a Kingdom Hearts world made out of Twin Peaks and flowers in the attic.
Wait, what is flower?
Okay, what can you like the takes are sliding off my brain.
I think I just had a mini stroke there. Yeah.
You have to understand.
Okay, hang on.
You said
let me put her back on normal speed real quick.
You don't need to put her to 0.5 speed because what the fuck are you talking?
That was a lot. Hang on, okay.
When people talk about it, they talk about it in terms of being a gay show about smashing gender roles, and that's true in the same way as saying Undertale is a subversive RPG. You'll go in expecting Sailor Moon with sword-fighting lesbians, and you're not expecting to get a Kingdom Hearts world made out of Twin Peaks and flowers in the attic. But it's almost...
Okay. How is it like Kingdom Hearts, Lily? Utena predates Kingdom Hearts. Utena predates Kingdom Hearts by 4 years.
Wait, Sai. Kingdom Hearts, the first game, ends with them opening up a big door. Right? In a big stage.
You stop it.
Has a door in it that they open up at the end.
I'm kicking you out of this call.
If you think about it, if you really think about it, you could make the argument that
Kingdom Hearts invented doors. Exactly.
Both Utena and Merluxia are butches with pink hair and flower.
My god.
Flower motifs.
Oh god, it all connects. Maybe Lily was right all along.
And Nanami is kind of like the other good girl,
butch, but you know.
And Luxine from Kingdom Hearts. Terrible.
She only said flowers in the attic because of the incest. That's all.
Yeah, that and like keeping someone locked up in an attic.
And Twin Peaks because Lynch.
But Twin Peaks is a
weird performances.
The moment. Okay, so at what point does someone have a dream where they go backwards in a red lodge?
Yeah, where the fuck is the dancing midget in Utena, Lily?
Where is that fine cup of coffee? There's no fine cup of coffee anywhere in Utena. So therefore, it makes no sense.
Yeah, they drink tea. Damn it. Anyway, that point was just complete incoherent nonsense.
Yeah, you're just throwing names out.
Fucking stroke at the same time.
Yeah, that's
euthanasia together as a group.
Lily getting close with Sailor Moon, and that's only because of.
See, that's the best proof ever that Lily causes psychic damage. It happened to all three of us at the same time.
Yeah, it's like you can't just throw a bunch of names of a show out there. Of different shows out there, and expect to make.
If you're an idiot who wants to sound smart, you can.
Also, but like Lily, anyone who knows anything about what you're talking about knows it's ridiculous.
Lily,
I bet she's never seen Twin Peaks. I bet she's never fucking seen Twin Peaks.
I'm gonna drop some fucking knowledge on you, Lily Orchard.
Mm-hmm.
Nomura loves weird esoteric anime like Utena. And like Devilman and Evangelion. That's what Kingdom Hearts. Wow! Like Fork Found in Kitchen. Kingdom Hearts is like a bunch of love letters to animation. Jeez, I wonder who could have fucking told that from the fucking anime that smashes together Final Fantasy and Disney cartoons. Like it's not subtle about like it being references to animation, including Western and classical anime. That's the whole fucking point.
Wait, Trim, are you saying that artists lift from things they like?
But like Also, Kingdom Hearts is like some of the most anime weeby bullshit ever put to fucking screen.
That's the point. Nomura was like, you know what? I love those like weird, like cerebral anime that like made me think about things. What if I made a video game where it's just that? That was the conceit of the Kingdom Hearts plot and story and characters.
Also, it was because the Square Enix offices and the Japanese Disney offices were in the same building.
Yeah, that's the actual reason why. But like, it's the practical reason.
Well, that's how they came up with the idea in the first place, or the deal anyway.
Yeah, but like this was like Nomura animes that you criticize. So
let's be fair though. This whole Final Fantasy crossing over a Disney thing is something only the Japanese would come up with.
I love it.
That's why it's amazing.
Okay, let's go on with the video. Yeah,
it's impossible to talk about any of this because its reputation to a bunch of Gen X otaku means that they're so extremely defensive and possessive of it. And if you have a problem with any of the depiction in the series, no matter how nuanced your position actually is, they just scream, skill issue, media literacy, brain rot, until they break every blood vessel in their face. This isn't even unique to you, Tenna. I just feel like picking on it in particular. It's what fans...
No, it doesn't even look like IRL me.
Can we go back a little bit? Like, I know that the art's kind of gross and misogynistic,
they're so extremely
but
defensive and possessive of it. And if you have a problem with any of the depiction in the series, no matter how nuanced your position actually is, they just scream, skill issue.
Right there.
She already drew that one, though. She already drew that one, Taffer. Lily's racist friend.
There's another one.
I know there's another one. It's what I based Lily on the thumbnail on.
Also, like, here's the problem. Lily's saying no matter how is, people reject it. The problem is we're looking for a point. You can't reject a point without a point.
I'm the one who made the nuanced argument and got yelled at, so I don't know where she's gonna go with this. But also, yeah, that doesn't look anything like me. Like Ant and Krim have both seen a picture of me, and Lily has seen my Facebook picture, so that doesn't even look like IRL me. So I don't know what the fuck she's doing here.
This is true. Sai has actual devil horns. They're not just strapped on her head.
Yeah, it's not just a headband, obviously.
Yeah, it's actually kind of terrifying. The horns are like sprouting from behind your ears. It's really weird, like almost like an iron bowl kind of situation.
No, I just secretly have many invisible arms.
There you go. Just like an elephant. There you go. It all comes together.
And it's like, I understood that reference.
Oh yeah, I got that one.
Anyway, let's go.
Media literacy, brain rot. Until they...
Oh wait, you wanted to say something about the art though, Krim?
No, it's not. This isn't the piece. It was the other piece. Because there's another piece that she got Taffer to drew where she made you very femme. And it's like, Sai is very openly a butch. And like... very openly gender non-conforming and has mentioned this on her streams. Why are you making her femme? That comes across... The lesbophobia is just so tangible. But anyway.
It always is, but yeah.
Break every blood vessel in their face. This isn't even unique to you, Tenna. I just feel like picking on it in particular. It's what fans do with...
I wonder why.
Like picking on it. I don't have anything actually to say about it. I just feel like picking on it. Is it because it's my thing, Lily? And you think if you insult my thing, you will destroy me?
Also, we're halfway through her video.
Finally,
and she has not come close to a point yet.
Yeah, what's the point?
And she
Remember when this video was about media literacy? Remember
Yeah.
This is about media literacy?
This is Lily's, like, she's getting worse now that she's, like, kind of spiraling. But this is every Lily video. She says it's about some topic about media, when really it's about her own bitching and complaints in life and writing and herself and all of her personal issues.
Yeah, but, like, we look at this going, like, at first you start off with saying, you know, conservatives like Star Trek. Okay, that's a start. Where are you going with this? Conservatives like Star Trek because of these sweeping things that apply to, and I'll give you any examples. Okay, that's poorly phrased, but at least they know what your point is. Now, how is this connected to media literacy? I can see a way it can connect. You know, so all in the family, like, okay, but okay, you can't coming up with your point. Where's this come to? Like, where's the focal point? You know, you don't have to watch Utena to actually get it. Like, but like, what does that have to do with anything you were just talking about? Like, at no point
flopping, as they say.
No, she only went after Star Trek because that's Jessie Gender's thing. She's only going after Utena because it's my thing, and then she's just going to directly go after the two of you.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Come at me, bitch.
We're getting close. We're getting close, guys.
Everything. Media literacy isn't any more dead than it was 30 years ago. The average Dwayne sitting at home watching non-challenging but thrilling Netflix soap operas today is the same guy who was going to see Independence Day in the 90s.
Why does she keep saying Dwayne?
I think it must be some terminology that we
Where's
just
she
don't know
getting
about.
that from? Guys, is there some new Zoomer slang where you say Dwayne? Not one I know.
I think she's trying to make a male version of Karen, but we already have that. It's Kyle.
I thought it was Darren.
Also, the problem is she hasn't really mentioned any media yet that is Independence Day like. You know, like Star Trek, All in the Family, Utena, they're all fairly solid. So
you know what would have been a good show to bring up in this? Freaking Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Or even like Rick and Morty or BoJack Horseman.
The Sopranos.
Those good. The Sopranos.
She
absolutely.
Refuses to
Fight Club.
She refuses to watch Breaking Bad or BoJack. She refuses to watch Breaking Bad or BoJack.
But even if you want to go for like a more feminine, like more female focused series, you know, in place of Utena, you could also do that with Pokemon. You know, people. She in her own Pokemon retrospective talked about how people like PETA was misinterpreting the messages of Pokemon. Right there is a topic that you could easily make this video about, talking about how animal rights activists ignore elements of Pokemon, such as the idea of Pokemon being partners with the humans, or stories involving Pokemon where they're just domestic with humans, or living on their own, or discussing the evolution, or observing, or what have you. You know, the problem is that there are so many easier examples that she could have used from previous videos. You wouldn't even have to write anything new. You just recycle stuff, and you'd still make a better point about media literacy than talking about a show you clearly never watched, Star Trek, talking about Utena, which you have seen but missed the point of, demonstrably so, or talking about All in the Family, a show that has no connection between the other two shows in any reasonable way. And you would have sounded smarter and more focused as a result if you just stuck to things you were familiar with and focused on those messages and how fandoms interpret the ideas of those stories.
It's because this isn't actually about media literacy.
Exactly. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, ultimately speaking, it's all about us.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah, it's just all about her personal bullshit, like every single one of her videos is. That's all she ever does.
Now, okay, I have some bad news.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I could be wrong, but I think she might have picked up Dwayne from her brother or from Chud.
Another one?
I don't think she realizes what she's doing, but I'm just looking up. I would have to do more research. So again, don't take my word with a grain of salt. I could be wrong. This is just me doing like 10 seconds of Google foo.
But
it's a dog whistle for black men that hit on white women, it seems. I could be wrong. Like, but that's like one of the definitions I clicked on. That's what that was. I don't think she means it.
She has no idea what it means.
She doesn't know what it means, but I think she might have overheard like someone like her brother or like a Chud be like, all these Dwaynes like doing these stupid things and like not realizing what she's saying. I could be wrong. But I've seen like a lot of comparisons to like
yeah, she's saying the
like
average,
Dwayne Rock Johnson.
The average Dwayne sitting at home, like,
and like
yeah, that's not.
It's
what
like how you would say
average
true. Joe or average, you know,
average dude. You know, yeah. If that's the case, then she has.
It's the second time.
I don't think she's meaning it maliciously.
It's the second time she's said it. So
yeah,
that's why it stood out to me. I was like, you said this, like, this is the second time you've said that, and I have no idea what the fuck you're actually talking about.
Yeah.
What's a reference to, or what does it mean?
Yeah, but I think it's a reference to The Rock. I think is how Chuds usually use it. Again, I could be wrong. Like, you should look up more reliable sources than just like Google pages. Like, I'm on the stream right now. I'm not going to research too much, but like when you hear somebody repeat a word like that, a light should go off in your head and you'll be like, what do you mean by that? That's a weird thing to say. Why would you say that here? Always question that when someone like Lily fucking says this shit.
Yeah, and
Mandy is saying it's possibly that people say Dwayne The Rock Johnson's name instead of Jabroni, like they've switched them around. That's a possible other explanation. It seems like a bit of a stretch, though.
I would hope it's that as opposed. I think that if it is a dog whistle slur, then she's probably
not aware of it. But
yeah,
holy
I don't want to
shit,
time
Lily.
But it
yeah.
speaks of this kind of people she's around. Again,
It
I could
also
be wrong.
speaks to her
I could be
just
wrong. But
repeating things without finding out what they mean. You know? Whatever. We got a sad hamster on screen. Thank you. Thank you. That definitely lifts the mood.
Everything. Media literacy isn't any more dead than it was 30 years ago. The average Dwayne sitting at home watching non-challenging but thrilling Netflix soap operas today is the same guy who was going to see Independence Day in the 90s.
Prison
That's
Break.
the thing about art as consumer product. A lot of people don't like to think too critically about the media they consume. They don't find that fun. And if they don't find it...
Yeah. So, but other people do find it fun, Lily, like us.
Yeah, so what's the point of this?
But you're supposed to you're supposed to be a media critic. You should also find that fun. If you don't, you're in the wrong line of work.
Yeah, seriously. Anyway.
I mean, like, I like watching, like, anime. I like watching adult shows. I also like watching the Netflix schlocky stuff for dude bros. Like I said, I love Prison Break.
Yeah.
But, like, most people, even those quote-unquote Dwaynes or Jabronis or Kyles or whatever you want to call them, they aren't just sitting down and watching fucking Prison Break and the CW shows. They watch, like, most people, like, let's be charitable, probably have a varied media diet and are watching a lot of different things. The only reason that you think that people only watch the one thing is because, Lily, that's you!
Like, literally, if I look at the bookshelf right now, I have Shakespeare next to Spider-Man comics. Like, that's just how
pretty...
on my bookshelf next to me, let's see.
Exactly.
Bottom shelf of my bookshelf, I have like Stephen King and Discworld. I have the Chronicles of Narnia. Above that is some of my research books where I have like a bunch of things on Kabbalah and apocryphal Christian texts and stuff like that. And above that, I have like some art books and some books on anatomy and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I have Cassandra Clare sitting right next to Tolkien. Like
I may judge you for that one. I'm kidding.
I'm immune. You can't fucking hurt me in any way that matters, you nerd. But like, people, even when people are watching things that you think are bad, it's not the only thing that they watch, and they don't base their personality on that. So
yeah, but she only ever references back to like the same 5 or 8 properties ever.
Yeah, it's just she assumes that that's what everybody is.
Yeah, like, you can watch challenge. Honestly, sometimes it's better to have light media to watch between their challenge. It helps make you kind of take a step back if something's really tough. Like, you wouldn't want to marathon Schindler's List and like I Spin Your Grave in the same day, you know?
Yeah, I need a break
heavy.
between that shit. God damn it.
Obviously, you follow Schindler's List up with a comedy, obviously.
Oh, honestly, something lighthearted. Like, I don't know. Life is beautiful. I'm kidding.
I follow Schindler's List up with a brick of ketamine personally, but you know.
Yeah.
I just marathon the way Spielberg intended. Schindler's List, then Jurassic Park, the same night.
Oh god, no! You got Life is Beautiful. You get The Boy in the Striped Pajamas. You got like Jojo Rabbit. You could have a Holocaust marathon.
Oh god! And only one of them
don't
is
forget
good.
Inglourious Bastards.
Inglourious Bastards
well.
at the end. Yes.
That might be the most. That's probably the best one of those 4 films. Honestly, not a fan of Boy in the Striped Pajamas.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty fucking inaccurate, but I just it was the only other one I could think of.
and the author included a recipe from Zelda in his books. Like, he Google searched a recipe for something and copied it directly into his book, but the recipe was a recipe from Breath of the Wild.
Oh my god!
From Zelda, and like people
notice?
Didn't notice, didn't care. And it got published. It wasn't just like, oh, it's in a draft that he'll replace later. No, it went through the editors in the book, and no one took it out.
I wouldn't blame the editors for not noticing, I guess. But
I mean, most editors are all nerds, so
I know what movie we take as like a little breather for this marathon. Obviously, the producers.
Actually, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. After Inglourious Bastards.
But original remake.
I kind of like the remake more, to be honest.
Yeah, same, right? I think the original. I love Gene Wilder, but
I do.
There's a
I love
stiffness
I also
to the
love.
original.
I also love Nathan Lane, though.
Yeah, he's great too.
Both of them at the same time. Play one audio in one ear and the other audio in the other.
That's how you do it.
2 screens at once. Okay. Let's go on with the video now. We're getting way off topic.
It's fun, and they shouldn't have to do it. I find critical thinking and analysis fun, so I do it. What we actually have.
Do you find it fun, Lily? You're always miserable. You say you hate your job and your audience.
Nothing you do so far suggests you actually enjoy it.
Also, she calls herself a critical consumer, or not a critical, a casual consumer. So, like, which is it, Lily? It's either one or the other.
It's whatever conveniences her at the time.
Or the sentence that she's saying.
Yeah, but kinda.
Yeah.
Like, she contradicts herself in the middle of videos all the time. Okay, let's
have, and what we've always had, is a problem of bitchy little drama queens acting like disagreeing with them about something or thinking their favorite work is bad is some kind of moral failing. We've had to deal with fandoms acting like shit-flinging gibbons since the dawn of the internet. They have been the punching bag of everyone for as long as humanly possible. You know that spot in a YouTube video where the sponsorship usually goes? Well, we used to put this long diatribe reassuring the dumbest motherfucker in the audience like bar didn't mean the video was bad. It meant that your video had made its way to 4chan and triggered a pack of very stupid, very angry people whose mothers were keeping them away from small animals and children. That is still the case. It's just that 4chan is called Twitter now.
Fuck! Lily! You didn't put it up that long. How
Mothers
dare
were
you?
keeping them away from small animals and children.
We want to critique this art. We want to critique. Let's take the subtitles off for a second.
Yeah,
so that is what I based the thumbnail on. Yes.
Now, I hate to play this card, but I'm going to because I know she'll hate me for it. So my immediate impression was like, this seems like an anti-black stereotype for some reason. Why is she doing that for Psy? So I talked to my friend who is black. Yes, I have black friends. I'm very epic, very progressive. And they were like, yeah, that's the impression I got from this.
Is that what the hoop earrings are? Because I don't wear earrings. Yeah. I have never worn earrings. I don't even have my ears pierced. I never have. So I don't draw my character like that. I don't have earrings on in any of my photos that Lily and her friends might have seen. So why are there big hoop earrings on me? What did she trace this from?
Yeah, this looks traced from.
And remember, this is Sneaky Taffer. This is Sneaky Taffer, who was the Curly blog, the one that was coming by to critique my art, and the one that we believe went on a bunch of burner accounts to message us saying that Brit is friends with an N-word lover, not censored.
Yeah, I'm inclined to might be a little racially coded.
Did she trace a racial stereotype to draw this picture of me?
We have no reason to believe it was traced. It's very possible that she might have just chosen elements that she thought looked bad and based that off of her own prejudices beforehand. So either it's traced off something else, the type, or she's lifting elements that she deems ugly because she's racist.
Yeah, because the hoop earrings really confuse me. Like, I have never drawn myself with anything even remotely like that.
And also the really dark lipstick as well.
Here's what, like, I think this is also this is a really good example of why I think Taffer traces a lot of the art that she does. You'll notice that there's like there almost seems to be like a lot of volume and shapeliness to the face, but then you get to the hair and it's kind of like a formless blob on top of her head. This is all
out of proportion as well.
Yeah.
Very out of proportion. Like the eyes are kind of from below, but the mouth is from above, but it's not like a fish eye.
If you look at Taffer's art, what I think she actually does is that she takes different assets and like photo bashes them and then traces the resulting image. Well, you know what I mean? You'll also notice the perspective, the face here, right here, it's slightly at an angle, but the face is straight on because Taffer also uses a symmetry tool when she's drawing faces. It's very obvious if you know what you're looking for.
Well, I could drag some of her artwork over into the screen, I suppose. I can look at her blog on another browser.
Turnabout is fake. play. Turnabout is fair play.
Where's her archive though? Because I want to see all her images.
Yeah, this is like really unappealing looking art regardless. Like it's
Hell is her art. Oh no, her art is very bad.
Yeah, like it's meant to look
Hell is her
repulsive, I
art
know
tag.
that, but it's like it just feels very
No, that's
like
just how she draws, honestly.
The thing is that she's good at rendering, but I would say that she makes very safe,
She has
but also not
no
well executed choices.
She has no structure under that rendering. Like she knows how to she knows how to do advanced rendering, but she doesn't know how to do. There's one of her pictures.
You'll also know that
she doesn't know how
you'll
to do
notice that
form very well. So that's one of Taffer's works of art right there.
this was also. I'm pretty sure this was traced for sure. Also, you'll notice that like almost all of the faces she draws are straight on.
Yeah,
is
a good point.
No profiles.
Like there's no angle, no profile. She's almost always drawing
Like,
characters
here's an
straight
example
on.
of a comic she's done.
Yeah, all the characters'
This
faces are
looks
straight
like
on.
this
except
gives
for
me
that
the
one.
Well, see, the background and everything gives me the impression she traced it from video game screenshots because this is a Final Fantasy XIV character.
Yeah, I guess that not all of them are straight on, but if you like
stiff,
but most
I think it's very typical.
Well, Krim, I think she uses the symmetry tool, the symmetry
Yeah,
drawing
just
tool.
because of
The faces
exactly.
look so uncanny because when she draws it from a 3/4 view, it looks kind of normal, but when she does it from the front, it's so uncanny. We're doing a little peek in the middle of this.
Yeah. And again,
so her art's kind of,
Yeah. There's another one that's also not very good at rendering dark
the
skin,
hand looks
I will say.
traced. You know, it doesn't match, like the body doesn't match the neck and the head.
Yeah. The skin looks very like ashy. She's not very good at rendering dark skin, I would say. She's probably just
that image
doing the
in
same
video
rendering.
is what I base Lily on in the thumbnail, by the way.
Yours is much more fun to look at, I would say.
Yes, I kind of made her look. Where did the image go? There we go. I kind of accidentally made her look a little bit like Gollum, but I don't regret it.
Also, you give your. Also, I think the jaw looks more like a jaw with yours, where
the
Taffer art it looks almost like I don't know. It looks really.
I don't know what she was trying to draw here, but like the funny thing is she has Taffer draw like unflattering art of me and then doesn't even name me. Like she's afraid to now.
I also
she already doxed you publicly, so she's just gonna like.
But now she's gone completely opposite.
Yeah.
Can I put on my little tinfoil hat about Taffer as well?
Mm-hmm.
She says that she's a middle school teacher. I think she's an unlicensed supply teacher. So there is a bit of an epidemic of like a shortage of supply teachers / substitute teachers. And what will often happen is like teachers that haven't actually gone and gotten their teaching degree are coming in and they're just hiring any fucking Joe Blow off the street in some cases because of the teacher shortage right now. So I think either Taffer is like a substitute that like occasionally gets work as like a teacher because she might have worked at a daycare before, which is not the same fucking thing. Or she does something like run an after school program or like heaven fucking forbid an art class, which you don't always need a teaching degree for those.
People are surprised he's a teacher. Yes, the person who defended Lily with, well, yeah, Stockholm might be CP, but Lily's traumatized. She was young when she wrote it. She was the sweet at young age of 22. She can't be held responsible. And then also sent us a bunch of DMs with N-word lover in it. Yes, that is a person who works with children. Isn't that great?
Yeah, I think I've encountered some odd people that work with children. Like I won't go into detail. Like those aren't my stories to tell. But like I have my doubts that Taffer has a master's of education. I don't think that she does.
Not with the way she spells, but
No, 100% not. I don't know. It's very depressing because if she is a teacher, that means.
No, you cut out there a bit, Ant.
Oh, I'm saying if she is a teacher, that means a lot of kids have to deal with her, you know?
Yeah.
And that's deeply disturbing.
Let's see if she finally gets to my Utana tweets now. After she Just flashes these images, but also like doesn't say what they're from or who it is, and then she doesn't name me. So what is the point?
Looks like
Lily?
she's gonna get to you later. I think we're coming up first.
I've been told she never names me in this video.
Oh, okay. But I mean, your tweets. I mean,
yeah, she shows them, but she blocks out my name.
Yeah, well, I'm saying I think she talks about us for Krim and I first, and then
yeah.
I think.
Oh, okay. But it's like, but what are you? How are you epically owning me here, Lily? If you won't even say this is supposed to be me, and you don't show my name on my tweets, and you don't say my name, how are you epically owning me now? Like, I don't understand. Like, she went from dropping my full legal name on her stream to like being afraid to even like whisper my screen name anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go.
Still the case, it's just that 4chan is called Twitter now. See, media literacy wasn't in people's vocabulary because back then they would just call you a retard and report your video for promoting.
She said retard. She said the re word. Shouldn't that be a no-no in your community, Lily? I just had a gloat about that. I mean, I'll go on.
Terrorism. It wouldn't be until the rise of video essays, hey, remember that I mentioned earlier? That this pack of simpletons would get a whole...
Did you even remember you mentioned it earlier?
I forgot you mentioned Lindsay Ellis. Wow.
Yeah, well, that was like 4 hours ago, yeah.
To professional sounding words to make what was at best blatantly obvious harassment sound like something more significant than it actually is. And now we have an entire generational overlap raised in an environment where the behavior and mannerisms of a Chan troll are the default status of some of the most popular social media platforms on the planet.
Why are you just randomly showing Steven Universe when you say this? Why?
Just conflate Lindsay Ellis with 4chan troll.
Probably because the people who went after her, is she on Lindsay's side now?
No, she's saying that she's Lindsay Ellis with the 4chan troll because she said that because of the video essay that people who are basically 4chan trolls are being vitriolic online, right? So she's saying that because there's a through line from Lindsay Ellis to every critic that has bad media literacy on the platform. So she's implying that she's
yes, Lily. Yes, Lily. I will call you a retard for that if that's what you're saying.
Yeah. So that's like. So she's basically arguing that the video essayists collectively are contributing to this discussion, and like making people feel guilty or mocking them online because of media takes. So she's arguing that Lindsay Ellis is the.
It's like the Borg queen of...
Exactly. So she's playing...
Again, this is what I was saying earlier, too, about her just playing random fucking footage that doesn't even illustrate what she's saying. It drives me crazy. It's like bad editing.
It's probably because she just has a bunch of Steven Universe clips on her
probably. Just throws them in. But it's like, how is this? Like, you're talking about social media. What does this clip have to do with any of that? You could have at least shown, like, Peridot on her iPad or something, you know? Something that makes sense.
All while using the language of Lindsay Ellis to prop that up. Like a core.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Well, she's saying everybody who's media illiterate is just copying Lindsay Ellis when Lily, that's you.
Yeah, so wait, am I plagiarizing Lindsay Ellis or plagiarizing hiding in public?
Okay, look, I like Lindsay Ellis, but how often do people actually cite her? You know?
I cited her in a video. I cited her in my Nightcrawler.
Oh, way to blast my point.
Yeah, well, like when I cited her, I showed a clip of her saying something.
Yeah,
that was 30 seconds in length.
But I mean, who was out there saying who was out there saying, as the great scholar Lindsay Ellis said? Like, nobody's doing that.
You know, it's actually really funny. Lindsay Ellis actually cited me.
Yeah.
Yeah, in her video about gender, she cited an article I wrote about Cyberpunk 2077. It was like at the end of the video.
Now I'm getting fangirlish.
Yeah. When I saw that, because like a writer when I was working with CBR, who was like a Patreon of Lindsay Ellis at the time, sitting like, Anthony, next video, you're in it. Like, what do you mean I'm in this video? I'm like, my article, like, and I'm talking like for 5 seconds. Like, I'm not talking like writer Anthony Gramuglia says no. She flashes the article in alluding to something that she's talking about. I forget the specifics, and then moves on. But like, I had like a moment of like, oh my god, I'm in a video. Like, girl,
there I am, Gary.
Yeah, that's what it was like. It was like, there I am, Gary.
Well, someone, Sage like, I unironically find Doug Walker funny. Look, I used to watch Doug, all right? I don't have that much against him, but I'm very critical of his work these days.
I have very strong mixed feelings. Because, like, obviously, without him, I wouldn't have had the jump start into what I do, but like a lot of his opinions are very superficial. And I think even beyond change the channel, even if that didn't happen, his review of the wall really is what cemented me going.
That's what made me unsubscribe. That's what made me unsubscribe.
I need you to understand, guys, something. Lily is right now criticizing Sai's art. In it, she forgets that. Hold on, I'll send you the thing. It's something. She's looking at a picture of a dog, and it's like the knee bone's connected to the knee bone. The knee bone's connected to the knee bone. It's like, Lily, you realize that like the way that a dog's hips and knees and legs are laid out, like the part that a lot of people think is like, oh, it's a backwards facing knee. It's like, no, that's their heel. Like, I think that like at worst there might be a couple places in this where the line. Well, I think like there's like a part of where your foot, like maybe the line overlaps the foot on the ankle in a little bit of a weird spot, but like.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying to do foreshortening here. This is the thigh. That's like the haunch.
The butt,
That's the butt. That's the haunch. That's the thigh. That's the knee down into the ankle and foot. That's a knee on a dog, by the way. And then it has a hump. You've seen Cora, haven't you? It has a hump. It's a polar bear dog.
Also, dogs have, like, certain kinds of dogs, like the dog that this is based on, have melons, which are these, like, big bony protrusions on the top of their heads. Like, this is a very, I mean, I like this piece a lot.
Every picture I saw of Naga, the top of her head was flat.
Yeah, this seems like such a non-issue.
Like, I looked at a reference, Lily, it's, but...
She's saying that you're saying this is what happens when you don't trace. Lily, there are like multiple art streams of Sai drawing from
sketches.
Herself.
Yeah,
from sketches. Yeah. Like her, you can follow her construction in the way that Sai lays out anatomy, and it's.
The problem with accusing someone of sketching is that when they do live doing art, that kind of deflates the accusation.
Yeah, like. I was drawing the thumbnail for this stream yesterday on my art stream. But yeah, she doesn't know how dog legs work, I don't think. Probably good. That means she's never been up close to a dog, which is a good thing, knowing Lily's proclivities.
Preferences, yeah.
Yeah, let's just go on with the video. Did she get tired of streaming and now she's just raging about us on her Tumblr while we're still streaming? I knew we were going to end up going to midnight. It's like 10 o'clock right now. We'll try to get through this a little faster,
being
though.
animated on strings by the fucking Goler clan. The thing is, you get these people talking long enough, and they'll soon demonstrate that they don't have the media literacy that they think other people lack.
Here we go.
Lily, that's you.
A while back on Tumblr, we were discussing the problem of the whole villain that has a point trope and how it often simply devolves into centrist or conservative proselytizing. And someone came in with a big monologue about how it can be really good if it's done well.
Okay, she didn't read this out, but this person actually made an excellent point, so I'm going to read it.
Oh yeah.
Or do you? Or actually, Ant, do you want to read it? Because you're kind of better at doing that than me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
You could do Lily for certain. Counterpoint: villains can indeed make good points, and the better ones often do. They aren't just there to foil the hero, and sometimes, especially if the hero is someone. If the character is someone like Hannibal Lecter, they are the main character that we sympathize with. As far as the story being they've gone too far, who says? They can rationalize this from an amoral point of view that accounts for the more shades of gray. And they aren't ever going to be a hero, and that doesn't mean they didn't have a point. A good villain will make the hero, if there is one, or the audience, think about what they're doing. So no, they are stories that absolutely do use this end to good end.
So this
essentially
was
saying,
this was what she said. Name 52.
Yeah, basically a villain that has a point that makes the hero think about what they're doing. Maybe not a point that's convincing, but a perspective that forces the characters to reevaluate their positions or the audience to reevaluate the positions.
Yeah,
if
so then
you're
I'm just saying she got this thoughtful. In-depth comment that makes a lot of sense and just went, nah, name 50.
The only thing that doesn't make sense is that Hannibal Lecter is not a character in any book he's in, except for Hannibal Rising. Hannibal Lecter in the books usually has like 2 or 3. That's the only thing I'd push against, but that's
you know
minutia.
the spirit of what they were saying, though.
Yeah, and that's minutia. That doesn't change anything. And Hannibal Lecter still is sympathetic in a lot of ways because he is usually, from the perspective of the protagonists, trying to either help them solve the crime, or he has a personal vendetta, and you understand where he's coming from with his vendetta. They very rarely focus in the books or films on Hannibal Lecter's actual crimes that got him in jail in the first place. So because they don't show that, they don't emphasize his monstrous side as much. Which is,
but you always know it's there. That's the thing. You know it's there, right behind, the cordial outside.
One of the best scenes in Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs is when he breaks out of prison and he goes from like this cordial, kind of calm, collected to like monstrous killer, and you realize, oh wait, he actually is a terrible, monstrous psychopath, and you forget that. You get tricked by Hannibal Lecter, and that's the brilliance of the character. Yeah, it's great.
And that is kind of how sociopaths operate. They can draw people in.
100%. And the question becomes, like, what's scarier? A psychopath who wants to destroy your life, like in Red Dragon, or a psychopath that romantically is interested in you, like in Silence of the Lambs? Like, what's scarier? It's subjective.
Exactly. So let's see what bullshit she's going to say about her side of this thing you guys had.
Well, and I had quite enough of that mealy-mouthed, vague crap where they gesture to some hypothetical good version of a bad trope and just straight up said, name 50. Well, 2 of Twitter's biggest cockroaches...
Hold on a second.
Here you go.
Firstly, I linked something in the chat. Can you please play it? I think you know what video it is.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's do it.
Oh my god, hang on. Let me get back over there.
There aren't a million of those already.
Name 20.
There aren't a million of those already.
Name 20.
Rosanna, Roxanne, Michelle, Allison, Sarah, Angie, Brandy, Mandy, Gloria, Cecilia, Maggie May, Jessica, Nancy, Barbara Ann, Billie Jean, Layla, Lola, Polly, Helena, Jenny from the block.
Name 6 more.
Sherry, Laura, Wendy, Maria, Peggy Sue, Minnie the Moocher.
Name 5 more.
Tracy, Jean, Jane, Mary Ann, Eleanor Rigby.
Go fuck yourself.
I just love how it just changes to Ant randomly halfway through. I love
with like the goofiest looking smile on my face.
It cracks me up. It's like you just got tagged in.
That was the bit. But
that was it.
I have my full list of 50 right here.
Yeah, she basically wanted this to be a mic drop moment, and it wasn't. She just wanted people to shut up. She's like, well, I have a point, and like I'm gonna pick like a goalpost that's so far away that you can't even possibly reach it, even if you kind of had a point.
Far away to her tiny atrophied peanut brain.
And then me and Anthony, me and Anthony, 2 autistic men that are obsessed with villains, were like, okay, bet.
And I did my entire list while on the toilet. I literally shat out a list and put it on.
Anthony shat his list out, and I was like, oh, this is stupid. I want to answer this. I hadn't even gotten out of bed to piss at that point, so...
Yeah, like, we put such little actual effort into these lists that then Lily has mentioned on like 5 separate occasions about how pissed off she is about.
She's so salty, and she like tried to move the goalpost by saying, no, well, this is what I meant by them having a point.
Like, we are so apathetic to this list. We actually made a couple streams where we actually went over the list and went, okay, is this a good argument? And we would say, yeah, maybe not, or yeah, maybe so. And we actually graded ourselves on how well we did the list.
Yeah, we did part 1 on Anthony's channel and part 2 on Crimson's channel, if you want to go find those.
We both ended up getting about like 30, 35 out of 50. We weren't perft.
You got 50
I have
together,
a feeling,
though.
We got
over 60. Like, so like I would say that means we win. And the fact that fucking Lily is making a video about this means that the whole point is moot, Lily. It means that not only this person, me and Anthony, but also you wanted to make content about it because it's an interesting thing to talk about. So you just fucking played yourself, bitch.
And I will say this too. I will admit to this. I did slightly cheat with this part because what happened is I did watch some of Celtic Phoenix's stream, specifically this part.
Okay.
And they argued that 4 villains that we rejected from our own list. So that alone proves, like Celtic's in his group, they argued against villains that we ourselves said, yeah, that's not compelling enough. So even then, that kind of proves how subjective this entire discussion is. You know?
That's why it's good. That's why media literacy is fun.
Exactly. So even they told us we're wrong of being wrong.
Apparently, she's playing Lisa music again.
Oh boy.
Oh, good. Let's just go.
Crimson Ender and Anthony Gramaglia rose to the
I'm not on
occasion
Twitter, by
and
the
offered
way.
50 examples. Bear in mind.
Yeah, also, Grim isn't the one fist-fighting teenagers on Twitter, Lily.
Wait a
That's
minute.
me. Lily, that's me!
Yeah,
Also,
I don't.
Gramaglia, that's not even... Why
Gabagool.
Why
You can't
you
even
add
do
extra
Gabagool.
You added syllables to the name.
Yeah.
You had like an O to the G and L.
Yeah, you could have just said Gabagool and been like a fucking anti-Italian
it would be
jackass,
funny.
but it would have been
exactly.
It would have been funnier to say Gabagool.
And the most common mispronunciation to get is Gramuglia or Grumuglia.
Yeah,
which is like,
I've said Gramuglia. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I mean, hey, listen, that's how it looks like. I just find it strange to put extra effort into saying my name when it's less difficult than that.
It's like, I'm gonna prove how much I
Lily.
don't care by putting effort into mispronouncing your name.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just like fucking like the fact again. I just reached 1,600 subscribers, and I live in your head rent fucking free.
No.
Like we're moving in next to Rebecca fucking Sugar, because like you know what, housing prices are insane. So I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, free housing. Hey, it's free real estate.
It is free real estate. A lot of room in here. It's not very full. There's not a lot of stuff going on.
A lot of cobwebs you have to knock down, but yeah. Okay, let's see exactly what she says about you two. Just scream pause when you want me to pause, as usual.
This discussion was about villains who had a point being done well, which meant that 1, the villain had to have a point, 2, the story had to make them work as a villain, as most of them suffer from the main issue of if they're right, why aren't we siding with them without straight up making them a genocidal murderer out of nowhere, and 3, they had to be good. There's also an unspoken rule that they had to be villains in the first place. That might go without saying, but just
Well, but she never defined what good meant. Like good
Or what a
morally or
villain
just good well written.
Yeah. Also, what counts as a villain? You know, that's the thing too. Like,
Yeah,
you're
we
looking at-
we ran into that a few times in the streams.
Yeah, where it's like a villain are they simple? I think the conclusion we came up with is that a villain is someone who intentionally will cause harm to someone else, like knowingly cause harm. So
Yeah,
like,
'cause there's a difference between antagonists too, because antagonists can just have opposite goals of the protagonist. Doesn't make them a villain.
yeah, exactly. Honestly, sometimes the antagonist can be quote unquote hero of the story if the protagonist is a villain. You know what I mean? Like where it's like inverted. But yeah, so that's what we came up with, and I can't wait to get to Molly Hale talking.
Well, let's see if she maybe defines it as she goes along. I doubt she's going
And
to. Though.
subtitles.
Oh, I forgot to put the subtitles back on. I apologize, guys.
Yeah. It's all good.
I know. Go back. Yeah, there we go.
just bear with me here. So with all that in mind, did these two men rise to the challenge? Well, most of their examples were anime characters from anime that I had never heard of, but here...
Nope.
Oh, I paused that for a second.
How many do we count?
Less than a third. It was less than. It was like 10 out of 50 for both of us around there.
I'm gonna
like,
read out all the anime.
I think it was 17 actually. I think it was 17 total anime. You guys like really stretch what shonen anime was.
Also, we counted Japanese. We also counted JRPGs in that list.
Yeah.
That's 17. So some of them were anime characters.
We really stretched the anime references to anything even remotely related.
And the anime that we referenced were like Ghost in the Shell or Princess Mononoke, you know, something like that. I also want to point out something very funny that I think is really, really hilarious. One of the characters I mentioned was Joel Axel from the Forgotten Realms, right? Joel Axel appeared in Baldur's Gate 2, which Lily insists is her favorite game of all time. She ignored that character entirely because she didn't know who he was. Despite him playing a prominent enough role in Baldur's Gate 2 to get mentioned on the Wikipedia page. And I knew she was gonna fucking do that. Also, Lily, just so you know, Mistborn and Les Miserables are not anime. Nor is the God Emperor of Dune.
There is an anime adaptation of Les Miserables, though.
There is. There's actually a couple, I realize. And what's so strange is that the one anime version, most of the anime versions focus on Cosette as the main character, as opposed to Jean Valjean, which actually makes a lot of sense.
They do.
Well, they want the cute little girl, of course.
Exactly, because it's either cute little girl or teenager in love during war-torn France, and like both of those are like I think radiate Japanese main audience appeal. So
well, so
anyway,
we've cleared that up. You guys had about counting JRPGs. You guys had about 17 anime characters out of 100. So yeah, Lily, you're full of shit. You didn't even really look at the list, Lily.
Here's the list of the ones I did recognize. Crimson opened with Josh Kiryu, who is technically an antagonist, but whose point is largely directed at Neku's personal failings. Then he moved on to V.
Pause.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna have a lot to say about V, probably.
yeah, you can do V, but Josh literally murders Neku twice. He torments him, he fucks with him, he wants to destroy Shibuya. It's not just Neku's personal feelings, he objectifies Neku and uses him as an avatar in a game where his end goal is to destroy an entire city. That is his motivations, is to destroy Shibuya because he thinks it's rotten. So, that's why he's a villain.
Yeah. So, okay, let's hear what she says about V. She's probably only going to be talking about the fucking movie version.
He was immediately disqualified because he isn't the villain of V for Vendetta. The Norse Fire Party is.
So you didn't read the
You
comic?
can have more than one fucking villain.
I have read the comic. Not in a while, but I have read the comic.
Oh, no. I mean, Lily hasn't read.
Oh, no, of course she hasn't read the comic, but Lily, V is literally an anarcho-terrorist.
Yeah, Lily, just because the movie makes him out does not mean the original graphic novel did.
The original Guy Fawkes was not considered a hero, Lily.
Yeah, in the Alan Moore comic, he frames all of them as villains. There is no hero or good person. It's just a story.
Doesn't like the main bad guy just get shot by an abused stripper?
Yeah, like it's very nihilist.
We follow that woman's story for a while, but yeah, like they get taken down by like one of the most ordinary people at the bottom of society.
And it's also an emphasis that grandstanding for a political point usually doesn't mean you're interested in the actual point. You just want to be like noticed. Like there's elements at play with that story.
I mean, V does say what he does is vaudeville.
Exactly. Like the movie is great, but that's the problem. I'll rephrase it. I really like the movie, I should specify. I'll rephrase it. I really like the movie, but the graphic novel is masterful.
It's because it takes place in Britain, but they're putting, like, Bush-era American politics on it and evangelical shit on it, and people in Britain laughed at that. And then instead of V trading Evie to be the next V, all she does is, like, kiss him on the mask and then send him on his way to explode, and I guess all the shit she went through meant nothing. He wasn't just training her to be his protege.
Yeah,
like,
that's
it's
the
very
thing.
misogynistic.
Oh, yeah, that's a fair point, too. Yeah, no, from that perspective, of course, but...
Yeah, because in the comics, Evie, spoilers, becomes the next V. She doesn't just go, oh, V, I loved him, let me tell you his story. You know?
Yeah, that's the thing. The movie's... I like the movie. The comic is is Alan Moore. Like,
oh yeah, it's Alan Moore all the way down.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, that is a story where he is the villain. He is a villain. Because no one in that story is good.
No, that's the whole point. The whole situation is fucked.
Yeah.
Hold on. No. You see, the thing is that Harvey Dent and Two-Face can't be a villain because Joker's the villain, obviously. God.
Krim, hold that thought. You're gonna want to. You'll get back to that.
Oh, does she bring up Two-Face? Oh God. Okay, Two-Face is like my favorite Batman villain. So
we're all gonna flip out this.
I guess. Okay. Are you saying the sister from Digimon is a bad guy? Did you say that?
Then he moves on to Light Yagami, who is kind of a villain protagonist, but he fails at the first.
He is absolutely a villain protagonist.
One because he doesn't have a point. He's
what?
Just a maniac with a god complex.
Okay.
He does have a point.
Okay, so near, but
So apparently Lily confuses megalomania with not having it, and by confuses I mean lies.
Let's also dial things back a little bit. Is that, like, again, Lily seems to want a villain that borders on the edge of being a hero but doesn't become a hero. Whereas, like, no, that's not what a villain with a point is. It's just that they're right about something. Light is correct. Like, there is a problem with the Japanese justice system and letting criminals go, and like just because it wouldn't be an easy case to solve. That is a problem in Japan. That is a point. He is correct in that. His methods, however, are wrong, and he goes too far, and his ego gets caught up into it. That's the problem with Light. That's why he's a villain. He has a point, but he goes about it in the wrong way, and he lets his ego get tied up into it because he's a fucking teenager.
And even then, it forces you to reevaluate
even
your
Lily
own
said
perspectives.
later on Twitter. She said later on Twitter that have a point just means they have to be objectively correct about something.
Yeah, he
Which
is
is-
objectively correct about the Japanese criminal justice
So how does he
system.
not have a point, Lily?
Further, the original message from Tumblr was that it would force a point that forced the audience to, or the characters to reevaluate their positions. And the point that there is corruption in the world, you may have to act drastically to fix it. That's a point that forces you to either reevaluate, hey, maybe the systems in power are flawed, or hey, this is actually wrong and about this. You're killing criminals who you know the names of, which means you're only killing captured criminals. So what are you actually accomplishing?
Or like, is killing evil people like really a good thing to do? Like, I think it also brings up discussions about the death penalty. You know what I mean? Like, there's like Death Note brings up a lot of interesting points to think about. I'm not saying Light is a good guy. That's kind of the whole point. Is he's a villain? He stays a villain, unarguably a villain.
And his death is fantastic in the manga.
Well, also, Krim,
love
what
his
you
downfall.
were saying before about them having just letting people go in the case would be too hard to solve. They also have a super high conviction rate,
which will come up
yes,
later on when we talk about Miles Edgeworth.
Okay.
It's only when like they know that they can basically, if they have like, oh yeah, we're definitely going to be able to convict this guy, then they'll take a case. They will not take a case if they think they might lose. That's the problem with that's one of the big problems with the criminal justice system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also comes the question, is justice dispensable without a trial? Without the There's a lot of elements that Death Note is up. Sometimes not as well as it could, sometimes briefly, of course, as well as what you would do to maintain what you believe to be a person.
I mean, even at the very end, they were going to arrest Light. They were still going to go the proper avenues to the justice system.
Exactly, but he proved to be too dangerous, essentially.
Well, no,
and then Ryu got bored.
Also, if you view it through a Shintoist lens, it also brings up a whole other point, and that's about godhood, because in a lot of Shintoism beliefs, gods aren't necessarily what they are, it's what they do. So like with that lens, you could argue that Light is acting as a god. And it's kind of like, I don't know, I think that's also like, I have a friend that like went to Shambhala school and took like Buddhism and like classes on Buddhism and Shintoism and like all of these other beliefs. And like I had never considered that before, and then he brought this up to me. I'm like, oh, that's really interesting.
You know what? And the anime really fucking leans into like the Christian imagery, but none of that is really in the manga. And apples were a big thing in the manga, but it had nothing to do with like Christian sin apple. It was just the writer thought they were neat.
No,
and also keep in mind the anime often does this in a way of deification rather than actual divinity.
Yeah, I always think the anime is way too fucking easy on Light, but that's just me. I like the manga ending much better.
Yeah, no, I think we agree in that Light has a pathetic, tragic mess of a
it's
glorious sunlight's
poetic justice. That's what it is.
Exactly. Like you can't do that. You have to make him. You have to make him pathetic.
Exactly. Yeah.
No options.
He goes out. He goes out way too gently in the anime. But yeah, let's go on to what she's gonna say next.
That's the whole point of that story. Then Xehanort. Yes, that Xehanort. The I want to be a dictator because people are dark and evil Xehanort. Then Azula.
Nope.
No, that's just wrong.
That's not like I understand that like
I'm gonna go some water while you go on about Kingdom Hearts for 20 minutes.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Krim, you have the wheel. I'll be right back.
You have the stream, Krim.
Okay, so I understand that in Lily's original Kingdom Hearts video, it kind of happened before Dark Road. So, you know, there's a lot of things that we might have missed out on that we might not necessarily have have been privy to Xehanort's backstory. Yeah, but yeah, Lily absolutely hasn't played Union Cross or Dark Road, and like, to be honest, this is one of those cases where I guess you don't have to play Union Cross or Dark Road. Lord knows I'm still making my way through Union Cross, and I haven't even touched Dark Road yet, though I did have a friend that was very obsessed with it, so I got a play-by-play of it anyway, and I've done some research on it. But basically, Xehanort has the same powers that Sora does. And he, instead of like, okay, imagine if all of Sora's friends died, like Sora and, or sorry, like Riku and Kairi and like everybody that he ever knew, and maybe the only one left around is like Mickey, who kind of is afraid of him now because he's kind of like, well, like bad things happen. Also, I'm afraid of the dark, and if anything dark happens, then that's awful.
Okay, we're back.
So Xehanort's whole thing is honestly very similar to Sora's arc in that he wants to bring balance to the universe. We're actually told this in Kingdom Hearts that like the closer you come to the light, the greater your shadow becomes. So what Xehanort wants to do is control that light, keep it small, so that the universe that they live in doesn't become out of balance and a bunch of awful things happen. So he thinks that in order to do that, he needs to fight on the side of darkness to basically keep things balanced, so that what happened to him when he was Sora's age, which is, again, all of his friends except for Ericus died brutally because one of his classmates got infected with darkness and just went on a violent killing spree. Like, you can see why he thinks the way he does. He doesn't want that sort of tragedy to happen again. Therefore, he must control the balance. And there is a bit of megalomania in there. Like, he thinks that he can't trust anybody because, remember, again, one of his friends killed everybody. So instead of gathering a group of people that he trusts, he inserts a piece of himself into his minions, so that when the time is right to enact this grand master plan to enact balance on the universe, he has full control because he's terrified of losing again. There's also the fact that, like, Kingdom Hearts, like the universe of Kingdom Hearts, the world is kind of running on a script. All of the Disney worlds, their plots are playing over and over and over again, and Keyblade wielders can kind of like come in and interfere or interact with those sort of stories and lives and worlds, and they just keep repeating. So we know it's on a script. Like, we have, like, in Union Cross, you have like the Master of Masters big book that basically tells you everything that's going to happen in the world, and like the guardians in Union Cross are trying to like guide the world to follow the path that is written out. Like, there's a lot going on in Kingdom Hearts that honestly the main games are only starting to dig into, but Xehanort absolutely does have a point. And
but the thing is, Lily still thinks that, like, a villain with a point should be someone who is just a hero on the wrong side, which is weird.
Yeah.
Because she hates that.
Yeah.
Like, she'll refuse to admit that Zuko is a redemption arc because she doesn't want to admit that he was a villain in the first place.
But the problem is with that logic is that her second rule contradicts the. So they have to be a villain with a point, but they have to still be a villain. But like, her perspective is that basically a point means that they're right. Like, it's not something they have a perspective, it's that they have to be objectively correct by Lily's perspective.
Yeah, and if they're right, then they should be the good guy, is her logic, which is stupid.
Yeah, it's circular, contradictory reasoning, you know? It's like, yeah, it's ridiculous.
I had kind of loosened up my rules on the stream when I was kind of adding in some late hitters. One character that I didn't add in that I would love to add in now is Riku. Riku is the villain of Kingdom Hearts 1. Yeah. He has a point. He wants to protect Sora. That's
Kairi.
basically... Yes, but it's mostly Sora,
Well, they don't know
especially
where
in the
she
later
is
games.
at that point in the
Yeah,
first
well,
one.
also, like when we realize what like Riku makes that decision that becomes his goal and his reason for becoming a Keyblader before he meets Kairi. Like he doesn't know Kairi kind of when he accepts the Keyblade, and it like to get a Keyblade you kind of need to have a reason for wielding one. And
True.
Riku's reason is to protect Sora. Anyway, so that's his entire reason. As they grow older, however, Riku's feelings get more complicated. He gets older, he's at like the ages of 14 and 15, like maturity rates are a little bit different. So you can kind of imagine, like, I don't want to put my little gay goggles on, but like there's some shit going on there. And I think Kairi's a nice girl, and I don't think that Riku can bring himself to hate her. But he is jealous of her. And instead of taking it out on Kairi, he takes it out on Sora. Because his best friend is like not viewing this through like the lens of the LGBT, as they say. His best friend spends more time with Kairi than he does with him now, and he's jealous about that, and he's kind of pissed off about that.
And they're kids,
but they're kids, and he can't bring himself to hate Kairi because Kairi's nice. She's kind to him. She's patient. He can't bring himself to hate her, so he hates Sora instead, and it becomes less about I want to be strong to protect Sora, and I want to be strong to show Sora that I'm strong, to I need to punish and humiliate Sora for turning his back on me. And he forgets why he wanted that strength to begin with, to the point that he's trying to kill both of them.
Hey, Crib, you should read Hoseki no Kuni. Just
Sure.
Nothing in particular, but something you just said there. You described the progression of Riku. You should read Hoseki no Kuni.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, I will not be accepting any criticism. Riku from Kingdom Hearts is a homosexual man, and he is in gay love for Sora. That is the only correct interpretation of Riku. And if you don't have that interpretation, you're an idiot and a fool.
I mean,
that's all I'll say on that.
Simple and Clean has very romantic lyrics over when you first see Riku reaching toward him from the ocean and everything. So yeah. It's a little there. Anyway, let's see how she gets Azula wrong.
Yeah, and also in Japan, in the Japanese version, Riku refers to Sora as his precious person.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
they were precious people. Let's see what this
Who is a villain, but never actually makes a point in the entire series. Remember,
Azula's point is that she wants to be loved and validated by someone after her abandoned her.
She wants to serve her nation by being a strong member of the royal family who's probably going to inherit the throne one day.
And she also wants validation from an authority figure like her.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think of an objective point in the world. I mean,
that wasn't.
What about when she said to that? What about when she said to that guy, "Don't flatter yourself, even if a player." That's a point. It's an objective, correct point. So there you go.
There we go.
I mean, listen, I will be generous. I'll give Lily Azula. That was not. I don't think that was a good point within the spirit of the list.
I agree.
I think she's a good villain. I think she's sympathetic, but like she is up to no good the entire time.
Yeah,
but,
she's a
you end up just
She
feeling
is a villain
pity for her. She just end up feeling pity for her. I think.
Yeah,
at the end.
by the end, it's tragic. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But she didn't say much about Azula, so let's just go on, I guess.
Yeah.
having a point means saying something that is objectively correct and it being agreeable. Then we have.
Wait,
so what I just said when she outmaneuvered that guy and said you were never a player, that was objectively correct.
Also, that doesn't mean. Also, that's not what the original question asked. When the original question
this
said
is Lily's
a point,
retcon.
I know, but I just want to hold her the coals here.
Yeah.
You know, the original question said that the point would make either the hero or the audience reevaluate their position on something. Or could potentially make you reevaluate your position on it. That's all it meant. So Lily is going from something that challenges your perspectives to they have to be correct objectively and reasonable. So it went from something that challenges you to something unchallenging and right.
Yeah, and
I just wanna point it out.
she only came up with this definition after you guys wrote your lists as well.
Yeah.
So that's why we were kind of going both ways when we were evaluating the list. But again, they weren't that serious. We weren't taking it that seriously either.
No,
the streams were very casual.
Yeah, we literally shat out a list. I repeat.
Well, let's see what she says
also,
about Killmonger.
Also, I want to say that everybody was very excited by my Riku is gay take. Also, no, he's not bi. His little fumble with Shiki in Dream Drop Distance makes it very clear to me that he has absolutely no interest in women. He literally tells her that she's barking up the wrong tree when she flirts with him. So that is not something. That is not a bisexual man. He is gay.
Oh,
Sora might be bisexual, but not Riku.
Yeah, Sora's bi. I don't think Sora cares. I think he's like, well,
Sora's just himbo. That's his sexuality. Is just himbo.
Sora's a pan icon. I see.
Exactly.
Killmonger, who doesn't so much make a point as he does repeat a point that other people have made within the entire film. If anything...
What? No, he doesn't specifically repeat the same point to anyone else in the show.
Okay, let's see where she... Well, let's hear the rest of the sentence first.
Killmonger is a symptom of Wakanda's isolation and indifference to the rest of the world, but...
Yeah.
But
also, there's more to it than that.
If the villain makes the same point as the hero, that's kind of but that's kind of the thing with villains that make a point, is that they might make points that agree with the hero actually agrees with. They just go about it the wrong way.
And for the person, T'Challa obviously agrees with Killmonger, and his perspective shifts as a result of interacting with Killmonger. Even though that was kind of the path he was already going towards anyway, that cemented it. But also, Killmonger has other intentions. He's molded by the American government to be an operative that goes into a government, deconstructs it, and dismisses it, destroys it. He isn't just a victim of Wakanda's isolationism. He's also a subject to America's militarization. And those two components create Killmonger. People always underestimate the whole point of the movie, that the American government molded Killmonger into what he is. And he's using the same tactics against the America that molded him both as a child and as a military operative. And those two currents are so important to consider in their totality. What Lily's doing is she's just looking at half of his character and not the other half, which are both so important to
But besides even that, he fits her own definition.
100%.
He is objectively 100%. Correct that Wakanda should be open and helping the rest of the world. He is objectively correct about that. So he passes her test.
Yeah.
So what is she talking about?
Well, yeah, exactly. Let's see.
Her only negation of that was, well, other people also made the same point he did.
But
so
she hasn't said it's wrong yet.
He still made an objectively correct point, and that's all you said made a point means, Lily.
Well, I'm wondering if she's changed her. Not how this is not how she phrased her response in the Tumblr document. I forget exactly what she said. I saw bits and pieces of the Celtics.
Basically, I think it's basically that he shouldn't have a point.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what she says.
Okay. I'll admit I'm splitting hairs, so fine, here's one. The next one.
Oh, there you go.
And I swear this is true.
Oh, okay. So, she actually gave you that one. Hooray!
Was Ashley Graves. Ashley fucking Graves.
Oh, don't get me fucking started.
A self-hating...
you can just end the video right here.
Oh, you want to read it? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this I'm going to fucking fight her on. We could just end the video right here. Media literacy ain't dead, and no one's who claimed it have fucking sandbags in their skulls. Here's the thing with Ashley, is that, as I said before, Ashley was sold to an organ harvesting scheme by her parents. And she is starving to death with her brother, who is older than her, raised her, and is sexually attracted to her. She and her brother then go on to start cannibalizing people for their own survival, killing people so that they can escape, and then they hunt down their parents, the same parents that sold them for their organs so that they could have an easier life. If that isn't a fucking point, I don't know what is. her point is you shouldn't fucking neglect and sell your children. You shouldn't fucking you shouldn't neglect your children and sell them as meat. That's the point of Ashley Graves. That's her whole fucking
Well, that's
point.
objectively correct too, isn't it?
So
yeah, just because she's absolutely a vile, evil person.
Mm-hmm.
She still has a point, and she still she just wants to live, and she wants revenge on, honestly, probably the worst thing that somebody can do to another person.
Yeah, so organ harvesting, undeniably her methods fucking crazy. But like the situations in her life are also outlandish. And
yeah,
honestly, revenge I think is a pretty good point.
But you guys, female character did not act perfectly in stressful situation. Therefore bad.
Evil. Therefore bad.
Yeah.
Poorly written.
Mm-hmm.
If characters act like human beings who freak out under stress.
Again, we can bring up Breaking Bad again. Look how much people hate Skylar White over like the literal child killers.
Yeah. God.
Anyway,
and she does less. And she's pretty normal, relatively speaking. Anyway.
Let's try to get through her entire description of Ashley before Krim screams, and then Krim can tell us why she's wrong.
Let's do it.
A misogynistic psychopath whose only significant motivation is getting stuffed with brother dick. Again.
What was that thing she flashed on screen?
I'm gonna try to go back and look at it. It was a bunch of text.
You can scrub with the little the comma and period keys, by the way.
Oh.
I don't know if you knew that.
Let's just play
I
close
think
to
I
it.
did know that. I forgot. Comma and period keys.
Yeah.
Come on.
I swallowed a hair. I'm suffering.
Okay. Well, yeah. Aren't we all right now? There we go. I got it working. Hold up. What the fuck was that you just said, Lily? What the fuck?
There you go. One frame.
That is the worst possible way I could have described that, and I am not sorry in the slightest because, oh my god, what idiot thinks this Brocon nutcase has a point? Please tell me you don't have brothers. You're the incest. That's what she tries to do now. You're the one who just... Lily, you're the one who just said the girl who is being, like, preyed upon by her brother wants to get stuffed with brother dick. You said that, Lily.
Also, can we go back just a little bit?
Like frame by frame.
The one with the picture with the paintings in them.
Okay. Was that back?
Yeah, a little bit. Not that one. Like there's one where she's kind of where there's a bunch of rabbits painted over like these big. This one. Okay, so this is a very interesting scene in the game. It's optional. You have to basically go for it intentionally, but it's basically a dream that Ashley is having, and there's like a puzzle you can do where it pits Ashley and Andrew as getting broken up by Andrew's romantic interests and Ashley's heartbroken over it because they used to be best friends when they were kids. But if you rearrange the puzzle beforehand and make Ashley the person being romanced, you unlock this room. And there's some interesting interpretations of this room. Because what you do is you walk up to the cage, you let the green rabbit, which symbolizes Andrew, out of the cage, and then all of these pictures of Ashley being rejected by everyone in her life are replaced by Andrew accepting her and caring about her. And a common interpretation by the fandom is that if Ashley stops trying to fight Andrew and control him, then he'll become everything she wants him to be. And I do want to point out, they are siblings. This is fucked up. But there's like this cognitive dissonance that a lot of Gothic media uses, where it's like, hey, this is like something that's very interesting to look at and beautiful, but you also feel disgusted in a way. And the coffin of Andy and Lele is very much playing with those feelings. I don't know. I think there's a lot you can read into this scene. I don't know.
Well,
I think
it for sure shows why she's so obsessed with him. If he's like the only good thing in her life, basically.
Yeah. He's the only one that keeps coming back. And again, like these were like paintings of her mother rejecting her friends rejecting her, being ignored, and like, but you can only get Andrew's like picture to come up here, like the little green rabbit, which symbolizes Andrew, and the pink rabbit symbolizes Ashley. But you can only get that if you let him out of the cage and you stop trying to control him.
Yeah.
I just want to highlight your local crypto here saying Lily admitted today on stream she liked the game and that Ashley is a well-written character she enjoyed. What is wrong with her?
Oh, Jesus.
I swear to God, she forgets what she says from video to video.
But she just put this out. This is like this week. Oh my goodness.
We'll have to find that clip later. I'm sure the farms will have it. You hear me, guys? I know you're watching.
Is getting stuffed with brother dick. Again, she never makes a point in the entire plot. Sure, she gaslights Darvos like crazy, but that's on you if you believed any of it. To that end, the next one on the list is Andrew, who is immediately disqualified because the villains of that game are Toxasoda and Ashley. But even
Andrew is also incredibly violent, not just towards other people, but towards his sister. A lot of people are like, oh, well, Ashley's controlling, she's manipulating Andrew. There are several times where Ashley goes too far, and to get her to stop, Andrew basically comes very close to killing her. He almost chokes her to death several times. It's often believed that like a lot of people believe that like Andrew's the one in control. He's a lot smarter than Ashley is, and he's basically letting her think that she has the control so that she sticks around and she's constantly pining over him. Because whenever she goes too far, whenever she throws a fit, whenever she acts out in a way that he doesn't approve of, he gets violent towards her. So, yeah. They're villain protagonists.
He's the poor innocent victim, and all the women in the game are bad.
I have no opinion on any of this because I've never played this game.
The more I've heard Krim talk about it, the more I have been interested in playing it, to be honest.
No, same. Whenever Krim discusses it, I'm like immediately like, oh, this game might be really cool, actually. But then I know
it's got some of that like late 2000, like late noughties, like edgelord, I made you a cookie but I eat it cringe to it. But like once you kind of like, yeah, it's very much inspired by the work of John and Vasquez. That's like all over the place, even the world. Like they live in this hyper capitalist world. Like there is like this like if you like watch commercials or look at like vending machines, it's like, oh yes, this soda, it's definitely not made out of poison. I love drinking poison. Like it's obviously inspired by the works of John and Vasquez. Like that's so obvious that like if you didn't get that, then I'm like, did you play the same game that I did?
Valid. All right.
Okay, let's see what else she says about this.
And if we did count him, he once again doesn't actually make a point. His whole character is he's trauma bonded to his sister, and he's extremely evasive about his crimes. Several other
again, you are forgetting the plot of the game. They were harvested for meat by their fucking parents.
Yeah, that's a factor. Did she not pay attention to that part? I bet she didn't. She just
rushed
rushed
to
the incest.
Dialogue.
Yeah, she probably skipped the dialogue. She got to the incest parts.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Or she didn't understand what's going on.
Well, see, I think that like my guess is that she thinks that you guys have parasites and you need to be quarantined. I think she thought that was real.
Probably. She thinks the first thing she's told about the world should always be true and never changed or revealed to be, misinformation later.
And not to mention the fact that like I think she fell for the mom's Darvo when she's like, oh honey, like Ashley's just so difficult and like you were the good one. Like I think she just falls for the mom's.
Oh, I just got a big super chat from Krusty Krabby. Thank you very much. This coming from a person who used to watch Lily and found y'all while listening to videos at work. I realize all of her takes are closed-minded and very bigoted, even though she is seemingly against those types of people. Enjoy the content. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, 100% that. 100% that.
That's kind of what we do, is just pick apart her media opinions because they're bad. Well, what was the next characters
on this list who fail because they never actually make a point? Gollum, Satan himself, Sweeney.
Okay. Gollum, yes, he doesn't make a point.
Yeah.
Satan,
Gollum, no way.
not fucking Lucifer from Has Been Hotel. Has Been Hotel is bad fucking cartoon, and it's just appropriating edgy. It's appropriating edgy ideology, and as much as I fucking like Steven Universe, it's basically trying to be the kind of show that Invader Zim was, but with a story that's as safe as Steven Universe. And
Also,
I like Steven Universe.
That is a very fair criticism, actually, Krim. That's a very fair... I still like it, but that's a very fair criticism.
Just like as a goth, like fucking Has Been Hotel and Vivzy Pop's fucking appropriating bullshit pisses me off.
I've said before that Has Been and Helva are basically like children's shows with swears. You know?
Yeah,
exactly.
Also, wait, Krim, didn't you say Satan from Paradise Lost?
Exactly.
Like,
Paradise Lost and Devilman.
Yeah, we both said Paradise Lost. Which is funny because they said that, like, oh, your taste is just anime. Like, no, Paradise Lost, one of the first major English epic poems. We're not citing. Devilman is like that's also not typical shonen stuff. I mean, it's shonen, but not typical.
By the way, gas station candy. When somebody's pretending to be goth, it's spelled Poseur. To make them. Just so you know,
gonna make it fun.
Poseur. Anyway, because it's making fun of them because like fake goths think they're deep and they're not.
They're pretentious, yeah.
Also, Sweeney Todd's motivation was, I think we gave a half point for that one because the other half is capitalism.
I don't even remember. The points didn't matter, but she's rapid firing through them now anyway.
Todd Solus, Starscream. No, really, he put Starscream on here. Invader Zim, Frankenstein's Monster, Simon Laura, 2 villains from Sailor Moon, Annie Wilkes, Davy Jones, and Two-Face. Moving on to
2 villains from Sailor Moon. We know she's never fucking seen Sailor Moon. You can't. You don't remember Zoisite and Kunzite?
We're in the first fucking season.
Yeah.
And like half of those, like just dismissing Two-Face really because you can't.
Yeah.
Because if she analyzed it for a second,
we went over all of those in depth in the 2 streams on your guys' channel. So let's try not to get too deep into it again now. Let's just see what she actually says in this video.
To Anthony. Anthony cited John Hammond, who isn't a villain.
Yes, he is.
Could she choose a better photo? Like that photo sucks.
No, she used that one on purpose.
Yeah,
she did the same thing to you that she did with Courtney when she grabbed a picture of her when she was upset and mourning her mother-in-law.
So. Also, John Hammond is a villain. Yeah, it's because of a bad photo. It's poorly. But the thing is, John Hammond is a villain in the books, Lily. If you read the book Jurassic Park, you would know that John Hammond is, in fact, the bad guy in Jurassic Park. But I digress.
A man whose vision outweighed common sense. Magneto, who is the exact poster child for boiling kittens in lava. Walter.
Also, in that particular image of Magneto, that's like during Krakoa, where he's not even remotely a villain. But I digress. Also, Magneto changes motivation every couple. Well, I'm changing motivation, but post Chris Claremont. But would you actually read God Loves, Man Kills, Lily, where Magneto's whole motivation is to stop mutants from the persecution of a hate group who are committing hate crimes, and tell me that Magneto does not have a point there, and that he is not he is very sympathetic, and that his only reason he is a villain is to agree with the X-Men entirely on the methods on how to stop evil from happening.
Yeah, and she said they just need to have an objective, correct point about the world. So that is her only standard.
Also, do you notice that Lily talks not in conjecture and rhetoric, but in TV tropes babble? Like she's just listing TV tropes articles. She's not actually making any arguments. She's just like, "Ooh, but boiling kittens in lava." It's like, shut the fuck up. Stop using TV tropes as your lens to understand
what she's
stories.
talking about. She just repeats funny TV trope stuff.
Let's be honest. What does boiling kittens in lava even mean? Like, what?
It's like kick the dog. It's just kick the dog villains.
It's just the phrase they use to describe the trope.
But it's like such a weirdly specific term that you would only get if you live on TV tropes.
Well, again, it's meant to be like, it's so over the top, like super over the top evil villains, that you can't even take seriously.
Yeah,
I think that's what it's describing.
Magneto fit
I think because usually people call it kicking the dog.
Yeah, I know that.
She does this a couple times. She did this one time where she's like, think of a different economical system other than capitalism or communism, and it's like, no, that's not how that phrase goes. It's like, try to imagine a world without capitalism. That's how that phrase goes. But she knows that like her audience is a bunch of spurgs. So they're going to be like, well, actually, sometimes the dogs are like trying to bite you and attack you and can hurt you. So you need to kick them for your own survival. But like, there's like boiling kittens in lava. Like there's no excuse for that. So she's basically trying to protect herself from the spurgs that are going to be as pedantic as she is.
That's true. But here's my question to Lily then. What are Magneto's crimes that are boiling kittens in lava? Name one, Lily. Name one crime that 616 Magneto commits that is like boiling kittens in lava.
Anthony.
Years of comics.
No. Name 50.
Name 50. Which was it? Was it when he tried? Was it when he locked up Red Skull in a tomb? Was it when he ripped out Wolverine's adamantium skeleton after Wolverine stabbed him with his claws? Was it what Zorn did? Because that's not Magneto. Every time Magneto has ever committed like a serious evil crime in a comic, it's retcon, so it's someone else, or it's something that was not really happening, or something like that. So you're going to have a tough time convincing actual evidence from the medium of what you're arguing. And if you use the movies, it's even harder because they really went for the sympathetic Magneto.
Yeah.
Most of the time, his crimes are unintentional, or it's retaliation for humanity striking first, or
a means to an end, like with Rogue in the movies.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, his motivation was to make everyone equal by making everyone mutants. He didn't know the machine killed everyone, and he kind of refused. He refused
to believe that because it would go against his
belief.
his beliefs, and he couldn't believe. Like he believes so strongly that mutants are the next stage in evolution in order to cope with the fact that they're suppressed. That when the fact of the matter is, in the text of X-Men, is that mutants have always been around. The X gene has been around since Homo sapien has been a thing. So,
but you know what Lily would probably do? She'd probably conflate Ultimate Magneto, who is just a straight up villain, with mainstream Magneto. And just say, oh, well, Magneto did this, therefore he is evil. I'm like, but that's like an ultimate version made to be evil.
She would just look at the Wikipedia article and say, yep, that's the one Magneto did all of this. I'm an expert now. She would.
Never. Oh, she absolutely would. 100% would.
Let's try to get on with the list now. So, because it's 11 p.m. Try to get this done in another hour. I'll go to 1 a.m. though. I don't care, but I don't know about you guys.
Sir Peck, whose only role as a villain is being a government regulator during the Reagan years. Watch that film again. You'll notice
It's true.
Lily,
this man has no dick.
That's the point, Lily. How did Lily think this was revolutionary?
She stole that. She stole that from somewhere. She had to have stolen that from somewhere.
Oh yeah, probably probably cracked.com. I think did that. That whole thing where Walter Peck is the hero of Ghostbusters. Probably had some article about that.
Oh God, imagine Lily stealing from Cracked.
Probably.
All fucking places.
The thing is, Lily, that's the point. He is the government regulator. Everything he says is correct.
But he's also correct.
Your point requires, but he also is against the heroes and does intentionally cause harm because he just makes them shut down the machine just to piss off Bill Murray. He does it out of pettiness. He's a jerk about it. But he is right.
In this universe, he would kind of be like an atheist in the world where the gods did exist. Like an atheist in Dungeons and Dragons or the Forgotten Realms or Baldur's Gate, when it's
the evidence is in front of your face. But
it's not. It's in front of your bed. I'm gonna ruffle some feathers, but in our world, there is much more evidence for atheism than there is for any god existing. So yeah, we would kind of side with an atheist in a story of God's Not Dead, but in God's Not Dead or again, the Forgotten Realms, the atheists would be like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, there is a literal god, like, shooting lightning bolts down on the ground right now. Like, clearly it exists. That's kind of Walter.
Yeah.
That's kind of the Peck thing. That's kind of the Peck thing.
That, and also the Environmental Protection Agency saying that, hey, you have nuclear devices on your
Liam
back
thinks
going inside public buildings.
Liam thinks it was from Movie Bob.
That
at
makes
this
sense.
point.
I can see that.
That makes sense.
Anyway. No, you mispronounced it. It's Movie Boob.
Movie Boob.
Movie Boob.
I got some movie boobs for you. Okay, anyway.
Let's just move on. Very capitalist bent to it. N, who never makes a point because everything he believes ends up being the deluded ramblings instilled to him by a lying prick.
The lying prick you also said was a hero, but only was made a villain because of white people.
Yeah.
Also, you think that it was you loved it when watching End get abused. This is something that you say on your fucking Pokemon video. You fucking freak.
You had a long, uncomfortably long thing about saying you were happy when the abused child was abused by his father.
Who you just called a prick.
Yeah, and also End's point is that he's exploring the world. He starts with a black and white perspective that that humans abuse Pokemon, that Pokemon should be liberated from people. But as the game continues, his point then becomes trying to figure out his place in the world, trying to figure out the nature and balance between things. So by saying that N only exists as an extension Gestus, you are ignoring his entire arc where he actually is trying to grow, trying to investigate, trying to understand. The conclusions he draws are incorrect, but that's because he's been manipulated to believe a certain way. But his point is still the pursuit of knowledge and pursuit of understanding more than anything else. That's why he stops to converse with so many characters.
Moreover, if you take Gen 5 out from their context, Pokemon, this idea that people abuse Pokemon is absurd. But Lily, Team fucking Rocket existed. Team Magma, the other one, I can't remember what it's called right now.
Aqua Magma. Well, Aqua and Magma weren't as abusive. They were just stupid.
No, but they wanted to use Pokemon and exploit them for their own means.
Oh yeah, true. That
Team Galactic, like all of those people wanted to manipulate Pokemon for their own means. He's right. But not all people are like that. And that's kind of like a big conceit of a lot of villains, is that they have this like twisted view on the world. It's like, these people are bad, therefore I'm going to kill everybody. Like that's
and even then with Black and White specifically, even in context, the characters even say, hey, I get your point, but it just lacks nuance. Like, that is directly stated. The games are called Black and White because N's viewpoint is black and white. Like, it is so not subtle with that. You would have to ignore every line of dialogue and then repeat the line of dialogue in a mocking voice to make fun of it to miss that point. But Lily's never done that.
We know she fucking just hammers her way through dialogue in every single video game. It's not even just Pokemon. She was doing it in dialogue that's voiced.
She was doing it in a fucking visual novel, which is like, that's the whole point of the fucking game, is dialogue. Mm-hmm. Like, that's the whole. Why would you play a visual novel and like there's nothing else? I don't get it.
That's a lot of times why I don't play visual novels, because there's a lot of reading,
Exactly.
All right, let's see. I don't know much about fucking
Imhotep.
Mummy,
I know,
but
Imhotep, whose only motivation is reviving his lover, and the evil comes from the fact that he must kill to get it.
Let's stop a second there. Imhotep's motivation is to break the system to revive his lover. His motivation in evil is that he is bringing about the 10 plagues of Egypt along the way and stealing the organs of those to revive himself. He is a walking plague. He also will bring about destruction because, frankly, his existence to defy the gods results in that kind of destruction around him. So his evil is incidental, sure. He isn't actively evil, He wants to bring his lover back, but he goes about ways that are destructive and against the nature of things to do so. He is.
I see the Polar Express boy fading.
Oh yeah, he's gradually appearing with my face.
The one funny joke Lily makes in this video. The one funny joke
is quite funny.
I mean, also, like with this unflattering picture, I guess, but Anthony's like, not a bad-looking guy.
She could have at least tried to line them up.
Yeah, they're not lined up at all.
Yeah, lazy.
Like not even like a little bit, which is frustrating.
Anthony, you wear glasses, you fucking four-eyes dork.
You have a voice.
Joke.
Clearly, because that's why she compared me nasally, high-pitched boy.
Doesn't Lily also
you don't
need
have a
glasses?
nasally voice either.
Not even remotely.
You've got a pretty resonant voice. I don't understand the comparison.
My voice is kind of deep.
Yeah, Lily. Well, that's what you get when you're tall. Like people who are tall tend to have deeper voices. Anyway, yes, Lily does need glasses. She doesn't really wear them on stream or in photos, but like there are clips of her wearing glasses, like rolling around on the internet, and she claims to be visually impaired.
And deaf, apparently.
And deaf. She's basically like looking at the world through blurry eyes and listening to it through a tube. So, with that in mind, it does explain a lot. It does explain a lot.
It does make a lot of sense.
So why be a media critic, Lily?
And now she's going to talk about Molly Hale. And now she's going to talk about Molly Hale. I'm sure this will be...
I have no idea who the fuck Molly Hill is.
She's from Pokemon, the third movie.
Okay.
Okay, so basically, imagine a child... Sorry, go for it. Let's hear what she says.
Who, again, doesn't make a point and isn't even a villain. Nobody treats her as one. She's just a kid who misses her dad. That's not a villain, Anthony. That is a baby. Then there's...
Okay, so what about actually destroying an entire city, causing everyone to... It being so frightening that it's covered on, like, news stations. Her kidnapping Ash's mom.
Brainwashing Ash's mom. Like that. She doesn't just kidnap her, she brainwashes her.
Yeah, it's only Ash's life being put in mortal peril that snaps his mom out of it. And yet, she is a child who everyone kind of agrees there. Her point is to find happiness, to reinvent the world so it becomes something that's good for her. And she's doing a lot of it unintentionally. But, like, that doesn't make her not an active threat, nor does it make her not choosing to inflict harm on others. There are points where she deliberately chooses to inflict harm on the main characters, and not, like, accidentally, not unintentionally. Like, she almost impales everyone on spikes. Like, it's... Like, I mean, she does relent when Entei almost blows off Charizard's head after throat stomping him. But, like, there are multiple points where Ash almost dies directly because of Molly. Like, she almost... Like the problem is she's not evil. She is the antagonist. She is a villain in the sense that she is deliberately causing harm. And she does have a point that she is lonely and wants someone to care for her. And the characters do agree that is something that they want to do for her. She's only an antagonist because she's not able to let go of her desperation and the way that she can get what she wants. She is vaguely aware of what she's doing, too. She's not, like, totally oblivious, and she's not so young she doesn't understand what's... She understands the reality. She's just desperate for happiness. It's tragic, but it's not... And it's tragic, and it's not evil, but it's still her being the antagonist of the movie. She is still causing all the harm that happens, and the harm she's causing is extensive.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Also,
say, like... Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Grim.
Oh, she does get vindictive towards people who are like, hey, like, maybe this isn't a good idea. Like, she throws tantrums and she intentionally tries to hurt the characters because they're pissing her off and they're telling her no.
And granted, the movie emphasizes how this only isolates her from everyone else. Again, very much like something like Utena or Evangelion, you might say. One of the reasons why I like this movie, it's a good movie. You know, that our destructive behavior hurts ourselves first before anyone else.
Anthony, just so you know, your mic keeps on clipping out.
Oh, it keeps clipping? Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, like it
that
just.
happens.
Yeah.
I think it might be just your sound, your noise gate. I think you're going a little below it.
Yeah, probably. Let me just
That's
be
what it
close
sounds. That's
to
what
my
it
mouth.
sounds
I'll
like to
fix
me.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
just
like,
put the microphone right in your mouth. There you go.
there we go. But like Molly's motivation is trying to get herself happiness. She's trying to find someone who can love her and care for her. That is tragic, and it is the point that she deserves happiness. The problem is that Lily sees a character who is under the age of 7 and thinks they are incapable of causing harm to anyone. Children are some of the most destructive human beings on the planet. If they had the capability to rewrite the world around them, the world would be destroyed probably in seconds, because they can be extremely selfish unintentionally, and with unchecked power, they can cause a lot of harm. The characters don't need to see her as a villain for the character to be a villain.
It's interesting.
And you're conflating evil with villainy. A villain isn't always evil. It just that means they cause harm deliberately.
It's really interesting because Lily has been yapping on her Tumblr about Coxa, like COCSA. I don't know if I should say that out loud. I don't want I don't want your channel to get meat grinded. But like as somebody that's children hurting other children, like that's something that Lily has been talking about recently, and yet children can't do evil things. I don't know, it's a bit weird. Again, like the Gish Galop and like not having any consistent takes is very interesting.
Yeah.
Lily falls for this thing that I like to call cute girl syndrome, where if a character is a cute girl, and perceived as like adorable and charming, like then you cannot criticize them. It's such a big problem, especially in cartoons and anime. I find it's like, well, this girl, she's baby, she's so cute, she's so pretty, therefore she can't be bad. Whereas like if this was a character that was like an older woman or like or played by a man, like people would not have those same opinions. And there's like other issues with male characters not being held to the same standards as female characters, and we let male characters off the hook too often. See again Walter White versus Skylar White. But I find that the ones that usually get the short end of the stick are older female characters, are the ones that like often get the most ire. If they're this cool badass hero or somebody for men to look up to, people will excuse a lot. Or if they're cute and baby, then like they'll excuse a lot too. But
100%.
Anyway,
Long John Silver time.
Yeah.
Long John Silver, who doesn't make a point and is operating on the sunk cost fallacy. He's a cautionary tale, my guy. Medusa.
Not that what? That's not John. That's not his motivation at all. His motivation is to get the gold. And until his motivation becomes protecting Jim Hawkins. Because the thing is, Long John Silver's motivation at first is purely, get the gold that I know was left behind, and then becomes, hey, this boy I want to protect. He seems like a good kid. It becomes like a surrogate father position. Well, he still wants to get the gold in the end. His point is also to help Jim become a better person and become in all iterations of the story.
If he has a point is arguable. Like I guess that he thinks he's owed that money because that gold because he used to be a member of
Captain Flint's
crew. So
plus there's the idea that pirates are free and it's just oppressive. So that's another factor too, especially in Black Sails, where the pirates kind of have to push against an oppressive society. Because keep in mind, in the original thing, I mentioned Long John Silver from Treasure Island / Treasure Planet / Black Sails. And Black Sails, Long John Silver is a lot more sympathetic.
Space Rock is pointing out her overusing sunk cost fallacy and seemingly using it wrong very, very often.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with what he's doing.
She thinks his motivation is, I've been looking for this treasure so long I can't stop now, if she's saying it's the sunk cost fallacy.
But that doesn't. But there's actually no reason to believe that that's the case. He only just heard he knew who had the treasure map. the treasure map falls in the hands of Jim Hawkins, and then he shows up. Like, it's only knowing the treasure map's been found that he jumps into action and assembles his crew. So, like, that isn't remotely what happens. He knows the treasure exists. He hears it's coming, and then he makes a crew to get it. So it's like,
he hasn't been looking for it this whole time.
No, he's been doing other things. There's even accounts in the book of him doing other things while that's been going on. He's just jumping because he's been looking for the map, but like not actively. He's had other things going on.
She's only interpreting this through the most baby accessible version of the story that she can, which is, as much as I love Treasure Planet, it's a Disney movie at the end of the day. It takes some liberties because Disney doesn't really like writing complicated villains, and like that's fine, I guess, but the fact that that's the only one that she interrogates, and the only Lucifer she interrogated was the one from Has-Been, I think that's interesting, considering there's much more complicated. Well, because we're all adults here. Lily is mine and Anthony's age, and we're talking a lot about media made for adults, but she can't meet us on that level. She is going after the child baby versions of the ones that we're talking about. So,
and the irony is that she completely insists that we're looking at only childish media when we're talking about. I mean, granted, Treasure Island itself is a kid's book. It was written for young kids.
It's just a book for younger boys. Yeah,
but it just happens to be
it's classic literature though, and like classic literature garbage.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's like the shonen. It's like the 1800s.
But yeah, you have a good point. It shows a lot about her frame of reference and how narrow her media diet really is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what she says about Medusa.
Medusa, who is not a villain. Miles Edgeworth, who is
nothing at all. Okay, nothing at all.
Not a villain. Okay, we went over her on the list, so let's just go.
Yeah,
not a villain. He's just a state prosecutor doing his job.
Who's going to talk about Phoenix Wright? Because I'm going to get more water.
Miles Edgeworth, at one point in the game, uses false evidence in a case. He's not just doing his job; he has to maintain a perfect win rate.
Yeah, I think that she just has some like fucking like Phoenix Wright gays in her server that like, no, he's husbando, and like he's gay with the fucking main character, and it's like, yeah, in later games, but in the first games.
In the first game, he's a straight up bad guy. Yeah, until the last act where it gets more sympathetic. But beyond that, no. And the problem is that, Miles Edgeworth is a great character who does undergo like an arc and kind of a redemption arc almost. But like, he is also, why use Miles Edgeworth from the film? It's strange that the Kashe Miike came up twice in the stream, but there you go.
Though.
He is very pretty.
What? Who said that? Who said that?
Was the first thing that came up on Google? I don't know.
Probably. No, but the games would probably come for anyway. So Dracula.
Yeah. I wonder if she's just gonna shotgun fire the rest of yours now. So they threw a pumpkin at Dracula. That's great.
Multiple iterations of Dracula, who is a very simple predation and exploitation by the wealthy allegory.
Also, none of the versions of Dracula were the Bela Lugosi Universal version. I mentioned Castlevania Dracula. I mentioned Dracula Untold, and I mentioned Alucard from Helsing. All of which are
very different Dracula.
Characters.
Yeah,
you're gonna tell
me Alucard is exploitation by the wealthy allegory?
That one?
Fucking Alucard?
the guy who sits in the basement doing nothing while everyone upstairs dies as he waits for his fight to come up
while
to him.
His boss yells at him.
Also, don't you know, Lily, Bela Lugosi's dead. If you know, you know.
Oh God!
Sorry. I'm sorry. I can't help myself.
So much during Halloween, my spouse was like, "Anthony, playing the song again." Like, yes, I am.
That song's a fucking bop, though. I love it.
Classic.
All right,
it's so repetitive, but it's like it's kind of groovy though.
Especially if you're like in the right state of mind and like.
All right. Bring you guys back on topic. Anthony, do you know if the original Dracula was an allegory about predation and exploitation by the wealthy?
No, it was a fear of immigration.
Not really. Yeah.
It was more fear of immigration because Dracula is a foreigner. Well, Dracula is a foreigner. Vampires can be used as a wealth allegory. The idea of the rich sucking blood out of the poor, for example. But the original Dracula isn't particularly wealthy in the story. He's a foreigner who comes to London, moves into a crumbling ruin, and presents himself as an aristocrat while silently sucking the life out of Lucy and Mina. He's not really framed as wealthy. He's framed as that is the, and other people make the argument that it's also possibly a fear of repressed homosexuality, because Bram Stoker was definitely a repressed homosexual. Because the first 150 pages of the book, it's about Jonathan Harker being seduced basically by this very wealthy man. And those elements of it you can read. The wealth angle is harder to read from this. The vampire, which was an earlier vampire story, is more about the wealthy exploiting the poor.
I also think that there's a small chance that she might have got wind of Abigail Thorne's recent project. And
yes.
Which I mean, like, I haven't sat down to watch the whole thing yet, but I've seen clips and it's not great. And it's a weirdest reading of Dracula I've seen in a while.
I've not seen anything from it, so I can't speak to its quality.
It's odd. It's weird. It's a choice. Choices were made. It's giving The Greys, like the new Netflix adaptation of The Picture of Dorian Gray. It's similar vibes because it's called Dracula's Girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
It's just odd choices are made.
And the art versions of Dracula do focus on the wealthy exploitation. A great example of this is actually Blackula, where an African prince comes to Transylvania in the, I want to say the 1700s, 1800s, to figure out a way to stop the transatlantic slave trade. And Dracula turns him into a vampire, as like, which is great. And then he wakes up in the 70s, hunts people. It's a good movie, Blackula. Actually, despite the name,
I haven't watched it yet, so
it's a solid 70s blaxploitation horror film that actually was made by a black director, and the main actor in that really fought at every turn to make the movie as like good as possible, because they wanted to make it like a stereotype, because all the producers were white, so they wanted to make the movie like a stereotypical, quick cash in to the civil rights movement. But everyone involved was like, no, let's make this like an actually sophisticated film. We're gonna make this character like an actual character who's regal and like, classy, and like, it was a really good movie. But no, still. But in that, Dracula is an example of exploitation from the wealthy. That's an example right there. The Castlevania, his motivation is a town of religious fanatics. So I'm going to summon the legions of hell to get revenge on them, because humanity is clearly so awful that they'll destroy anything good in this world. His motivation is pretty understandable. Then you got Dracula Untold. He's just Vlad the Impaler. He's trying to defend his territory, and includes dark means to protect his people and those he loves, becoming a monster to defend the innocent. But
yeah, I feel like we're also rehashing.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. We're doing
rehashing a lot of the other video. Yeah,
also, I have good news for everybody. The director of Blackula, William Crane, he's still fucking kicking at 75 years old. Just so
I saw an interview with him in was it Black? I think it's horror new. It's a great documentary on Black history and horror, and he's like in there just chatting away with like, freaking he's up there with Keith David and Tony Todd. Just like, it's great. Aww. It's a great documentary. It's a really cool documentary.
You are breaking up slightly again, though.
Oh, sorry. Okay, we good?
Keep your face right on the mic. Okay, let's see what else she says.
Donkey Kong, who isn't a villain.
Donkey Kong is a villain in Donkey Kong. The game
grandmother from Encanto, who isn't a villain, doesn't make a point and is the one who learns in the end.
How does she not make a point?
Her point is that she's a conservative, doesn't want to change.
Work and dedication will keep the miracle burning. Is that not objectively correct?
She sticks to like what she knows, doesn't change beyond that, and in doing so holds the family a standard that stifles them.
I think it's more that she's also so afraid of losing what they've built that she'll lash out even at family members who seemingly threaten it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but like
also Alma's not her name. Alma's the title, right?
No,
Abuela.
Abuela is grandma. Alma is her name.
her name.
Oh, okay, got mixed up then. Abuela, there we go. Yeah, I watched the movie like a couple times. I don't remember every character's name in movies I see 5 times. Especially when I'm shitting out loud.
I've seen Encanto like 5 times.
She is emotionally abusive, perhaps not intentionally so,
Not
but
intentionally,
family
but she is absolutely, yes.
Yeah, it's a result of everything she does.
Yeah, but she her point is that she wants to protect her family and protect her people. Like that's a pretty good point. I think.
I mean, she feels responsible. She feels responsible for the entire town, not just her own family, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see what she said about Godzilla.
She gets redeemed at the end, though. But so anyway,
King Kong and Godzilla, who are animals, John Craig.
No, they're not. No. Okay, Lily. Okay. Lily, these are intelligent creatures who are, in some cases, immortal entities of nature itself.
We citation like our previous videos at this point. I think we gotta kind of let her walk it through them.
Yeah, we should probably let her blast through these.
Who is a lunatic with a god complex, Satan again, and the last one was any entity that exists beyond good or evil with moral structures that cannot be slotted into our human term, which was disqualified because it was non-specific. Human terms are how all of literature is made, so nothing is truly outside the realm of good and evil, and that entire scale from cosmic horror entities to deities aren't real, so they cannot be compared or contrasted to anything.
Can we pause?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish that point.
Can we go? Can I put my little atheist hat on and talk about moral objectivism and how it's not real?
Please do that.
The only reason we have a concept of good and bad is because we evolved to do that. A lot of like religious people will say it's like, oh, but you know that like eating babies is bad or murder is bad. It's like, yeah, because one, I don't want someone to eat my babies or kill me. So like it makes sense, since we are social animals, to do unto others the way we would have them do unto us. Secondly, we evolved to be repulsed by those things because a species that eats its own babies and kills each other all the time isn't going to become the apex species like we are. Like we control the planet because we're a social species that works together and has a moral framework, but it's all subjective. It's all like a human, it's all a human structure that we made, and we don't know if there's like aliens out there, and like I think if you think that we're the only things in the universe,
also Lily changed my answer.
Unlike other species, we can pass knowledge down through the generations, so that morality builds up, and we teach the kids, we don't do this because good and evil, and it's easier to understand. But people build on that as history goes. But, I mean, what she's saying is that you can't possibly write a character with blue and orange morality because all literature is written by humans. That is what she's trying to say.
It's true.
But that's like the cornerstone of like cosmic horror, though, is that like those things could exist out there. What would that be like if we encountered it?
Yeah, I mean, we can at least try to imagine it. I mean, what's wrong with that?
Also, she slightly changed my answer in a way significant. Because I didn't just say cosmic horror and aliens. I also said the Cenobites from Hellraiser, very specifically, and any like system that doesn't operate operates on pure logic, like a machine, like say Am from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, or Skynet from the Terminator.
You specifically list the Cenobites in that point. So like even if you wanted to be like, okay, you can't say all this, you still listed the Xenobites there.
And
so
their entire
exactly. This is about characters, not like these types of alternate moralities being objective or anything.
And the Cenobites specifically fit this because they are so twisted by their experiences that for them, what is good is harmful to anyone else. So like their idea of morality is completely inverted and turned on its head. To them, the highest good is peeling someone's skin off slowly. That to them is like heaven. So they're so twisted and so backwards in their beliefs that torture is positive and like abandoning someone and showing mercy is almost like a sin in and of itself. Like it's so distorted and twisted. They're I guess have a point in that in a world where pain is pleasure, wouldn't torturing someone be the highest good? It's that kind of bizarre, illogical nonsense that when you think about it, it sounds crazy. But like, if you invert the polarity of something, it makes you think about what you find good. It's kind of like one of those old style, like extreme satire pieces where you'd have something ridiculous be mentioned, but you go, okay, wait a second though. This does reflect on reality, even if this is absurd in its specifics.
I would say that the Xenobites really show that like human morality is subjective.
Exactly. And what's wild is almost never in any of the Hellraiser stories, with a couple exceptions, the Cenobites are usually not the main villains of the story. Like the first two Hellraiser films and the original book, they're not the villains. It's the humans that interact with them they're the ones who are ethically terrible. And the Cenobites kind of appear at points to almost dispense justice in some way, but also like they have what they want. They want to get what they want. And they don't see anything wrong with getting exactly what they want. It's very interesting how they play into the role of the story.
Anyway, we should probably continue.
Yeah, let's see what else she's going.
Now, you probably noticed halfway through, but it's clear that these two men grossly misunderstood what having a point means. They clearly read this as sympathetic motivation, when that's not what it means. To have a point means to express a correct or valid idea. To say someone has a point is to concede that they are right. This was something easily looked up, but wasn't as far as these two were concerned.
Well, maybe you should fucking define your terms then, Lily.
Yeah, you also didn't list any of these terms at the beginning. You said name 50 of villains who have a point that make the hero reconsider.
They were going off the post you were responding to, Lily, where you said name 50.
Which was characters that make you think about, you know, their stances.
But of course, she was losing, so she changed the rules in the middle of the game because otherwise she's going to take her ball and go home.
Yeah, she has. Exactly. She can't win a fight fairly. She has to change halfway through to justify anything.
Infinity +1, I win.
Yeah, basically. Okay, let's see.
And yes, these two spend their day harassing other people for their media takes because they disagree with them. And when they do, they conveniently avoid giving their own takes on media, or they get other people to do it for them. And they do.
Hey, so
what have we been doing for the last 5 hours?
Like, can you do me a favor real quick? Can you open up a window to my YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah. I thought you were sarcastically addressing Lily just now. Hang on a second.
No, I just want to see something here. I want to see.
I also
never makes a point, huh? Okay, let's take a look.
And you never go over media yourself with your own words ever.
No, we can just scroll. We can just scroll. I think I don't need to say anything.
Some of these thumbnails look familiar.
I know, right? I don't know who.
Also, Lily, I've been a YouTuber for 4 months. Like, give me a fucking break. I think she's also coming after me because of my call-in show, The Inferno, because I make my point and then I bring other people on it to offer me a different perspectives and stuff. And I really like doing that. I feel like it goes to show like a bunch of different opinions. Like, I've made my point. And I think that it's fair to open up for people that might disagree with me or see things a little bit differently. Something that Lily could never fucking do.
I'm trying to figure out if she means she thinks she ripped off the other two guys that reacted to her writing tips, or if she thinks us reacting to her videos, like people come to those reacts for her points and not ours.
Yeah, like it's not so much that people listen to you, Lily. It's that people want to hear other people react to what you're saying, respond and engage with your ideas because they know it's incorrect and they want to hear someone else articulate it or see how they disagree with it. I have, and Lily, in regards to spending all my time harassing people, and this is directly to you, Lily, I have made a video, one a week for the last year. Every week, a new video, sometimes upwards towards an hour and a half in length. How do you know what I spend my time if you don't even know that? And most of those videos have nothing to do with it. In fact, I'd say the vast majority of all my material has not a single thing to do with it.
you don't have to do this for me, but if you also look at my channel, me talking about other media, you can if you want to. Yeah, let's
a little look-see, yeah.
If you look at my live, I only have 2 video essays, but if you go live,
you have a lot of lives with
yeah, but the thing is that I started as a Minecraft YouTuber and I play video games and do art. I only occasionally do takes on other people's media. I'd like to do more, but saying that I spend all of my time picking apart others' takes is not true. I spend most of my time playing video games and drawing. I'm only just starting to get into video essays and media criticism.
Yeah, it's weird.
So what are you talking about?
I'm the one who always goes after her, but it's like she's deflecting onto you two, and she's too afraid to say my name in this video.
Because we're men. We're men.
2 manly men opposing her opinion.
Yeah. I'm so butch,
like,
guys.
I don't know. It's like she's fucking afraid of me and is like going after you two instead.
I think it's because she's starting to be accused of like lesbophobia or like misogyny when she comes after you and sexism. And
well, what's so funny about that is that like by coming after me, she's attacking a much larger channel from someone who is very experienced dealing with idiots on the internet. Like, and Krim doesn't give a fuck either. Like, that's the thing. We're both extremely experienced dealing with dumb stuff online. So the fact that she thinks she can just say this and we're just gonna roll over and let her do it is really funny, especially when she accuses people of actual crime like plagiarism. Plagiarism, especially in academic circles, is a big accusation that you gotta back up or you can't say because it can destroy someone's career. So and that's something she said outside while making this essay. So the fact, I'm sorry.
Or the thing that happened to Illuminati is going to happen to you. That's your path. Is the same path that Illuminati is on right now, except you don't have the fucking big bucks to back it up. You are going to get pummeled into the ground, not just by Anthony, but by everybody else. Because you can't just saying somebody did plagiarism when they didn't. Like, plagiarism is a serious accusation, not just legally, but on YouTube, you're fucking asking for it, Lily. People don't like it when you do that, and you're gonna get Illuminati'd. Is what's gonna happen.
Especially when you're making accusations of plagiarism while yourself visibly having plagiarized stuff. Well, the only reason people don't bring it up more is because it's not worth the effort.
Well, Aaron Tempest's video, we don't know what exactly he's doing, so
that's true.
It's a bit of his bread and butter right there. So.
That's true. Yeah, good point there.
Excited to see that.
Does he have the archival autism?
He might. Anyway, let's continue the video before we get to... It's already almost midnight.
Because they don't actually know what they're doing. And looking through their list of villains, their media diet is made up primarily of schlock anime and cartoons, comic books, and action movies. And so they hear the best villain...
And Les Miserables.
And Paradise Lost, Les Miserables, classical literature. Okay.
Brandon Sanderson was one that you didn't know. There's a bunch. What else do we have here? Horror films from the 80s.
Action movie Misery, yes.
yes. The thrilling action movie Kirby. Okay, Kirby might fit under video games. The Last Unicorn. I love how we kept saying Satan and she kept using like Has Been Hotel when
and that's not even
referencing Paradise Lost.
Also, there's a separate Lucifer and Satan and Has Been Hotel, so that is not even Satan and Has Been Hotel.
Yeah, seriously. It's ridiculous.
Okay, well, let's go.
Ones are the ones that have a point and try to hammer the media they already like to fit into that box so that they can say they like deep and profound media.
Lily, that's you!
Without having to, like, watch a real movie, or heaven forbid, read a book without pictures in it. There's another creator whose bread and butter is harassing other people over their takes on Revolutionary Girl Utena, and loves talking about how media literacy...
Oh, it is me. See, she blocked it out, though, because she's fucking terrified of me. You can't see it behind Krim. There we go.
She's scared of you seeing your face on the fucking
like I don't get it. Like
we know it's you. We know it. People can just look it up. They can Google search these words.
Her fucking like any new people watching this are not gonna know who the fuck you're even talking about. So if you're trying to throw me under the bus, Lily, you're doing a pretty bad job of it.
Also, as soon as they search up like Crimson Ender or Anthony Gramuglia, they're gonna see your channel too, because we talk to you, we shout you out, and we stream with you all the time.
Yeah, I'm not
You
sure Lily
You're gonna
realizes.
find her.
I don't think Lily realizes how much I've streamed with you guys. Oh god. Okay, let's keep going. Let's see what she says about my argument, or if she like actually even like understands what the fuck I'm saying.
Critical thinking is dead, but when she has to actually make her own take, she was incapable of recognizing the sexual assault the main villain does to multiple.
Which
You could claim it's statutory rape, sure, but it's not non-consensual. How is that not assault when I'm saying you can say it's statutory rape, Lily?
Yeah, like you're saying, the thing is, it is statutory. The motivation of the characters is also.
But as I was trying to explain to the kids in this conversation, I am talking about strictly the text of the narrative. I am not talking about the ethics of real life. You know.
And the thing is also like what I disagree with you on. And I think this is more the minutia of how you. I think that like I think it's important to say like, oh yeah, it is assault, it is rape, but that's also, but to say it's just that is kind of shaving off the motives of the scene.
Well, yeah, but it also if you just say it was rape, people will think it is something that was forced. You know, when it really kind of wasn't. I mean, deliberately. Listen, it is, because deliberately in that scene when Utena and we're in the POV of Akio. We don't know if she's with Akio for most of the episode, but we see Utena go to bed in the hotel room, and she's the one who turns off the light, and she's the one who turns over and looks at whoever is in the bed next to her. So she is
so disturbing.
She is Akio has groomed her into this position, but she is also seeking it. So just to say that it's rape kind of downplays exactly what is going on here. You know,
he has orchestrated events and manipulated Utena into thinking this is something she wants, and that is so much more insidious than like I took a girl to bed and assaulted her.
And it plays into themes of control throughout Utena, how all these characters are forced into these roles to play a game, and it's so
but of
disturbing.
Course, I can't say that on Twitter without somebody going, but she's 14, You think 14-year-olds can consent, do you? You know, that's what it turned into.
The problem is most arguments online don't become arguments unless you like, if you said this like at a bar with like a couple friends, no one would care. The thing is, it's on Twitter, which means you can take 5 words out of context, cap it. Someone says this is them justifying us, and then like recontextualize what it is. Oh, and and recontextualize what's being said, and in doing so, you avoid actually engaging with the ideas mentioned, avoid engaging with the thoughts discussed. And instead, all you're getting is just, this is the worst, least charitable interpretation of these words.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly what she's doing. But like, she isn't even fucking naming me. So it's so bizarre that she's doing this. And she but again, this was just like a Twitter exchange, and like a few little ankle biters like went on Tumblr with screenshots going, I took screenshots in case she deletes them. Look how bad she is, and they got like 5 notes. Like nobody important cares about this.
Most Twitter arguments
to compare this to like another work of media and something that I have a big problem with. I think the wording, I don't agree with the wording you have here, because there's like an interview done with Devin Grayson, who wrote for Nightwing for a while, where she said, "Oh, Nightwing wasn't raped, it was just non-consensual."
That's what rape is, though.
Yeah, but like
I said it isn't.
We don't really.
It isn't non-consensual though.
Yeah, but it's like similar thing where it's like we don't really have language, because it's scary to talk about. We don't really have language to specify. Unless we get into like these big, and this is Twitter, it's hard to have nuanced discussions. But we don't really have the language to specify to like, yeah, it's there's not really consent there because he's manipulating her. It's rape because he's manipulating her. We don't really have specific language. We don't have a word for that. So we have to have like these big long discussions like you're trying to have here that maybe could have been worded better. But again, it's Twitter. It's really easy to like just because of the limitations of the platform.
And people read it
4K
fast
like
too.
this.
And people read what you say fast too.
I
can
got
just-
what you meant. I got what you meant. And I think Anthony did too. I think it's pretty obvious reading this in good faith what you meant.
But we're also reading it is the thing. That's the thing too. We're actually reading what you say. And as something I've learned from being on Twitter, 95% of people actually aren't reading what you write. They're glancing at it and they're filling in the blanks in their head because Twitter encourages rapid fire responses, right? It encourages users to look at something really quickly and give it the least charitable interpretation. And the moment someone misconstrues what says, the misconstruing is always phrased. So what are they going to read? The big chunk of words or the 5 words saying?
Well, yeah, and then these are the kind of people who always look for some sort of ideological slip up to try to cancel someone over. So it's like, but Lily says that's stupid on Twitter, but then she's using the same kind of fucking behavior against me, but then she's not saying it's me. It's so weird. What is happening?
It's bizarre that she's saying it as proof that that other people are trying to tear people down. So to prove that other people are tearing it down, she's tearing someone else down.
Well, she's trying to say I said kids need critical thinking skills, but look, I can't even understand this thing in Utena, but she's completely mischaracterizing what I said. So
it's ridiculous, especially because she's in one breath trying to say everyone else is terrible for trying to tear people down, and her evidence is tearing someone else down.
It's a good point, actually.
Yeah, it's like it's such even ignoring the evidence, even ignoring specifics. Her logic is so ass backward that it folds upon itself.
Yeah, like a black hole. Where her heart and her brain should be. Anyway, I'm gonna play more of the video.
Characters, because in their eyes, his grooming of them meant that it was like deep and profound in media without.
The fuck just happened?
Lily's black hole destroyed you.
Did she just like edit that part of the video out live or something?
No, that can't be. I think it must be a YouTube glitch.
Okay.
To actually make her own take, she was incapable of recognizing the sexual assault the main villain does to multiple characters.
I think the subtitles crashed.
Oh my god, it's great.
Somehow! Even the subtitles were like, I can't take this anymore.
That's great.
Because in their eyes, his grooming of them meant that it was consensual, and therefore not rape.
Lily, that's not what I said, though.
Bear in mind that all of these characters are underage, and he is not, and one of them is his sister. Bear in mind that when he's in the midst of grooming one of them, the road they're driving on literally says stop repeatedly. There's a point where she
it said stop repeatedly because he's seducing her off her path to saving Anthe, for God's sakes.
Right, but Sai, there's something you're not considering. Earlier in this video, she said she didn't know what the roads were saying.
No, it's true.
She said before you can't read you can't read.
Yeah, Lily, how do you know that? How do you know that says stop, Lily? Since it's not there. Lily, did you actually watch the subtitled version?
Is Lily misgendering Sai? She's trying to like be vague, so I guess they them pronouns or whatever. But
God, you said vague in the most Canadian way.
Yeah, no, that's when your Canadian side comes out. But like, I'm just saying, like, it seems to me like, you know what I think? I think she didn't actually finish watching the show, and she just lifted this part from an article.
Probably.
Yeah, because like that's too specific for her not to know, despite the fact that, I mean, granted, she could have watched the subtitle version too, but like, or looked up afterwards, or she lifted this particular, or she did watch it, didn't get it, read articles on it afterwards.
No,
and
undoubtedly.
then they told her what happened in it, which is possible too. But I don't think this was entirely her original.
Yeah, let's see what else she says.
How am I supposed to pronounce vague?
Vague.
Vague?
It's like a boot, you know?
Vague?
You guys just say it differently.
It's sweet.
It's adorable. Okay,
I like
let's get on with this though.
Because her foot is broken, and the villain takes that opportunity to assault her. Utena's a show with a lot opened up
You didn't actually show the kiss and how she was enjoying it though, Lily, did you?
to interpretation, but this ain't even symbolism or subtext. It's straight up text. Akio being a rapist pedophile.
Straight up text is straight up Dio! No, but no, straight up text, that's not subtext, that's straight up text. She stole that from Lindsay Ellis. I know that one for sure. Like... It was in one of her Lord of the Rings videos. Because I love those, and I've watched them many times.
I gotta watch that again, actually. It's been ages.
Oh, they're so good. They're so good.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Is the most basic...
She's ripping them off. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, this feels like the entire thing is a ripped off. Like, she isn't... This doesn't sound like an original idea.
She never has an original idea, though. Never, ever. Let's see how she continues to describe Akio. So
surface level part of the story that literally nobody should be able to miss. You don't even have to have seen the show entirely to know this part.
Yeah, like you, Lily, like you.
This is the media literacy tutorial level, and she got stuck on, well, technically these 14-year-olds consented.
Okay, so you're just using the argument of crazy Twitter people when repeatedly in this conversation I said I am not talking about real life ethics. I am talking about the narrative of a fictional work and what it means for the themes and what it is communicating to the audience.
The thing is,
technically speaking, is that Anthe is also like extremely old as well.
It's the second time we've done that. We definitely need Anthony in the Anthe dress.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But,
it was like
you know what I mean?
Getting the robot, but it's like the Rose Bride dress.
The Anthe dress.
Or that like getting the maid costume, but it's like the Anthe dress.
Yes.
Sorry, when I eventually do a video, please draw me in the Anthe dress.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, Krim, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
My brain. What was I saying? What was I saying? Oh yeah, Anthony's quite old too. When it comes down to it,
Thanks.
So you could make the argument. Shut up! I mean, Anthe from Anthe is quite old too. Like she's. I'm not sure what the exact numbers are, but like her and Akio are.
It's both literal and not that people don't age in Otori. Otori seems to be stuck in like an endless summer. It's not like it's a time loop even. It's just it's the gray area of theater, like we said earlier. It's very Lynchian. It's a space that exists and doesn't, you know? It's like nostalgia and memory almost.
Yeah, well that's why I'm saying if you're going to take the ages literally, you could say a lot about Anthe. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So that's why you have to just take Utena for what it is, not what you think it should be.
I have trouble not thinking of the characters as adults, to be honest. But the whole point is that they are in the apocalyptic time between childhood and adulthood, every single one of them. They are on the cusp of becoming adults. So it's hard not to think of it that way, even though, you know, Japan having these characters be as young as 14.
Yeah, that's where it gets very messy.
And again, like I said, I'm sorry. Like, spicy take. Japanese people 30 years ago writing this were not thinking about age of consent and statutory rape. They just weren't. You know?
Let's also put it this way. She's flashing the tweets on screen with a lot of text very quickly. We're talking like a few seconds of you know, I've done this too in the past where I've put text on really quickly and people say, hey, I can't read this. I have to pause the screen fast to read this. It's difficult.
I've criticized you for that in the past when I did a video
Honestly,
reviewing
I believe
your channel.
if you're going to
I
believe if you're going to show text on screen, you should read it out.
Yeah, me too.
I try to make my videos listenable as well as viewable.
I think that I think Lily does this quite a bit, where she will like put one frame of text as little tee hoo hoo haha. But it's like I think that's bad practice in my opinion, where she like will put like a huge block of text that's only on screen for one frame.
She's stuck in 2012.
Yeah. I did that. I did that in one video, and so many people complained, and justifiably so, that I didn't do it again.
Wow,
This
you
is
grew
like-
and learned. Wow.
Can you imagine that growth? But I'm not even like saying it to toot my own horn. I'm just saying like
That's normal behavior.
How does she not get tons of people complaining, saying, "Hey, can you maybe not have this flash so quickly? I couldn't."
She deletes the comments.
Yeah, I'm about to say the same thing. She just deletes them. Of course.
That's a good point. I keep feeling that.
Let's just go on. We know she's using the argument of stupid Twitter people when she says stupid Twitter people don't matter. So, we already
Which they
explained
can't do. So that's 3 people who love harassing others for their media literacy, having the media
I
literacy
love
of the dead
harassing
cockroach
Lily
nailed
Orchard.
outside of a crowd.
I love harassment. It's fun.
Yeah, and look how much super chats I'm getting for harassing you, Lily. Hooray! We'll go over the super chats.
Oh, wait,
probably-
hold on a second.
I'll probably do the rest at the end.
Is she inciting violence in this?
Oh, she's saying that we're the dead cockroaches.
Yeah, exactly. Is she... Also, you're just saying it because I called you a cockroach, Lily. You were so...
According to the other cockroaches.
Yeah.
I don't know what analogy is that, though.
It's just a bad one because it's not even like
Yeah,
you have to
weird.
explain the joke to make it
sense.
make sense.
Yeah.
If
Also,
you have to
she-
explain the joke, there is no joke.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there was a stream where I called Lily a cockroach at the beginning of the stream. This is when she had her Epstein banner up.
Oh my
And
God.
3 or 4 hours into the stream, she had changed her banner to calling herself YouTube's cockroach.
Lily
Yeah,
Orchard
I
and
went in her
Fern?
head and fucking freaky.
I also
red
started
free.
calling her after you did that and she did that. I started calling her La Cucaracha a little bit. So
Perfect. But I just find it funny that I made her change her fucking banner while I was streaming.
just wait for the Malcolm moment. There's a Malcolm moment, Jer.
Oh boy, don't
Oh my God.
Malcolm. Okay, listen, me, okay, me, Anthony, and Sai are bitchy. We're like the cunty gays. I think Malcolm would actually kill someone.
Malcolm is a verbal assassin. Yes,
I mean, like,
he's all. See, the thing is, Malcolm's also more of a normie. So like, he'll see like the My Little
Yeah.
Pony stuff and not care and go, "No, that's dumb. You're gay." Let's move on.
I don't think any of us would ever like physically confront Sai, but I wouldn't put it past Malcolm. If
Yeah.
she said the wrong thing, I think he would kick her teeth in.
Malcolm would be up to Canada.
I would go. I'll go to Canada. The fun of it.
It's just Malcolm Anton Krim doing the JoJo curb stomp on Lily.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft, in my head, and right now is a funny visual gag. Anyway, let's.
And all because people disagree with their takes. And a lot of people disagree with their takes because their takes are complete nonsense.
right, Lily,
you
which
showed
take?
exactly one disagreement that I had on Twitter, not even with you, and then you didn't even show it was me.
Also, you didn't have any of my takes. I have made a take every week for a year. Lily, if you want to respond to my takes, you can.
Yeah, Lily.
You can do what's called a reaction stream
Let
of
me
one of my
look with
videos.
My big Kingdom Hearts video, which is my more popular like sort of video essay style videos. I only have 2 right now. Let's see. Bunch of people agreeing with me. Yep. A bunch of people saying Lily are stupid. Lily calls people Nazis or fascists. There is one point where like some people are like, "Hey, correction, Naminé is stealing memories from Sora only. Riku's story is about him being conflicted if he should use the darkness as a power." And like there's some little disagreements like that, but for the most part, it's a very positive, like I got a very good reception for that.
I
Mhm.
don't delete comments.
So I have an.
I will delete comments if they're doing something like inciting Courtney and like victim blaming Courtney. I will delete comments like that because I don't think they have any place on my channel. Or if somebody's like harassing my fans or something. But if somebody disagrees with me, if they're stupid, I'll just be like, okay, sucks to suck. Or like I'll I might refute them if they seem receptive to a discussion. But I don't delete comments unless they're being harassing
so like
people.
she's talking about how like was she saying people just say media literacy is dead because people disagree with their media takes and their media takes are so bad, and then she didn't give any examples except for one, and then didn't even say who it was.
Okay, so my average channel like to dislike ratio is 94%.
Ooh,
That
I
means-
forgot we could do that.
Oh yeah, I just took a look at that. So my
yeah.
average, and there's some exceptions, mainly when I talk about Star Wars and my first video. Actually, my lowest is my because that was shared on by a bunch of people who couldn't stand. I had people who don't like me on Twitter, so they shared my video actively, review bombed it to try to kill the video, and they'd watch the first 5 to 10 seconds of it and then click away to diminish its integration rate. After that, it's all smooth sailing. But aside from people actively trying to suppress my video, I have
Where do I find the ratio for the overall channel?
You click on any video, you go to the engagement tab. So first, if you hit analytics to any individual video, you then click on the engagement tab and you go to likes versus dislikes, and it gives you your individual videos like the dislike ratio compared to the channel average.
Reach, and then so I'm on the analytics for one.
Yep. Go to engagement.
Oh, okay.
And just scroll down. You should find it pretty quickly.
Okay. Yeah, my channel average is 97.4.
Oh hell yeah! Nice.
For because I'm correct all the fucking time.
Oh,
anyway.
Aren't we all? Okay, let's continue. I don't know why I'm seeing Robin Williams here, but let's see where she's going with this.
Why is Robin? What is?
I don't know what is that movie.
That's from the Bicentennial Man.
Oh crap! It is
right. She was talking about that. Oh god,
that movie's okay.
I've always said it was pretty mid.
It's good enough.
I like that one. The final cut is actually my favorite serious Robin Williams movie.
My favorite serious one's 1 hour photo. That one's real.
Yeah, 1 hour photo is great. I think that maybe one of my favorite performances of him overall was probably Death to Smoochie.
Oh, also Good Will Hunting. Some of the scenes he has with that movie. Robin Williams is another one. Every time he's in a movie, every time he was in a movie, I'm like, oh, this is fantastic. I don't know. I'm
millennial autism is strangling us.
Indeed. Let's go.
It's easy to believe that media literacy is dead when your takes are so dense nobody in their right mind would ever agree with you. The call is coming from inside the house, as it always has done. We are not seeing a death of media literacy. What we are seeing is a rise of extremely rude, abusive people using academic-sounding language to escalate their personal grievances to a societal level. It's not—
Lily, that's you! Lily, that's you! Oh my god, that is you, 100% you. You take your personal grievances and you try to make it like it's a problem on a societal level. You're doing it right now in this video.
Did any of us even use academic language takes that she's talking about?
She got really mad at me for using the word Faustian, so that might be what she's referring to.
Faustian's not academic. It just means it's like the story of Faust.
I know.
Also, how can she accuse us of only watching shonen anime referencing Faust?
She thought it was like a big fancy word. Like she got so mad. It was unbelievable.
It's a reference to the most famous stories of all time.
Can I be vulnerable and real with you guys?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the story of Faust.
Okay, so here's an idea. Guy sells his soul to the devil for knowledge. That's it. That's the story.
He just sells his soul to the devil for knowledge. That's it.
It's more about the sense of dread as he gets close to the end, and it's very simple, but it's very deals with a lot of themes and ideas. That's it. That's the whole story. It's just I
love devils and stories.
So when you say something is Faustian, it means like the character has essentially made a deal with a devil, either on a metaphorical or literal level. I was saying that
I love this.
Accio, who directly calls himself Lucifer in Utena, is seducing Utena off her path in a very Faustian way. That's what I was saying, and that really made her mad for some reason.
Yeah, and that's pretty straightforward. The text invites that interpretation.
It does.
It's like watching Madoka and saying, Madoka is Faustian.
He sits there pointing at a star in his planetarium going, that star is called Lucifer, and my Japanese name is also derived from that star, hint, hint, wink, wink.
Wasn't it like Venus that he said that about? I feel like that's...
The morning star. I know, it's kind of inaccurate information, but Accio actually being inaccurate about his star knowledge might actually be on purpose. So,
yeah, because he's so
Ikuhara,
incompetent.
Yeah, he has the appearance of wisdom and competency, but he's looking at fake stars and probably getting
like
a lot of it wrong.
In Glass Onion, when totally not Elon Musk misuses words every 5 seconds, but like sounds confident about it.
I haven't seen Glass Onion yet, but that sounds amazing.
It's so good.
I've heard it's good. I know. I'm so bad at watching things, and I get to them years later.
Also, Mona Lisa, not on a canvas. It was painted on a slab of wood. So, like, there's a scene where they have like the Mona Lisa on a canvas, and it's like, it's the real Mona Lisa. I'm like, no, it's not. That was on a piece of wood, actually.
God.
Which I'm not sure is intentional or not, but it's so funny to know that all the time.
That is funny. Okay, hang on.
Not enough that people disagree with you about an anime from 1997. There must be some societal damage causing it to happen. We need to...
I never...
What? No one's talking about society, Lily. We just say you don't know.
Well...
There's nothing societal about it.
I was saying this in response to a fucking teenager who completely misinterpreted what I was talking about.
Yeah, societally, the issue is Twitter.
Is he trying to... this was like fucking this was sarcastic, Lily. I was calling the person an idiot in a very roundabout way.
Oh my god. Okay, this is her taking things way too literally, not getting what jokes are.
I think maybe she is autistic. Like, seriously. Like, Lily, this was a sarcastic answer to someone, calling them an idiot to their face. Is this what you base your whole moral panic thing around? Just me saying this in a facetious manner?
One person being sarcastic on the not make a moral trend.
This seems to be what she's saying, though. Me making this one sarcastic remark is proof of a moral panic about media literacy. What?
Is this really what she was building her entire video essay to? A comment on a Tumblr post?
And then she doesn't even show it to me, her biggest enemy.
She flashes a bunch of videos about media literacy at the start of this, but I don't think she has the fucking chutzpah to fucking challenge those people, because it's people like Zoe B that are like academics and know what they're talking about.
Also, she didn't watch any of them. None of them.
If she watched Zoe B's, she would realize that Zoe is actually closer to her side than she is.
No, she just typed media literacy into YouTube, screenshotted a bunch of thumbnails, and threw them up there. That's what she did.
Yeah, there's nothing else. It's amazing how little she's even talking about.
I'm so angry that I understand how Lily thinks now. I'm so angry. Like, this is just... I just can tell that she built her whole moral panic thing around just me saying that. She must have been, like a while ago, I saw some screenshots from her Discord, because there's a few little moles who come talk to me sometimes. And, she was saying something like... Something about the media. Damn it, fell out of my head for a second there. No, she was saying, I thought what happened between Akio and Anthi was consensual and loving. Like, she had completely lost the plot and twisted what the original argument was about so far. She didn't have the characters right. And
oh my God.
So I think she went into this video thinking she had a smoking gun against me, and then this was all she could dredge up.
She also, the description for my YouTube channel is also I'm interested in talking about critical thinking, media literacy, and how we analyze both fiction and information about the world around us. That's part of my YouTube subscription, so, like, I guess it kind of makes sense she used me as an example, because it's one of the things I want to talk about, but...
It doesn't make sense, because really the whole point of this video is just to bitch about the three of us. And talk about Archie Bunker, I guess, for some reason, and try to shit on Star Trek because Jesse Gender likes it. That's all this is. Yeah. That's all it ever is with her.
It's just trying...
And she didn't even do that right.
She's just being a bully. She's just trying to hurt people's feelings. But it's like, just like in this is just another repeat of high school, Lily. You're not actually effective at being a bully. Nobody likes you. Nobody takes you seriously, and nobody cares about what you have to say because it's not clever. You just look like an unintelligent, unclever fucking dork, just like you did in high school, because you haven't changed at all.
And even like good bullying.
Once you pull back the curtain, though, once you pull back the curtain, this is every single one of her videos. It all just ties back to her personal shit.
But the problem is she's not even good at insulting us. Like, I once had someone, the love child of Pee Wee Herman and Rachel Maddow, and that was an actual insult of my appearance that was hilarious. You're calling me the kid from the Polar Express? Like, while saying, oh, this guy's so terrible. He thought that his glasses, and he said that Walter Peck had a point, but was still the bad guy in a movie. Therefore, I'm better than him. It's like,
the Polar Express kid is a little funny, I have to say.
It is funny. No, I'm not even. Well, that's the thing. We found it funny. If she's insulting us, I should be insulted.
She's probably not gonna like how I drew her on my thumbnail. She's probably gonna bitch about that a whole bunch.
Yeah,
I will say that people kind of build Lily up as this big monster but if you pull behind the curtain, and what you really get is like, imagine, especially I think a lot of people might relate to this. They were like a bunch of nerds in high school. Now imagine the nerd that was so unpleasant that the other misfits and nerds didn't want to be around them. The one that was like aggressive and mean and like always complained. It was always negative and was like, well, actually, that person. The one that like you're just like, oh my god, like I feel bad for them, but like I don't like them, but like I want to tell them to go away, but like ugh. And like, you know, they're kind of unkempt and they're very self-satisfied and they're very wrapped up in their own, like, you know exactly who I'm talking about.
Unfortunately,
that's what Lily is. Now imagine if that person had an audience of like 130,000 people on the internet, and imagine how fucking insufferable they'd be. That's what Lily Orchard is.
With the added benefit of them. The added benefit of them having complete control over a few people who surrender control.
Yeah.
That's where it goes from pathetic to like infuriating.
Also, Space Frog,
like those kids.
Hey guys, Space Frog is telling me that Lily is saying I traced Taffer's art for the thumbnail.
You can tell them to check where the ears are.
You could overlay them right now if you wanted to.
Nah, I'll do it later. We need to finish the video.
You're right.
Yeah, teach media literacy and critical analysis in school. Except we do. It's called English class. Maybe the subject eluded you because they use books instead of anime, but that is something we do.
Don't go there.
Lily, there were books in the fucking lists you rejected because you didn't recognize the characters.
Like the first book you read off my list, Jurassic Park, it is in fact a book.
She probably doesn't know that.
Oh god, she doesn't know who Michael
A similar
Crichton
version
is.
of this in the way Gen Z throws derision on Generation Alpha for having skibbity toilet syndrome, despite the fact that singing nonsense songs has been a time-honored childhood tradition since Ring Around the Rosie.
This is the song that...
That's not Ring Around the Rosie, it's a song that never ends. Do you think you know that because you got the clip from somewhere? Also, Ring Around the Rosie is not a nonsense. It's about the Black Death.
Yeah, like
Ring Around the Rosie is
Lily.
Yeah, Ring Around the Rosie. It's a reference to the welts you get from Black Death. A pocket full of posies because you put flowers in the bodies of the dead people because it made them smell less awful. Ashes, ashes. They're burning because you're cremating them. We all fall down. You're dead from the Black Plague. It's
also, the flowers and stuff is because they used to believe in miasma theory, which was that it was the air smelling bad that was carrying the disease.
There we go.
Which is interesting, but anyway.
It's also ironic because
it's intuitive, even though it's incorrect.
Yeah.
But this shows how incurious Lily is. She never thought, hey, Ring Around the Rosie. I wonder what that means. She never tried to find out or look it up or see the history of it. She just goes, no, that's just nonsense. You know?
Also, the song with Lamb Chop right here. It's the song never ends. It goes on and on. It's a loop. It's a basic mechanic of songwriting.
If I start singing it, I can't stop singing it sometimes.
Let's not get started.
No.
But yeah, so you say Ring Around the Rosie, and then you do the song that never ends, which is a purposeful gag at the end credits of Lamb Chop. Lily, what the fuck?
That doesn't end. Yes, it goes on and on, my friend. That's enough, guys.
And Irreverent Gary's mod videos are older than most of you. But instead of just saying, God, I'm so sick of hearing the annoying toilet song, it has to be escalated to, the tablets are melting children's brains.
Okay, I think Krim, you outlined why the tablets actually are causing problems.
Actually,
before.
Krim, you got into that earlier, and it was very interesting.
Yeah, but like,
there's legitimate concern there.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with skibbity toilet. It has all to do with like motor
It's
function.
it's just halting their motor function, their pincher skills. Go back to the beginning of the stream if you haven't watched it, because I go into in-depth detail about that.
I'll probably try to add a chapter for that one, so people can skip to it if they want to.
Indeed.
It's because I don't understand what they're saying.
I used to be with it, but then they changed what it was. Now what I'm with isn't it. And
yeah, we all
what's
know
it
this joke,
seems
Lily.
weird and
Did
scary
you just
to
learn
me.
about it?
It'll happen to you.
I don't know.
Oh my
I think
god,
I'm pretty
the kids
with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care much about
Oh,
skibbity
Lily,
toilet.
Lily, the irony of this fucking frame, considering your fucking
Oh,
ball
is
spawn
this another reference to me? Maybe the croc girl is supposed to be me. I don't know how. I mean, she has a heart like Spinel, and she has Crocs, and I don't know if Lily would know my fans making fun of me about Crocs would be like his thing, because I have to wear them at work.
I had an early theory that this character was supposed to be you and the goth character was supposed to be me, but I don't know how accurate that is. I think that might just be I think that might be a crackpot theory.
Yeah, she also got into the whole thing where somebody got like pissed off at me because somebody called me a wigga for saying homie, and I said I'm hardly a wigga, and then a bunch of kids ran in saying, "Oh my god, that's almost the N-word, you can't say that!"
I'm not even gonna touch that one with a pole.
I was like, where are these sassy lost children coming from? Anyway,
saying Riz. Clearly their brains are melting. This generation is doomed. Yeah, I fucking heard that one before. The word was shoddy back in my day. Remember back in the...
What? No, what are you fucking talking about?
Lily, back in your day would not be shouty. What are you talking about? You're
shoddy,
32.
No, they said that a lot when I was a teenager, but
You
like
think
that
so?
wasn't the nonsense. Like you would say that when you like toss in a basket in the basketball. I know this because I myself was very active in the basketball.
You really being as tall as
No.
you are? Are you kidding me?
I was a runner. My hand-eye coordination was.
I also played basketball actually.
Oh, there you go.
I'm just giving you a shit.
I did for a little. I did for a little while too.
I was very tall as a preteen.
I had Lily constantly talks about how she grew up in rural Nova Scotia, but like I actually grew up in rural Nova Scotia. My basketball hoop, it was those like big spools that they wrap wire around, like the big wooden ones. My grandfather made me a basketball hoop by using that, sticking a pole through it, and mounting the basketball net on that. And I played basketball on the dirt road because the road that I lived on was not paved. So
that sounds about right.
That sounds about rural, yeah. So I wonder if Lily played any sports as a kid. I'm gonna guess not.
I don't think so. No.
In the 90s, when TV was rotting our brains because we were watching flashy cartoons about ninjas doing calisthenics, instead of the cartoons our parents grew up with where a rabbit tricks a duck into getting his face blown off with a gun, and that dissonance was making them feel old and out of date. Or when the Game Boy came out and it was ruining children.
My mom would watch cartoons with me when I was younger. So I'm sorry that your parents suck, but my mom's fucking cool. He's the one who introduced me to video games and cartoons, and
I watched a lot of Looney Tunes that my grandmother taped for us. It was an old VHS tape, so I watched a lot of Looney Tunes when I was a kid, actually.
My aunt just had The Simpsons on like VHS. It was pretty cool.
Nice.
So he got that.
My parents really informed my taste. Like, they got me into Star Trek. They got me into sci-fi and fantasy. My dad got me into metal music, but that kind of graduated to like alternative and then to goth music. So sorry that your parents suck, but my parents were cool and they didn't think that my taste was weird and they encouraged my interests. Sorry, Lily.
I don't know why she's acting like all adults were like terrible to kids. Like, I mean, granted, there's some things, of course, that they didn't get, but like for the most part, I think my parents were very encouraging me to like explore interests, especially because they encouraged me to have a well-rounded range of interests and not just one specific thing. But still,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What's an EFAP? What's an EFAP? EFAP.
Oh,
What's
that's
that?
Mahler's
Every
thing.
frame of pause is what it stands for. So it's like what we're doing right now, where you watch a video and you
Yeah.
pause and you discuss
Yeah.
it. It's exactly that, actually.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
yeah, that's Mahler's thing, which is ironic considering.
Oh well. Well, let's try to finish out the video. But she is right. When Pokemon did first come out, there was a bit of a moral panic about it, but not because of media literacy, Lily.
No, it was
like-
because they were afraid it was satanic.
Yeah. Oh, there was
Well,
preachers
that was
out there
satanic
going,
panic.
"These
Yeah.
Orientalist diamonds are gonna corrupt the kids," you know.
Who had their
God,
face in
yeah.
a screen all day? Or when Facebook came out and the plague of 13-year-old girls posting duckface was the worst thing ever and was destroying a generation?
Man, I see kids every.
When was the last time anybody talked about people doing duck faces, Lily? You're so
Just now.
You're such a boomer. Yeah, the first time in like 10 years anyone said duck face.
Most
Also,
of the people that I remember criticizing it were teenage boys.
Yeah, it was other kids against kids. Also,
Yeah.
if Lily's playing this game, back in the 1800s, there were actual articles written about the fears
Yeah, that's what
of
she's
sitting
about.
with slate.
That's where she's going. That's where
Oh,
she's going
God,
with
she
it.
is going
Yeah,
with
she's
this.
making
Okay.
this- Oh no, you made the same point.
Me too. It's gotta be bad for their brains, right?
Yeah, it stunk
This
their
is a
attention span.
parody, though.
Yeah, I saw that. It's like they
But-
lose the power to
But they
innovate.
unironically
But
did
that's
this.
Rob Farland.
Snyder is
Oh,
there,
Hell, how
Lily.
about the over-medication of society?
Can't get
Back
off
in the
of
2000s, you
Farland's
couldn't
fucking mob.
blink without finding some late-night talk show host or animated squirrel, apparently, bitching about how everyone has
Yippee, call me the
ADHD now,
squirrel.
every child's on drugs, when in reality, the ability to adequately identify and treat ADHD meant that more people were getting diagnosed who would have otherwise been left to struggle and slip through the cracks.
Well, you need your medicine, Lily, because what the fuck does this have to do with media literacy? Why are you suddenly
Lily's-
why are you suddenly going into people saying kids all have ADHD today and they're over medicated?
Yeah, Lily is making a point, but it's for the wrong video.
She's also like
she's done
going
that a
back
few
and
times.
forth. She was talking even earlier today about how she was overdiagnosed as a child and that like she was perfectly fine actually, and it was just because she was abused and neglected and there was nothing wrong with her. And that's just how it is for all kids.
And there
so,
are
like,
old,
which is it, Lily?
There are older videos of her saying how she hates child psychologists and how they don't know what they're doing, and like it's the same shit in the Iris and Kira stuff. She has not changed her mind at all. It all goes back to her own bullshit from when she was a teenager, and she refuses to like advance.
I also don't think that there was any adults that even knew what Foamy the Squirrel was when it was a
No.
thing. I don't think there was a big moral.
My mom also liked it.
I don't think there's this big moral panic about like, oh, the little
no.
cartoons on Newgrounds and stuff. You know who like started showing me the weird fucking cartoons that they had on the internet? It was my great uncle who showed us that cringy ass video of the weird CGI mouse singing "Sexy Thing" to the cheese. Like that was the first cringy cartoon from the internet that I watched. Like adults
I thought
have
you were gonna say
always...
your great uncle loved salad fingers for a second there. I don't know why I thought.
I love salad fingers.
Same.
Salad fingers was something, but I don't like a lot of adults were on board with this, and like Sai would have been an adult when we were teenagers, and I don't think they really had a problem with the. I don't think she really had a problem with the crap we were watching as teens.
No,
Like,
not
I don't
really.
know.
I was probably watching the same shit.
Exactly, because adults you don't just like become like taxes. I must do my big boy job and like stop
Lily
getting
does
interested in things.
Seem to think that, oddly enough, even though she's in her fucking
Which
30s.
is you're in your 30s, Lily. Like you should know that adults don't necessarily stop being interested in children's media. Like you are watching children's media. Just
It's
almost
her
like she's a hypocrite or
her
something.
brain stopped developing at like 15 or something. I swear.
Seriously.
All right, let's keep going.
Cracks of the system. In
Yeah,
reality,
almost done.
old fucks were just cranky that the world was changing, and
Hey, let's
people who
speed
had
her up
previously
again.
been left to just
Yeah, seriously.
rot weren't acceptable
Again,
to abuse
this sounds
anymore.
like your parents
no,
suck.
Janet, your kid's problem isn't that she doesn't apply herself. Your kid's problem is that she needs medicine. People take their personal grievances, be that annoying children, children you can't bully anymore, kids being kids, black people apparently, or being
Wait, what is?
Lily's like, oh, your child needs medication, but you're saying that you are over medicated and like
I think
into
you need your
catatonia or
meds,
something.
Lily. What are you fucking?
Also, why are you slipping in? Stop saying Steve is bad along with the Riz is a stupid word. So you're mixing in
how
people making fun of kids or times changing, with being annoyed that you're criticizing a show poorly.
I mean, that's a reference to me, obviously, but dude, I don't know. I don't care about Skibbity Toilet. Dude, I'm apathetic to Skibbity Toilet.
I have no interest whatsoever in that toilet.
I find it very annoying as somebody that works with kids and they can't stop saying Skibbity Toilet when I'm trying to teach them and lead them in lessons and programming, but I don't give a shit about Skibbity Toilet as a piece of work. It's not my thing, but like, I don't care if it exists.
I'm gonna
I just wish kids would pay attention.
I'm now going to write a 15-page dissertation. How it's secretly Marxist from a Marxist perspective.
All right, I think I have her on 1.5 speed, so let's see how this works out for us.
Disagreed with on the bird app with brain damage and spin that into a culture that's ruining society. This is what the death of media literacy really is. It's what it's always been. And to that end, who the fuck cares if media literacy is dead anyway?
It's always been Skibbity Toilet, apparently.
Media literacy has always been people think kids are over medicated and what?
What is the dumbest argument.
Who cares if media literacy is dead anyway? What's the big deal with that?
So what the whole point of this video is then? What was the point, Lily?
That's the whole point. The reason that media literacy being dead is a problem is because it produces a population that will just swallow propaganda and swallow things like QAnon and like Trump's gonna save everybody and like vaccines are going to give you autism. Like that's why media literacy fucking matters, is because again, you cut your teeth on fiction, on classical literature, on cartoons, on books, and then you apply those same skills to nonfiction and to the real world. That's why it's important, Lily.
Lily is the most incurious human being I have encountered since Jar. So really this week she's number 2. Much like Skibbity Toilet is number 2.
Oh my god, that was such a dad
terrible
joke. Oh my
sorry.
god.
What's the real cost of people's media literacy dying? You have to see their takes on your feed? I'm sorry, that's on you if you get so angry about that. I'm a YouTuber. I have to see all.
Lily, this whole video is you bitching about the perception of that and still being wrong. But well, then what is this video, Lily?
Wait, so Lily, are you saying that why you complain for seeing bad takes when all you've done so far is complain about takes? This is like the biggest pot calling the kettle black, and you're calling yourself the pot.
She's losing her mind. She must be. This is more incoherent than usual.
She's spiraling. She's like losing it. There was like a thing that she posted, I think it was yesterday, where it was like, oh, she's like going crazy. It was that post. I think it was, where was it? Sorry. Sorry for interrupting.
That's all right.
And for being where is it? Because I took a screenshot and I posted it on my blog.
We got like 14 minutes left. I can't math.
Wait, 14.
It's the one where she's like, I have a great idea for VidCon. We get a bunch of drama YouTubers, put them in a deep pit, then we give them all bracelets that smell like bloody raw meat, and then release a bunch of wolves into the pit. The entrance to the kill pen has a sign outside saying, YouTuber panel, Lily Orchard addresses Stockholm. And then I was like, oh god, she's like losing it. This is deranged. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Lily? You're going off.
Like, people are barely talking about Stockholm right now, but maybe it's eating away at her. I don't know.
I think it's that she's so convinced that, and the funny thing is this: if all she really has to do is just focus on doing something different, that's all she has to do something unique and interesting, like, which sounds hard and it really is, because all she's done is the same thing for the last several years. If she changes her pattern, she might be able to get somewhere good. All she has to do is acknowledge the criticism, acknowledge what's happening. She can even do a freaking stupid YouTuber apology. It would still be better than whatever she's doing right now.
Give her a ukulele.
That's all it takes.
Also,
Next
Lily,
video, ukulele.
Lily, no one would invite you to VidCon.
Yeah, you're never. The Green Brothers would never want you there.
Yeah.
Awful takes on my feed every goddamn day. Just this morning, I had to read through a 10-paragraph essay on how an entire human history of art and literature peaked with some 20-season show about pirates for 12-year-olds. I had to read.
Oh, they didn't mean it close enough.
Nobody.
It did. It did peak with that. That is the peak right there.
Who cares? Who cares what some random person says, Lily? You just said
Nobody forced you to read that. You did that of your own free will.
Earlier you said seeing stupid stuff on your feed is your own fault. So
yeah.
She's
curate your feed better, dude.
She's contradicting herself more than usual. Anyway,
no, careful calling trans women, dude. Just
shit,
just
you're right.
Little hint from me to you.
I didn't even think of that. I was thinking gender neutral. That's a good point.
Yeah, I know. But just
believe in gender neutral, dude. I'm a dude.
Yeah,
he's a dude.
I always
She's
a
dude.
Yeah.
We're all dudes.
I think
but
like
you don't
want to
give people ammo. You know, you don't want to give people ammo.
I think it's also kind of a New England, New Jersey thing. Like people.
Oh god, yeah, it is. We call everybody
really
dude.
Is.
We'll call our grandmothers dude.
Yeah, no, it's really it just does not translate well.
Yeah,
like.
it doesn't
that's
like
a good
literally
point. Thanks,
like
for that one.
just addressing someone as dude is like it doesn't mean that I don't know.
It's a weird. But I respect that. I hear you. I respect that. It's like one of those things where it's like it makes more sense in this region, but the moment you go outside that, I can see that being like
it's pretty heavily used here as a gender neutral term too. I actually didn't have anybody push back against me calling women dudes until I moved to Montreal for a few months, and
there we go.
Somebody was like, I was living with a trans woman, and she was like, why do you keep calling me dude? Like she got really hurt by that. I was like, oh fuck, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you have no idea until someone says it.
I didn't know it was hurt your feelings. I'll stop doing that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then the responsible thing is
that's
to adjust.
That's also why it's good to not only speak up, but like have the person clarify why they're doing a thing before you assume why they're doing a thing. You know?
But like Lily assumes the worst in all cases.
I just don't, as a rule, call trans women dudes anymore because a lot of them don't like it, and I'm not going to call somebody something they don't like in that way.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And that's a fair point. It's funny until you like commonly unintentionally use. Sometimes things you say just can be entirely hurtful without realizing. It's a very good point.
Anyway, let's try to get on with the rest of the video. We got a few minutes left. Not a few.
We're trying to talk about in the first place, and that weird Shrew's pro-pedophilia arguments. I'm no stranger to the fact that
she's shrew.
Pedophilia
Shrew. Pro-pedophilia, Lily, that's you. Lily, that's you. That's Stockholm, Lily.
Yeah, let's not bring up your fucking horse skeletons, Lily.
Lily, you're throwing giant boulders in glass houses, Lily. You've already shattered all of the glass and it's embedded in you, but you're still going?
Yeah.
And also, shrew is a misogynistic fucking term.
It is a targeted misogynistic term. It is indeed.
So taking part in discourse has as many brain cells as they do eyeballs. I have watched people look me dead in the eye and say, maybe you just don't like RPGs, because I criticized the writing in a crappy JRPG in a video where I cited as comparison some of the greatest RPGs ever made. I have had...
I did say that. That's
really,
telling me.
But here's the thing, Lily. You also skip the dialogue in Kingdom Hearts.
And I stand by that too, by the way.
She skips the dialogue in every single game she plays. We've seen you do it, Lily. You don't read anything. You don't engage with the story. You don't engage with the writing. You just try to see it through whatever narrow lens you want to see it through. I was watching her Dragon Age Veilguard footage the other day, and she's running around a city, and she overhears some NPC conversation. She goes, Andraste. Now I have to remember this is a Dragon Age game, and it's like, yeah, Lily, this is what you are currently playing. Were you headcanoning it was WoW or something? Like, what do you mean? You just don't want to exist in this world as presented.
All Lily wants to do, and I swear to God, and I will stand by this, this is my headcanon, is that Lily wants to have fuel for her erotic role plays that she has with her wife and friends. She doesn't actually care about what's going on in the story. She wants to use it as a sandbox to play pretend in.
And she makes everybody else's problem.
She's like, I can't just walk around Pokemon with my freaking celery girlfriend and kiss her and like hold her hand and like roll around in the grass and do nasty things with her. So therefore, Pokemon bad.
Okay, I'm gonna play the video again.
And people tell me films like Riding in Cars with Boys are boring because they don't have villains, indicating that they have literally never matured past the age of 12. I have discussed anime on this channel, which means having to deal with weebs and all the bullshit therein. At a certain point, it stops bothering
the moe blob.
You mean all the bullshit, like you pirated the show because the dub is only available on the Blu-rays, and you say you only watch dubs, and you were watching footage of the dub, so you were gushing about the show, saying it's so perfect, and so good, and so impactful, and so meaningful, but you wouldn't even fucking pay for it.
People, okay, here's the thing for me, and you can call me bigoted against moe fans if you like. Moe fans, that's a red flag for me. You need to explain yourself.
But look, they're holding red flags right now.
Yeah, ironic. But if somebody's like, "Oh, I like this moe anime," I'm like, "Okay, why? Explain to me right now." Because I'm always suspicious. Because I'm like, "Oh, it's probably just because it's a cute anime," and I keep on getting proven over and over again that my initial vibes are right. It's fucking gooner bait.
I watched the show just because I was curious to see what Lily would say about it and what she might get wrong and right. I watched it subtitled on Crunchyroll, so I actually have supported the show more than Lily has. And it was pretty poorly written, but it is like a moe blob show. It's a more low-key one. There isn't like any like over-the-top fan service. But the whole aim of the show... The whole aim of the show is to put cute moe high school girls on a big ship to Antarctica and put them around technical equipment. So it's otaku bait. It's like, look at these dumb, innocent, cutesy girls next to all this high-tech equipment male autists tend to like. You know, it's one of those shows. And it's not, there's nothing like overtly sexual in it, but...
The instant teenage girls start talking about their breasts and comparing their breast size, that's a deal breaker for me. I'm out of here.
Happen in one scene, and there's another scene where a grown woman marches them onto a stage on the boat, and she says, "Hey everybody, we have some high school girls with us for this trip." That's right, they're real high school girls, but remember they're underage. Ha ha ha! They're
not
underage.
Even one.
That's what, and it was written by like a 55-year-old man. It was written by the same guy who wrote ReZero, so yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. The director and the writer of the show have worked on nothing but like lolly bait.
I think we've reached almost the 7th hour of this stream. I think we should try to.
We really should. Yes.
As expected. When covering the discourse around Has Been Hotel and how a lot of people thought that the depiction of sexual abuse was fetishistic, hearing people jump to that wasn't even surprising. People lash out reflexively at works that make them uncomfortable all the time. It doesn't really matter. Give them a couple of months, they'll have thought about it a little bit more. I think there's this fear in some people that this kind of discourse might sanitize media because that's another paranoia of these people. And first of all, media is already sanitized, and it's not.
The problem isn't that Angel Dust was being shown to be assaulted. It's that it was set to a fucking gay party song. It was a weird choice. It was a weird fucking choice.
It's one with the execution, yeah. Anyway, let's try to move on to the end of the video. Yeah, we're going to
speed run. It's because pursuit of profit means trying to hit the largest possible audience, and the streaming ghetto has killed niche audiences. It's capitalism all the way down, baby.
Ghetto.
The streaming ghetto? The streaming ghetto?
What the fuck is she talking about?
How is
you wouldn't know a ghetto if it punched you in the fucking face.
But how is streaming a ghetto for content, though?
No. Do you know what I think it is? Lily, streaming has opened up a lot of avenues for people to see different pieces of media. I think she's just never been to a Blockbuster where you went to the back aisle of it and found like the dumbest movies that were direct to video. And just assumes that all mainstream movies were all that were ever made. So I think the problem is Lily never saw anything made by Full Moon before, and now is discovering that companies like Full Moon make movies all the time because streaming has made it available to her. It didn't exist until she saw it.
Yeah, that's how she is about everything. It doesn't exist until Lily saw it. The first time Lily became aware of a concept in a piece of media is the first time everybody became aware of that concept in that piece of media. That's how she thinks. She has no concept of mind. It's incredible.
Yeah, she's...
Anyway.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And second of all, complaining about something doesn't equate to trying to destroy it. If people bitching on Twitter or a single...
It does when it's you!
YouTube video can completely and utterly destroy a piece of media's reputation, you were probably overvaluing it in the first place. In reality, people bitch on Twitter about all kinds of things that bother them, and likely only them, all the time. That's kind of the point of Twitter. Less than 4% of the global population uses Twitter.
Press pause.
Why is she talking about Twitter so much?
So when there's all of these freaking TERFs and anti-trans people saying that trans women are all predators online, then that's, if trans women like that logic doesn't follow, because social media does shape our opinions and it can be really dangerous. Again, that's why I make the kind of distinction that like we cut our teeth on cartoons so that when we go to real life, we don't make the mistake like believing that all trans women are predators, or that like the Jews are trying to replace the white race with black people. Like anyway.
Also, it's so ridiculous what she's saying. But with that same logically, that means that any of us criticizing your opinions are totally fine because it's not going to ruin anything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it means. I feel justified in doing what we're doing right now. Then.
Yeah, so we're not destroying your reputation, Lily. You're doing it all on your own.
Its opinions don't matter, and never have. The death of media literacy only starts becoming a problem if other people's boneheaded, or let's be honest here, personal and subjective takes bother you so deeply in the first place. Media analysis is supposed to be fun.
Really?
You're supposed to be having fun coming up with ways to analyze media. If you spend all your time...
You never sound like you're having fun in any of these videos, ever. You don't talk about things with joy, ever.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Lily's ever analyzed anything.
Not really.
She kind of just like gives a synopsis, complains, and then like people are stupid, and then that's it. She's never really analyzed anything.
Rips off somebody else's point.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Or she just throws TV tropes names at us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and calls that an analysis. Yeah,
deconstructing other people's takes instead of making your own. Well, you're a grifter. This just isn't a real.
You guys we haven't made. Okay, so the 7 hours of the stream, we haven't made any of our own takes at all, have we, guys?
Nope, not once. Not once.
We've just been listening to Lily's video on slow motion for 7 hours. Clearly,
that's how it works.
Also, like Lily, you could say that like that's what everybody that's you have created a like not very good piece, but a piece of art, and we are analyzing it and criticizing it, which is exactly what you're claiming to do. Do you think that like you exist in a freaking vacuum? You're still creating content, just like Steven Universe, just like all of the shows that you criticize. It's the same exact thing.
No, she's a narcissist, so she's the only real person, you see. That's how it works.
Exactly, of course.
Of course. The general public has overwhelmingly preferred simple thrills in media since the dawn of media itself, and that hasn't stopped good art from being made. The rise of the
So wait, you're admitting that adventure fantasy is the most popular one because people mostly like simple thrills in media?
Funny how that works. Funny how that keeps happening.
Blockbuster never killed unique and interesting and profound films. Streaming did. The rise of peak TV didn't kill off
What?
No, she's just throwing nonsense at this point. Let's just get
Streaming
to the end of it.
has made distributing indie films infinitely easier.
She's also being like, oh, but the internet, media literacy isn't dying. The internet, this isn't dying. But actually, yeah, this generation's version of like she's just contradicting herself because she went on that whole tirade about how brain rot the new stuff isn't real. But now she's just saying
she's saying the new stuff is bad.
Yeah, but she's acting like streaming has killed like art films or something.
It hasn't.
There were things that never would have been made that got made because of streaming services.
And it's made so many things more accessible that like would have been lost to the annals of time otherwise.
Yeah, and streaming has tons of flaws, obviously, but Lily hasn't taken the time to sufficiently explain any of them. She's just throwing this shit out at the end without offering any context or support because she thinks that she's just, at this point, she's just spurting out ideas and has lost so much track over what the fuck she's supposed to be talking about that she has no clue what she's talking about. This is the ramblings of someone who's run out of ideas, has writer's block, and is hoping to find a trace of an idea along the end of this very rambly, surprisingly brief essay.
I'll give you two specific examples, Lily, and they're made by Canadian directors, so like this should be very specific to you. David Lynch's son made a movie called Antiviral. I watched that when it was on the film festival circus while I was doing media journalism, and it never got a physical release. I loved that movie, and I really wanted to see it again, but I didn't get to watch it until it was put on streaming services. Otherwise, that movie would have been buried forever. The works of Jeff Barnaby, a Indigenous man from Canada that made a couple movies, including Rhymes for Young Ghouls and Blood Quantum.
Yes.
those didn't get physical releases either. They're on streaming services. Jeff Barnaby passed away during COVID, and we would never have seen his works if it wasn't for streaming services. And his art would have been forgotten because he's dead now.
And Blood Quantum is fantastic. I watched that one. I reviewed that one when it came out. It was just a fantastic film.
You should read Rhymes for Young Ghouls as well. It's more set in realism, but it's also very good. I love Jeff Barnaby, and we lost him way too soon.
No, he had so much promise.
Brilliant director.
Yeah, Sai, if you haven't seen Blood Quantum, watch it.
I haven't. I always say I'm not as big a cinephile as people expect me to be.
Yeah.
No,
it's zombies, but what if people with indigenous heritage were immune to zombies, and it kind of explores colonialism through that. It's very interesting.
Zombies are always the metaphor for the real threat, which is man. You know,
you get some good zombie stuff in it too. If you just
I do like zombies. I do like zombies a lot.
Yeah,
and the special effects.
Good zombies.
The special effects are so good.
Okay, cool. All right, let's try to blow the rest of this video out here.
Interesting shows that had interesting things to say. Streaming did, and the rise of the 100-gigabyte mega game with eyes bigger than its belly hasn't stopped good games from being made and doing well. Conversely, when was the last time the supposed Puritans, which are
yeah, nobody.
Baldur's Gate 3 isn't good.
Oh no,
yeah,
she hates it because MON's not in it.
Oh, yeah.
Also, this scene right here, the critics of Hazbin Hotel don't have a problem with this scene. They have a problem with the following scene where it's meant to be titillating and sexualized, and angels wearing bondage and getting fucking face fucked on screen during the fucking dance music video. Like it's vile, honestly. Like nobody has a problem with this.
I've taken the song as the juxtaposition between the glamorous image of being a porn star and the reality of it. That's how I kind of take that, but you know.
I mean, it's not just that he. I'm not gonna save my
I'm just saying that's just how I interpreted it. Yeah, I know.
are definitely real, and not you just being a drama queen about people disagreeing with you, ever managed to successfully kill anything. The Hays Code ain't coming back, honey. You're just being hysterical.
You're the one who wants the Hays Code, Lily. You want everything to be black and white, good and evil, and the bad guy to get thrown off a cliff at the end.
Yeah, and no sex, but also tons of smut.
Yeah.
The works we talked about as examples were chosen for a reason. They're all pop culture icons.
They were chosen because people you don't like them, Lily. What does Star Trek and fucking Utena have in common at all?
Yeah, you didn't even choose the right Dracula. You don't even know what we're talking about.
And Utena isn't a pop culture icon, really. Not outside of, like, anime circles and even more otaku circles, really, you know?
Yeah.
Their status is legendary. They are beloved works of art. There's no chance in hell a single tweet or YouTube video is going to change that, no matter how influential you think it might be. If you think CinemaSins or the Nostalgia Critic or, hell, me, can single-handedly destroy a piece of art's reputation, I'm sorry, you are fucking insane.
Right.
That's what this was all about. That's what this whole video was really about.
Actually, I got a counterexample of that.
Mm-hmm.
In 1950, Chinua Achebe wrote an essay about Hearts of Darkness, criticizing it for racist content. That immediately demolished the novella Arthur Conrad's Hearts of Darkness as a work of reputable fiction. Years later, something similar happened with Gone with the Wind, where it was criticized for racist content. That immediately shifted public opinion in a drastically different direction. Lily is factually wrong because historically, small pieces of critical media have collectively pushed the needle against older works when public stances have shifted away from the worldview that they proposed. Lily is wrong factually, and I can demonstrably pull out receipts to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't make any sense. This is really, though, about
Joseph
how...
Conrad, I'm sorry.
She's like, people say I damaged Steven Universe's reputation. That's what this is still fucking about. That's what this whole video is about. It's just about deflecting for herself, as usual. I mean, that's when she claims to be talking about media, it's just always about herself.
Well, that's at the end of the day, I think that like stupid Twitter teens and like people that don't have any of these skills to analyze media absolutely like are frustrating and annoying. But it's frustrating knowing that they take that logic and they follow what you believe in, including like you saying it's like, actually, you know, conservatives, like transphobic conservatives aren't that bad, and you know, like it's okay if you fucking steal taxes, and it's okay if, you know, like Trump funny orange man is what you're just
Yeah,
I think I get what you're trying to say. But
you know what I mean?
Lily has damaged our brains, as she tends to do. You know,
My
so
brain
it's
is less damaged by Lily and more just a lack of sleep.
Yeah, probably a bit of that. Let's try to get through the last like 30 seconds here.
There's
Yeah.
always going to be people who don't like the things you like, and no amount of screaming and harassment is going to change that. So maybe just relax. Calm
Yes,
down.
Lily. It's true.
Take a deep breath.
You should relax,
And-
Lily.
Ooh, it's the weeby anime eyes.
And out.
What does this have to do with media literacy?
Anyway, Revolutionary Girl Utena is actually Stalinist propaganda. In this essay, I will...
God, that joke was poorly timed and executed.
That joke would have been way funnier in a better video. It would have been actually kind of funny if in the right context.
The timing was really off.
Poor
It
timing.
sounds familiar. It sounds familiar. I think I've seen that joke before.
No, I just mean the rhythm
Probably
of the
someone else's
joke. Timing is off. Like she put.
No, it
she had
always
too big of
is.
she had too big of a pause.
She can't even. Yeah.
It's probably someone else's joke, honestly. Stolen
yeah.
observations. Wait, stolen observations. Oh, wait. She just took these from... Oh.
I knew that Archie Bunker stuff sounded familiar. She took it from Sean.
It's fucking... Oh my god. She really can't have an original thought of her own.
Steve Shives' video in this one. Steve Shives, really? Oh my god.
She can't even have an original thought. And she didn't cite any of them. I'm sure if you compare her language verbatim, there are some parts that are just copied in like
And she
the
thinks
word
this
shifted
is
around.
citation. She thinks this is citation. She does.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I'm going
Well,
to read...
yeah, but she went to university, you guys.
I'm gonna try to read the rest of the super chats. Hopefully nobody sends any more, and they're going to now that I've said that. I'm trying to figure out where I left off though.
Anyway, while you're doing that, my big fat angel dust take is that like he has moved past needing to be a sex worker. Like his arc has moved past that. He has been at the position where he could like walk away from that life, but by the nature of soul contracts and being a literal slave, it's arresting his plot development. So even though like if this was like a regular story, he would no longer be a porn star because he's rediscovered his self-worth. He has someone there to protect him now, and a community that can you know, keep him safe. But we can't have that because one of Angel Dust, it's like they want to keep the status quo of Angel Dust being a sex worker even though he's moved past it already. Because it's hot.
To be fair, he is under a demonic contract.
Yes, I realize that, but like Viv is the one who made demonic contracts work the way that they do. In my opinion, it would have been more interesting if what was keeping Angel there wasn't that he was under demonic contract, but because his self-worth was so poor that he thought it was the only thing that made him worthwhile. And that's like something that's a little bit more close to home for sex workers.
You get a little bit of that in his conversation with Husk before Loser Baby, but I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's like yes, absolutely, you get that, and it's like cool. He resolved that. He confronted his boss in public. He is valuing other people and his newfound family. Okay, cool. So he's no longer a sex worker now, right? Nope. We're gonna keep him a sex worker because it's sexy. Like that's like yes, like he is going. I mean, I guess that I'm being kind of stinky because, like the coffin of Andy and Lele do also use that juxtaposition of like the disturbing with the titillating. So I just think that because of the morality that they're trying to deliver in Has Been Hotel and how it's so much safer, and like this whole thing, like oh yeah, they're in hell, but nobody's actually a bad person. None of our characters are actually I don't know. It just very much frustrates me when I think you can do like why is Angel Dust even in hell? Like, you know what I mean? Like because
I kind of see Has Been Hotel as like a metaphor for how people who get pushed onto the fringes are kind of kept on the fringes because people tell them that they're freaks and they're bad and they're worthless and they deserve to go to hell. You know, it's kind of like a little bit of a metaphor there. I think you're not really supposed to take it that literally, and the Hell City is just supposed to be kind of. That's not taken too seriously, you know. It's not like hard world building. It's a bit of a satire. So I don't know. I kind of understand the mood they're going for, but I can see how it's off-putting.
I understand the mood, what it's going for. I just don't think it does it very well.
That's fair. Anyway, I'm gonna try to read the super chats, and then we can maybe wrap up. All right. So Ebony said, "Wait, it's a fantasy genre. I'm safe." I don't know what that was a reference to anymore, but thank you. Ebony Serenade also said, "I have never seen an individual want to be dunked on like an NBA winning shot so bad." Eldritch Lily said, "Time for some ragtime dubstep. Hit it." Oh God, she calls other friends ragtime dubstep because she's an idiot. Eldritch Lily also said audition mention. That must be like a movie or something we mentioned. Iridescent Bun Bun gave us a super sticker. Thank you. Liam Bell said, "I love food metaphors." Adric said, Colonel Cy Kurtz. I don't know what that was a reference to.
That was reference to you doing the Apocalypse Now thing.
Oh yeah. Miss Jasmine.
Audition is a movie, by the way.
I did say that right. Yeah, Miss Jasmine. Anthe is seen as a pawn by the duelists and even Utena, but she's actually a player. That is correct. Miss Jasmine. Lily, I've watched Revolutionary Girl Utena 3 times. Also, Lily, you don't have to watch shows all the way through. Bruh. Cryohazard says, "I blame Sky for persuading me to watch Utena and answer the questions I didn't understand." Thanks, Sky. That's what I'm here for. I will lore dump on you gladly at any opportunity. Nick Wolf says, "Wow, the Utena dub's actor delivery sounds exactly like the possessed janky animatronics from the Walton Files, only unintentional." Oh no. Zine says, "I thought I was dark/steel. How am I taking psychic damage? Also Kingdom Hearts because castles in Japan." Becca the Bunny says, "I'm sorry, an RPG where you don't have to kill isn't subversive. Lily, where the hell do you get off?" Vexfidel says, "Sigh, that's you? I don't know what that was a reference to." DLE, and I told you we're gonna get more if I did this. Professor X made Magneto relive the entire Holocaust. Did he do that?
Yes, in the animated series.
God, that's terrible.
His first appearance. That's his first decision to just make him relive the whole Holocaust.
Dude, bro. The Tea Time says, Lily is a critical thinker in that she is critical of everything. The guy, 493, says, "So size a Karen at Walmart?" According to Taffer. Zine says, "It's my style, Taffer, actually." Yeah, she did say that. Driva says, "Even though my art is not that good, mine does not look traced." Yeah, but I'm also trying to get better. Yes, improving is good, but it's pretty clear that Taffer might trace because her stuff is so stiff and weird.
I sent a picture earlier in the chat where it looks very similar to the picture that.
Oh, you think
Taffer,
I don't know entirely. I don't know. The mouth makes me think. The mouth makes me think she traced an anime.
It looks like she photo bashed, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it looks photo bashed.
Yeah, probably. Crimson, how's Rebecca Sugar's summer retreat?
When you rent free in Lily's head there, yeah.
It was good. Master Clockwork said, Sai is she who shall not be mentioned. Yes, apparently. Miss Jasmine said, Sai, Ant, and Krim burrowing into Lorch's brain like a pack of autistic gremlins to live there rent-free. Mr. Joe says, doesn't it look really desperate and hilariously sad to see Lily go to war on some small YouTube channel like Krim over opinions and stuff like a baby? Yes. Julia says, her putting the movie for Miles Edgeworth is vile.
Yes, agreed.
Your local Cryptid said, Lily admitted today on stream she liked the game and the Ashley was well written. I think I did read that one. Cryptid also said, the context for this wondering was Lily revealing her ideal horror game being about trauma bonding before saying she was talking about Andy and Lele. And then Krusty Krabby, who was the one who gave us $50, which was very nice. It said, I think I'll read it again. This is coming from a person who used to watch Lily and found y'all while listening to videos at work. I realized that all of her takes are closed-minded and very bigoted, even though she is seemingly against those types of people. Enjoy the content. Yes. Whoop the Floop said, Sweeney Todd is a victim of fucking state corruption, and the judge that sent him to prison essayed his wife and daughter. Yeah. Will... Who made you the arbiter of what's a real goth, Krim? I don't even know if this person is still here. Jada said, I finally managed to make it to What a Size streams, and the first thing I see was a super chat about Sweeney Todd. What the hell have I missed?
Sorry, I blanked out.
Valid.
What's that about Krim and like people not being real goths? What did I? What?
When you call them real fake goths.
Yeah, you pissed off the fake goth.
Hosiers. Oh, good.
Hosiers. Liam Bell, think it was from movie Boob. I think we read that one. Media breakdown. Just full-on ant photos, subtle. Yeah. Krusty Krabby said, the big thing about Lily is that she is playing to preteens and people who can't form full opinions on what she says. I should know, I was watching at 14 because of the types of shows she talked about. Yeah, it's a story I hear a lot, unfortunately.
Disturbingly so.
Adrian said, don't forget Mummy, the animated series from 2001.
Oh god, I forgot about that series.
Grayo Hazard says, I drew Lily like a smiling Friends character. I'm screaming.
Yes.
Judy says, at this point, I think Lily needs to go back to school, Billy Madison style. Wait, no, never mind. Nia says, I was made aware that Lily removed the part where Ant brings up Scar from FMA because someone in Lily asked to explain what his deal was. I didn't quite understand that, but I think we all know she got the wrong.
Oh yeah, I'm taking
well, she removed all the shows, so I think she got confused and missed the wrong Scar. You know?
Yeah, I said Scar from FMA. She thought Scar from The Lion King at one point. But I think she was also going to just complain about Scar from FMA until someone else explained who Scar from FMA was.
Yeah, right. That would make her look really bad with her pretend politics.
Yes.
Shallow Pretty says the subtitles took a long walk off a short pier. I think that's when they crashed. Denmark says, you thought it was Denmark, but it was me. Kyo. Oblivion Blade says, Ant saying thanks, Krim, when he flubbed like he's Wreck-It Ralph, comedy gold. I think that's when she called Anthony again.
Yeah.
Kidoko said, Lily doesn't have an original bone in her body. She'd been cribbing from the Escapist Innuendo Studios movie Bob for so long. Also, Epstein banner? Yeah, she did do that for a bit. She compared herself to Epstein in her Tumblr banner. That was a thing. Brave Fens. Yeah, Brave Fens says, I don't mean this as an insult, but Lorch has an actual literacy level of 1 to 2 below 6th grade. It's becoming a real problem. Bomberman says, so how's Lily's head? Is it empty, as they say? Echo in here. Mr. Knight says, Lily will never do a react or debate. She needs to be able to twist things people say. If she shows clips or talks to real people, she risks showing her audience a differing perspective. Can't have that. Also, she can't, answer a differing perspective at all. So, Celtic Phoenix said he liked this anime. I don't know which one we were talking about at the time.
Antarctica one, I think.
Across the universe.
Oh, okay. I'm
I'm
catching up. Brayfen said, I'm with Krim. I hate Moe fans. Moe fans are massive red flags. I hate it. Yeah, we were talking about Antarctica, of course. Vex Fidel said, Lily might exist in a vacuum. She sucks enough. Vex, stop being funnier than me on my own stream. All right. Lena Reto said, words have lost all meaning, pretending that, criticism never caused anything to lose its status is inherently disingenuous. Why make it then? Yeah, why make any criticism then, Lily? Marigold says, Lily has a whole mansion of people who live rent-free in her head. Miss Jasmine says, out of curiosity, Ant, have you watched Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon live action?
Yes.
Have you? No.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's fun. I like what you do with Mercury in that. It's pretty cool.
All right, JDS said, I'm still mad at her take on my boy Sweeney. Now I know how the Steven Universe fans feel. That was the last one. All right, I do think we need to start wrapping up because it is 1:15 in the morning for me.
Yeah,
it's 2:15 for me.
Oh no, poor Krim. We have to tuck in Krim.
Oh no.
Oh, the call. Oh, Jer is saying the call is coming from inside the house is something Malcolm says on his stream all the time, and that is true. So she probably.
That's from when a stranger calls.
Yeah, but Malcolm says it a lot on his stream as a joke, so Jer thinks Lily stole that from him, which I would not be surprised. God. I was like, yeah, where is goddammit? You promised me Malcolm, Jer.
Malcolm has given me so many vocal stems. Tasty. I like them.
God damn it. It's just he's so good at like just making up shit and like repeating it all the time in a funny way. Oh, Cryohazard has another one. Waiting for the magical day when one of their friends snaps at them on stream like that Lolo person. It'll probably happen eventually.
Oh, yeah, but here's the thing. Here's a spicy tea. Lily was playing chess with Lolo on stream and was ended up snapping at Michaela. And then Michaela just fucking left because she was getting pissy with Lily and Lily didn't even notice.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Didn't even notice your wife left the call while you're playing chess with this younger woman you have been pursuing. Yeah, indeed. That
means I can see that going a few ways south.
Yeah, pretty
towards
south.
Divorce court.
Yeah, so that's our Lily tea for the night we're spilling. Now, Lolo didn't snap. McKay snapped, maybe. At least she sulked off when Lily, like, literally... Lily and Lolo were playing chess on a game, and they were the only two avatars on screen. And then Michaela apparently squeaked her chair, and Lily went, "Michaela, you're squeaking!" And then Michaela left the call, and Lily didn't even notice while she was flirting with this younger woman. So, yeah, that's just real good. It's real good.
She deserves better. She deserves much better.
On that dire note, that's a good place to wrap up the stream, don't you guys think?
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, it has been fun. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for your supers and everything else. I guess we're just going to sign off for now, so good night, everybody, and my next stream will probably be... I might do another Dragon Age stream tomorrow, I'm not sure. We'll see. If not, probably over the weekend. Anyway, see you then. Goodbye. Wait, you have one more thing to say?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm a video essay that I wrote and Dan the Man edited is coming out tomorrow, and it's like only my third edited video, so
awesome.
If you're interested, please watch it. It's about Hocus Pocus 2.
I have a video coming out tomorrow about Ranma 1/2, and Krim actually does make a cameo in it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
All right, now everyone has hyped their shit. Awesome. Okay, we're gonna go now.
Yeah,
Good night,
I'm going
everybody.
to now.
Bye.
Night.